Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates won against the Diamondbacks yesterday by a 10-1 final score. 10-1. How about that? They're 21-36 now in the season. Diamondbacks now 27-29. Pirates won that series. They won 2 out of the 3 in that series. O'Neal Cruz had a home run, drove in 3 runs in the game. Henry Davis had a couple hits and an RBI. Paul Skenes went 6 2/3, gave up 4 hits, struck out 7, and got the winning decision. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, begins next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or 2 later and they're like, hey, like my daughter said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
The Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour. This Friday night at Timber Rock Amphitheater. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys, riding an endless summer rave. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, the Sounds of Summer Tour, produced by Dresky Entertainment.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had, you're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic, and always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling, always online, schultzford.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, sugar boy. Oh, sure. Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tucking Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's a Thursday morning, and my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Welcome to the Fan Early Morning Show. Call me, 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X, at Callis_33 is the handle. That's CALLAS_33. You know, since I've been back, Crowley's been kind of quiet talking in the studio. I appreciate that. I think sometimes he listens to this show now. After I took that month off from on-air duties. He's been more attentive, more excited to hear me speak. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, I believe, and he and I have grown closer. I don't know if we mentioned this either, but remember during Lent where he was being nice to me, and that's what he gave up for Lent, was being mean to me? And then he lost me talking for a month. So it was like 2 months. Like two and a half months of Crowley just not being able to be mean. And I think we've grown closer because of that. I think so. Yeah, he's been listening to the show more now since since I've been back and since he's been in the studio. He hasn't had any outbursts like he used to have, where he would just like scream and laugh and stuff. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but we'll see. How about this, by the way? The Pirates won a baseball game, and, well, they scored 10 runs. They scored 10 runs. Half of those scored just in the 6th inning. They scored 5 in the 6th. They scored as early as the 2nd inning. They got a run in the 2nd. An overall balanced game, maybe even a little more offensive-driven, but Paul Skenes pitched and did not give up a run through 6 2/3 innings that he pitched. 7 strikeouts, 4 hits altogether. And there you go. Tanner Rainey gave up the only run when he pitched in 2/3 of an inning. Late in the game, Ryan Barucki pitched. Excuse me, it was Ryan Barucki that gave up the run. He pitched in the 9th. Okay, great. O'Neal Cruz, home run of the game. 3 runs driven in altogether. Henry Davis, 2 hits. 1 run. Batted in. Solid performance all around. Keith Ryan Hayes had a hit. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, 3 hits. Jerry Triolo had a couple. It was just a balanced... Not even balanced. Balanced isn't the right word. That was a game that had heavy offense, and it was mixed with a dominant Paul Skenes, who went through most of the game on the mound and the bullpen pitching with a comfortable lead. ate its innings, and Pirates win. Pirates win the series. Believe this or not, the Pirates have won the series. Don Kelly is managing 500 baseball right now as Pirates manager. I believe he's, 9-9 now on the season with the Pirates. Can the Pirates make a comeback? I mean, they'd have to go on a pretty historic run. But there are good signs. The Arizona Diamondbacks are a respectable baseball team. They're a team that's trying to win at this point. They've done their rebuilding. They've made their exchanges. They were not great heading into the 2020s. They have built up a winner. They were just in the World Series a couple years back. They're a respectable baseball team. They're built pretty well. Now they're under 500. They're 27-29, so that's not great. But they are a respectable baseball team, and this is a win. This is a game that they should be proud of winning. This is a series that the Pirates should be proud of winning, just based on our expectations of them right now this season. That was a respectable baseball team, and the Pirates found a way to win 2 of 3 games in that series. Pirates found a way to score a bunch of runs. 9 in the second game, 10 yesterday in the third game. And, I mean, for the Paul Skenes start, they only really need 3 to 4 runs per Paul Skenes start. So 10 runs was a little bit of overkill. I know we criticized them for not scoring enough. Well, message received, looks like, because they gave 10 runs to this effort. And Skenes didn't give up any runs through 6 2/3 innings. Call off the dogs too much when Paul Skenes is pitching. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. It's good that they scored a bunch of runs, but I mean that, Paul Skenes was when he was pitching into the 6th, they were up by 8. So he pitched with a lead from the second inning on, and the Pirates by the 6th inning had him up by 8 runs, had the team up by 8 runs. That was a comfortable situation to pitch in. He didn't make it through the 6th, but at that point the Pirates would have had to have colossal and massive were mashed together in my head. They would have had to have a colossal collapse to not win that game, which is great that they didn't. Bullpen did a pretty solid job and locked down the win. This is a good sign. Now, I'm going to take the risk of getting my hopes too far up there only to be disappointed. But this is a series the Pirates should be proud of, just based on their standards and their expectations this season right now. This is a series win that you can be proud of. This is a series win that I think if you really focus, do the wash, rinse, repeat cycle that, this is the type of baseball you can play that could get you back into just a conversation about, okay, can they contend? Can they be a respectable baseball team? That's what you should expect from the Pirates at this point. This is what you should want from your baseball team. You should want them to be a respectable team. You should not be like the Colorado Rockies, where every team is just going to play them and assume that they're just going to roll over the team. You don't want the Pirates to be that. And the Pirates were getting to that point, and that's why the manager's gone. That's why a lot of different changes have come about now. This team needed something else. It's great to see Henry Davis is starting to break out. It's great to see that O'Neal Cruz continues to break out and continues to become a reliable bat for the Pirates. It's great to see that Paul Skenes, despite starts where even he lost, it wasn't his fault. It's just the Pirates' offense didn't score at all in those games. It's nice to see now, though, this baseball they played against the Diamondbacks. Like, I don't want to jinx it because I feel like sometimes I've done that. Sometimes I've looked too far into the future. But right now, they play that type of baseball through the rest of the season and just become respectable. That's the word. Become a respectable baseball team. Have a little pride when you play. Don't be a team that everybody else steps on. And I may be satisfied. Again, I've talked about who I'd want to see traded, who I wouldn't want to see traded for the Pirates. I talked about what their strategy should be in that regard. There's not too many players I'd want to keep at this point, but I talked about over the last couple days, what I'd like to see them do. Now we can see. We can further assess that down the stretch. And I like the fans who've communicated and said, there's no need to speculate so much on this right now because there's still a lot of baseball left to play. And this series kind of openly reminds us of that as well, how much baseball there is left to play for the Pirates. Colorado Rockies are still 9-47, by the way. That's awesome. That is pretty awesome. 9-47. Good for them. That's impressive. Pirates are the next worst team in the National League with 21 wins, so Pirates are much closer to catching another team. Marlins have 22 wins. Pirates have 21. Rockies have 9. Then the next highest team is the Braves and Nationals. Actually, two teams tied with 25 wins. So, can the Pirates climb out of this and try to win something? Who's to say? You can say. You can get a phone line, 412-928-9370. Talk to me. What do you think? Got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So, good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. This is GP. How you doing, bud?
Welcome back. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, the best that they can hope for, the Pirates, is to keep winning series, and hopefully, like Connor Falefa, he maintains a good average, brings his average up a little bit. Maybe if by some strange happenings that Frazier somehow brings his average up over his weight, you know what I'm saying? Maybe over 200. Yeah. And when August comes around, like you were talking about, maybe they can possibly get something because the contender might, for sure, that Connor Falefa, they may want him for possibly lead off and an infielder. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if they can keep stacking some wins, like winning a few series, maybe just possibly they can get to 500. That's the best that we can hope for. I like what they're doing. I like the coach. There's a question for you. They got Gene Lamont. They just added him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And now, who's the other fellow, the older fellow there? I saw him in the dugout when I was watching the game. But is he helping with batting? Do you know who the other gentleman is in the 70s or 80s they picked up here recently?
I can look up. Gene Lamont was the one that stuck out to me there, GP. I'm not I forget the other guy's name, to be honest with you. I can look it up right now, though. We can talk about it. But
yeah, I missed his name. I was just flicked the channel on there. I was sitting down to watch some of I got the last end of the game. And they said his name, but I missed it. So if you can look that up, I appreciate it.
I can do that. Thanks for the call, GP. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line as well. Yeah, Gene Lamont was the big name there. So, yeah, I mean, back to just assessing the Pirates. I mean, who can the Pirates get for these players? I mean, it's tough to say. Isaiah Connor Falefa, GP's thrown out there now a couple times as, somebody that could be traded. I don't know who the Pirates can get for some of these players, though, because they don't have a foundation. Like, part of me wants to see a lot of these players stay and be a part of this team and not, continue to go through the cycle of trade veterans for prospects and hope that the prospects develop. But then what? I mean, we keep developing prospects. And the Pirates so far through the 2020s have not really develop prospects. So that doesn't excite me. The trade deadline doesn't really excite me. I want to keep players around. There are players that I want to have in this organization if it can be helped, like consistent players. So I don't know. I mean, maybe just maybe we can hope for more winning. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you have players play well and then they get traded. Like, that wouldn't excite me. I get that could be a possibility of what happens. Keep the foundation this season. It's unlikely that they're going to make the playoffs. They would have to go on a very strong run to do that. So keep a lot of the players you have around and then build upon those players in the future. That's what you got to do. Can't just keep trading players away for prospects. There's no guarantee that those prospects are going to develop, and I'll say it again. The Pirates have not been good at developing prospects during Ben Cherington's era with the Pirates. They have not been good at developing talent. Looks like Chris Truby, by the way, their GP. Chris Truby was hired with Gene Lamont. Gene Lamont, special advisor, and coach Chris Truby, coach. So that was the two hirings that they made a couple of weeks back. May 16th, that news was released. So, yeah, about a couple of weeks away. A couple of weeks back. That happened, that the Pirates did that. And who knows, maybe it's paying dividends. I mean, they've won a series. They were still struggling there a little bit. Now they've won a series against a respectable Diamondbacks team. What can they do from here? That's the question. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. Hey, I'm just calling to say about the Pirates. They should have picked up them two big free agents beginning of the season. We're going back to that cheap ownership again. To get rid of Bob Nutting, we're not going to have anything with the Pirates. It's over with measure trade schemes. I know people are tired of hearing it, but what are we going to have until you get rid of Nutting? Nothing. And as always, Nick, thanks for taking the call. And fire Mike Tomlin. Have a good morning.
Yes. Fire Mike Tomlin. Yeah, I'm not really worried about the Steelers right now, though. It's nice when you talk about something other than the Steelers, at least from my perspective. And there are plenty of diehard football fans out there. I keep my football mostly in season, unless the Pirates are terrible, and then you got to talk about the NFL. Yeah, but Pirates right now, not terrible, so we can talk about them. They just won a series. They're staying on the West Coast. They're going to play 3 over the weekend against the San Diego Padres before they come back home for a homestand against the Astros beginning Tuesday, June 3rd. Cool. Yes. So that's what's coming up for the Pirates. We'll see how they do. Again, the Padres, another, I'd call them respectable team. They're not a bad team. They have a lot of strong pieces. They are second in the National League West with a 31-23 record. So you can call them good. You can call them a good team. Pirates play them next, though, in San Diego. So that one's going to be one that you'll want to see. Another one that I want to see here. Yeah. I like my football in proper doses, though. But when the Pirates can win games, we want to talk about, what that means and what that could mean. Again, they're 21-36. Hope is not. It's not quite there. There isn't a whole lot of reason to be optimistic about this Pirates team. And we'll just see, if they can build upon this series win. We'll just see. Keep playing. And they'd have to go on a pretty strong streak, and even then, even if they go on a streak, I mean, they've buried themselves so much now that even a long winning streak would just get them to 500, and it would take half a month to do, assuming that they could win 15 games in a row. Right, so it's tough. But all we can do is see. And again, I hope the Pirates, I'll just reiterate that one more time because I think it's an important point. I know talking about trading players is the thing you want to do right now because it makes you feel better about who the Pirates can get, prospect-wise and who they can develop and how they can get stronger in a trade or how they can maximize on the future with a trade. I mean, I'm done doing that thing. I mean, the more I think about it, I talked about trading O'Neal Cruz earlier in the week. Maybe not so high on that anymore. I think I was just saying that a lot out of frustration because the Pirates are stuck right now. I mean, that's just the ultimate point. The Pirates are a stuck baseball team right now because they have a lot of good pieces that would be complements on better baseball teams, but they didn't pick up any of those free agents that really can push them to the next level. But if you trade the guys that are good right now, so trading Paul Skenes doesn't necessarily make sense to me. If you trade the guys that are good or great right now, and you get prospects, well, then you have to rebuild all over again, and then you're not winning until like 2030. We've already waited 5 years for this regime to get it done, and so far they haven't. And this season has started as close to as disaster as it possibly could be. So I'm not a big advocate to trade because you have a lot of good players right now that would be complementary pieces on better baseball teams. I would argue become a better baseball team by not trading your current players for prospects this season, but rather keep these guys around and then invest more in free agents and established talent next season. Or before next season, I would say, like in the off season. That should be the goal. That should be what they do. No more trading players for prospects. And I don't trust Ben Cherington to develop prospects. He's talked about all the time how much they focus on research and development, and that research and development hasn't really happened. It hasn't really happened. It's making a strong case for O'Neal Cruz and Henry Davis as two developed players, which would be nice. Henry Davis is having a little run here. O'Neal Cruz is definitely breaking out into Major League Baseball. He's doing very well this season. So maybe I'll have to eat my words at some point. But the rest of the young players are either hurt or they have not developed. They have not broken out in Major League Baseball. Build with the guys you have now and add to these current guys. That is my message to the Pirates. 412-928-9370. If you have a message, please call. Let the Pirates know. Let all of Pittsburgh know what you think about things. If you're up early this morning, react with me. We're just going to have conversations. And I'm warming you up for the Sports Talk Day here on the Fan Early Morning Show. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. Give me a call. You can talk to me. We'll have a few minutes left to talk after I come back from this break. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm Nicholas Ericalis, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. However, on the outbound side of the parkway east, those crews have returned. Watch for that lane restriction between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. They'll be working until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Also, if you're traveling on Route 28, that is mainly steady, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Come soon to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like unloading the grocery bags from your car and you decide you can get all the bags in one trip.
I can do it.
So you load up all 14 grocery bags on both arms. Sure, you can't feel your fingers and forgot to take your house keys out.
Almost there.
But you never put down one bag and you made it inside all in one trip, like the bag-carrying boss you are.
Yes.
Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Canadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. It's the show you listen to when you want to warm up to the Sports Talk Day. Just having conversations, getting things moving. It is 5:30 in the morning. It's early. So whatever crazy reason you're up, maybe you're on the night shift and it's starting to end. Maybe you are freaky like me and you wake up in the morning either way. Welcome. It's good to talk to you this morning. So, weather outside, just be careful when you go outside. It's still pretty cold. It's 56 degrees right now. High's supposed to be 71, so it's going to warm up a little bit. But we've got cold temperatures for at least the rest of this week. Next week, it looks like the temperatures are going to heat up a little bit more. But there's still rain. There's a lot of storms early on in the, heading into June here, at the end of May, coming into June, it's going to be unseasonably cold and rainy, which is no good. But that's Pittsburgh for you. Noticed a lot of local pools and parks have closed, the splash parks, any water attractions, through the greater Pittsburgh area. A lot of them have closed because of the weather, which is a bummer. Usually Memorial Day is a time where those open. Memorial Day weekend is a time where you can, go and enjoy those attractions because it's the unofficial gateway to summer, the unofficial start of summer. There's the Memorial Day weekend, and people haven't been able to enjoy said pools and water attractions. It's just been stopping the weather for it. So let's all hope, right? We can only hope for the best. Maybe we have a little better weather, a little less rain, a little warmer temperatures. We can have a good time in the warm weather coming up. But again, I mentioned that because this morning it is cold. It's like 56 degrees. It's cold for the season. So beware. Just be careful. It's dry right now. It's just a little chilly. So when you go outside, you might get hit with a little bit of chill. Just be prepared for that. One more time, Pirates won 10-1 yesterday over the Diamondbacks. They won 2 of 3 in that series. They're going to play the San Diego Padres on the road in a 3-game series coming up next on their schedule. So look out for that. That series is going to begin tomorrow. Pirates are off today. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join Pony and Muller at Piata in North Fayette on Friday, May 31st from 2 to 6. The PM team will be trying to fill the boot with money to go to volunteer fire departments. The guys will also have Fan 5-alarm t-shirts for sale. Make a donation of $20 or more, and you'll get a commemorative 2025 t-shirt. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know. But I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof. So I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
It's not too late for a deep spring cleaning on your home. Give my friends at Zero Res a call today. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Signs of life on the inbound Parkway East, where you're heavy in volume between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound, you do have that lane restriction in force from the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange out to Edgewood, Swissvale, as crews continue building that retaining wall, part of the new Commercial Street Bridge project. In addition, they have closed the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East. You'll find a posted detour in order to get around that. Parkway West, a little heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass. Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Fantastic. It's great. Thursday. Weather's starting to break a little bit. I'm happy. I'm in a good mood. Callis, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Love to hear it.
Did you see the video I posted on X yesterday?
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I was editing in the back because they took my laptop for some maintenance, the engineers did, and I was going through my recycle bin. I was about to empty it, and I'm like, what are these videos from 2023? And I just happened to stumble upon that, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, we talked about Crowley's hairy body on the pre-show. Let me post it and let everybody see his body, and you be the judge.
So, for those uninitiated, Callis tweeted out yesterday a video of me just mid-segment with Nick Costas of You Better You Bet, just ripping my shirt off.
Yep.
I was hot for football, man.
Yes.
I mean, Costas goes through 16 NFL games, and he's telling us who's going to win and where we should put our money, and I couldn't help myself. I was too excited. So the shirt came off.
I always love that my reactions, because, like, in time, I don't know I'm reacting like that, but going back and watching a lot of videos, I mean...
That's my favorite part, too.
I like look at my facial expressions of the things that you do, and then I start cracking up again because just amazing sometimes.
Put your shirt on.
Put your shirt on.
I think initially there must be this realization, like, this is my life. Yeah. This is who I see when I wake up every morning. And then you become fairly amused, and then you're just like, all right, enough.
Yep.
Cut your crap.
Because you're asking him, like, am I fat? Am I like Sasquatch? And he's like, no, put your shirt on. It's not about being fat.
Harry.
There are some people that look better without their clothes on. I am not one of these people. The more clothing, the better. And when things are getting hot and heavy and frisky, the less lighting, the better.
Well, there's a lot of lights in there, which is great because it definitely made you look pasty.
The body's looking better than it was back then. I'll just throw that out there right now. I'm looking at it right now. God, I was like a bag of milk.
I'm willing to bet you look the same.
I do not look the same.
I'm willing to bet you look the same.
I've lost 15 pounds since then.
Yeah, I bet you it still looks the same, though.
It can't.
Did you gain muscle?
No.
Okay, so it probably looks the same. Like, you probably couldn't tell a difference.
Well, you couldn't, but I can.
You can? Well, I'm happy for you.
Thank
as long
you.
As you're feeling good. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. It's about how I feel, not how I look. I'm comfortable in my own skin. I think that much is clear.
Yeah. It's fine.
And Callis tweets out, we talked about Crowley's body hair, found this gem on the computer. His body really is kind of gross. I mean, have you looked in the mirror yourself?
I've got a lot more muscle than you do.
Oh, great. Can't see it.
Well, Awaken 180. You
Well,
got the
reveal it.
statistic that says I gained like 4 pounds of muscle since I've been on the program, and I also look like you can tangibly see my results in pictures. So I don't know why we can't see results in your pictures, but
And you're not just willingly taking your shirt off.
yeah, that's true too.
Well, there's a reason behind that, would be my argument.
Should there be
What do
a
you mean the reason behind
you
that?
doing it?
What are you talking about? I've taken my shirt off at Dorn's pool before. I did the little slip and slide to 1 year. I'm comfortable in my body, but like there's a time for
You
that.
should be comfortable
If
in your
I'm
body.
beside a pool doing water stuff, yeah, I'm going to take my shirt off. I'm comfortable in my own skin. Am I going to take my shirt off at work for no reason?
I don't
No.
remember him taking the shirt off at your pool.
Yeah, he did.
What are you talking about? I went swimming.
I think he went in shirt on.
Okay, yeah, very good. No.
You didn't.
It was like the tarp covering PNC Park's infield.
Wow.
That shirt. I mean, he's going to tell me I look gross.
But you were willingly taking your shirt off.
That's right.
At work.
That's right.
Yep.
I'm so moved by the sport of football that sometimes I cannot contain my excitement.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, is he
Was
really?
that week 1?
Yeah, that was September of 2023.
Okay. See that? I mean, look, it doesn't make much sense for me to take my shirt off, but week 1 makes a little more sense. I mean, you're talking NFL to us. You're breaking down the first section of games. Like, come on! I might take my shirt off right now.
I can't.
I'm gonna
believe,
take it off right now.
I can't believe we've been together that long. Like that. We look younger.
We do,
which is crazy.
I don't know that we've. I mean, I think the show gets better every day we do the show, but I don't know that the soul of the show has clearly not changed.
No, not at all. It's just become more immune, it's just like, okay. Like, if you took your shirt off now, I would just be like, yeah, okay, that's what you do.
Yeah, that's just par for the course.
Yeah. Then I was like,
oh, we're
whoa.
talking about the schedule again. Here comes Crowley's shirt.
Yeah.
You're lucky the pants didn't come off.
Yeah, well.
That would have been it.
Yep, for you.
Texter, this better not be some kind of promo for a wet T-shirt contest at the 5-Alarm Marathon. It is not.
Actually,
it is not.
Not a bad idea. But...
A wet T-shirt contest?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not amongst the
not
fan
for us.
staff. I see what. Okay, yeah.
Well, we got a couple contests going on. I mean,
bust out the fire hose, baby.
Yeah, we got a couple of them going on. Might as well add another one. Wouldn't be mad about that.
I heard some details, and they're trickling out slowly. This might be a quicker trickle than Craig Riley, our boss, wants, but my understanding is when you got people coming down auditioning to be the next fan host, you're going to get 2 minutes to give your best take. You basically give a 2-minute monologue. Doesn't have to be 2 minutes. Can't go longer than 2 minutes. So your hottest, heaviest, best take. And then, because we're all going to be there, we'll be in and out, we'll be judging. And then at a bunch of these different locations, as those get released, I think they'll have a couple of hosts at each one or whatever. And I'm excited about it.
I'm excited about that too. Like, and you could go many directions, and I'm not trying to give any advice or anything, but like you could go the direction of schmoozing up some people that are probably judging.
Flattery does tend to work.
Or, and what I did whenever I cut a promo during my WWE tryout, just took everybody out.
See, that would play better, I think, actually.
I took everybody out.
That's what McAfee did the other day at the Pacers game. He's like, Timothée Chalamet is here. Spike Lee is here. Ben Stiller is here. Let's send their bleep, 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 bleep back to New York.
Yep.
People went berserk. Yeah, if someone gets up there and calls out each of us individually with a good line, they're moving on.
Yeah.
They're absolutely moving on.
Yep.
Doran, you want me to take my shirt off now?
No. Mm-mm.
There's something that could make me get close to doing that.
What?
Something we did before the show, which is look at the Week 1 college football schedule. It's not that far away.
I know.
For some strange, bizarre reason, Iowa State and Kansas State are going to play on August 23rd in Ireland. Those are conference opponents playing Week 0 in Ireland. It's very odd to me.
Very odd.
Does it count as a conference game? Who cares? But you get college football on August 23rd, and that's not far away.
I love it.
That is not far away at all. Uh-oh. Oh, up close. Close can come off.
What'd you see?
Where's the rest of the schedule? We just went over it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me the schedule. This is last year's. I've ruined the show.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, we say it all the time, though, don't you? I wish that they would just do an exhibition game or scrimmage.
Yes.
College. I mean, you're going a month and
we got some lines on these games.
We have lines already?
We got some lines.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Woo. Callis, don't let me look at this. Georgia Tech at Colorado on a Friday. Give it to me. Give it to me right now.
They'll whoop them.
They're going to whoop Colorado?
Yeah, what's Colorado got?
Doran, I think you're onto something. This is at Folsom Field in Boulder, Colorado, and Georgia Tech favored by 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
Auburn at Baylor that same Friday. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh. Auburn, a slight 2.5-point favorite. Oh, give it to me. The reason we're doing this, I think today the first 3 Pitt games, the kickoff time's going to come out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for a lot of teams, the first 3 weeks of the season, the kickoff times are going to come out. We got OTAs going on right now. Mini camp in a couple of weeks.
It's close, baby.
I can smell the football.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do all of these, but I'll do a few more just because why not? Alabama at Florida State. Ooh, it's not even one of these Chick-fil-A games, buddy. We got an on-campus opener. Alabama going to Doak Campbell Stadium.
Wow.
12.5-point favorite. The Bamas. LSU at Clemson. Oh! Cal at Oregon State. That's not sexy, but the helmets are recognizable. Oregon State, a 1.5-point favorite. Let's go.
Are you going to take your shirt off when we watch 13-9 at the fire department in Upper St. Clair?
I'm going to drink 800 beers to get through that. I'm actually not.
I don't know how bad it's really going to be.
It's going to be awful. What are you talking about?
I mean, I think that you've matured since then. You have a lot of other real problems in life since then.
Raising a family,
right? You'll watch it and be like, "Oh man, that sucks."
I think what it's going to wind up evolving into is just a bunch of dudes sitting around being like, "Hey, you remember that guy?" And then probably you telling some stories. If Bostic's there, him telling some stories, and then us reminiscing about the old Big East.
Right.
Well, every now and then you guys chiming in and ripping me. Actually, we need to determine when we're doing it in the 5-alarm. And Craig and I were talking about this. If you're a huge Pitt fan and you want to come and you want to watch 13-9 with us, you can if you make a sizable donation to the fire departments.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We probably got to cap it. We can't have 100 Pitt fans walking up in there.
Yeah, I found out my van's not going to be a variable anymore, and I'm sad.
He doesn't listen to me when I tell him.
Nope.
I mean, that was a great idea for a punishment, but now this thing, because I've squelched on my bet, this thing has become bigger, and now we can use it for good.
Yeah, you suck.
Why do you not want to
You
help
might be the
fire
worst person in the history of the world.
Hey, if you're a tattoo artist,
really?
too.
Have you ever heard of Attila the Hun? Virginia Tech at South Carolina. Oh.
If you're a tattoo artist and you want to come, and I'll get my tattoo.
Lenora Sellers, Doran.
I'll get my 13-9 tattoo.
Really?
Yeah. If you want to come and bring your stuff.
Would you do it during the game?
During the game. If you want to bring your tattoo gun or whatever, and you want to tattoo me real quick, I'll do it.
I might get a tattoo, too, while we're at it.
West Virginia tattoo.
We'll just pay off all the bets.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, then you'll have a bunch of push-ups to do then. You still haven't done the push-ups from last year's 5-alarm marathon that you owe.
He's not wrong. I find myself really wanting to insult him.
How many do you have?
You still haven't walked in a thong across a bridge.
That ain't happening. That ain't good
He
for
should
anybody.
watch the game in a thong.
Yes.
I ain't watching no game in a thong.
Well, you can take your shirt off at work. You can't wear a thong in a marathon.
I think that's a step. That's a step towards just. No one needs to see that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Your body's so special, and it's just the top half, the pasty, hairy, thin part. Yeah, that's the part people want to see.
Do you think you're hot?
No, again, I did not take my shirt off at work, though. That's the whole difference.
He's telling me my body's gross. I'm looking across from me at a guy whose body could be considered gross in some circles.
Yeah, at least I have some strength and some.
Great, you're strong.
I have a lot more physique than you do, and at least I can tan. You're just pasty.
Can tan?
I can tan, yeah.
What good does a tan do on you?
Well, it doesn't burn. It doesn't look pasty. It doesn't blind you when you're sitting under lights like you.
I've never seen you tan. I've seen you like borderline 3rd degree sunburn.
Yeah, but after I burn, then I tan. That's how my skin works. You're just pasty all the time. You got weird hair all over your body. Wow. And yeah, again, no muscle. Not a single piece of muscle on you. It is very string beanie.
What good is muscle if when you look down, you can't see your pee-pee?
But I can. That's the thing. Awake180weightloss.com. Get your free consultation. Awake180weightloss.com.
I don't believe it. And there's no way to check that lie.
There is a way.
I guess there's a way.
There's a way.
Let's get a GoPro.
If there's
Slap a GoPro on that guy. Notre Dame at Miami. Ooh! Doran, Notre Dame at Miami opening the season. Notre Dame a 1.5-point favorite.
See, I don't know how I feel about a lot of these games. I mean, even like the Florida State and Alabama, like everybody lost all their quarterbacks or all their star players.
I think they'll be fine.
Like even Notre Dame lost their starting quarterback and backup quarterback. Who's their quarterback?
It's hard to say, but Virginia. I'll tell you right now, Virginia Tech and South Carolina return their quarterbacks. They got Kyron Drones at Virginia Tech. They got Lenora Sellers at South Carolina. And this is going to be a topic on today's show. This is the year of the quarterback, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as a Steelers fan, you're going to watch Justin Fields and see how he looks. You're going to watch Kenny Pickett in Cleveland. You're going to watch Russell Wilson, all these former Steelers quarterbacks. You're going to watch the guys the Steelers could have had, like Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones. And then in college, you're going to watch Clemson. You're going to be watching South Carolina. You're going to be watching Arizona State.
Penn State.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
TCU at North Carolina Monday, September 1st to bring home that college football schedule. Oh man, we got a pick 'em game, Dorian.
Yeah.
North Carolina favored by a 0.5 point. Oh my God.
I feel like they're going to be bad this year, and I like Bill, but I just don't. I feel like he's invited a lot of mess.
I don't know what their transfer situation's like.
Me neither.
I know West Virginia is bringing in damn near 80 transfers. It wouldn't shock me if North Carolina was in the same boat.
Yeah, but how good are those transfers? It's like
it's anybody's
quality
guess.
over quantity. Like if you have a bunch, like that doesn't mean that any of them are good.
Right.
Usually, whenever you got to get a lot, that means that you're not getting the quality.
It depends.
You're getting a lot of quality, then
you can do. It's probably a mixture of both.
You think?
Yeah. Well,
how good are you talking?
In the case of West Virginia, it's a mixture of both. They got some high-ranked transfers, then they got a bunch of like dudes from Max.
I mean, like how many transfers does West Virginia have that are immediate starters?
Probably 15.
15 immediate starters?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Pretty good.
Gonna look like Indiana last year, I hope. Or 15. It's gonna look like Colorado from 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
That's a lot. 15's a lot.
I mean, did you really want to play Neil Brown's old players?
I mean, I'm sure that there was a couple that were decent.
There were. They went to the NFL, like Zach Frazier and
Donaldson left. Where are you going? Ohio State.
Ohio State. Where I don't even know that he's going to be the starter. They probably gave him $1 million to be a backup quarterback. Unbelievable.
Running back. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Texter, you guys are not really familiar with Harry Potter, but I invite you to Google this character, and you tell me if this is what I look like shirtless. Dobby the Elf. Harry, are you familiar with Dobby the Elf?
Yep.
No.
That's kind of who I was thinking. Like, yeah, I'm not familiar with the names, but I know faces and characters, and that's who I was thinking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Texter, Doran, I feel so bad for you. You're sitting between two 15-year-olds arguing at a lunch table in middle school.
Why are you so sensitive about your body, though? I don't understand it. It's gross. It's no good.
I'm shooting the messenger here is what's happening. If anybody else wants to shame me, you can shame me, but you're telling me I'm gross, and I'm looking at another gross guy.
I'm less gross than you are.
I think that's objectively not true.
I think it's a wash.
And this is to the to the texter's point. Isn't this what dudes do? Just screw around with each other and make fun of each other?
Yeah.
Back in the day, you were playing the dozens. That's what they call it.
Playing the dozens.
Yeah.
Is it objectively okay though to take your shirt off at work? It's just.
I think it depends on where you work. If you work at a pool, yes.
Like, I mean, if he thought that I was going to be offended, he probably wouldn't do it. But he knew that I would not care. Like, if you're sitting across from somebody that's like, "Oh, I'm going to HR," you probably wouldn't do it. There are people like that aren't fun. Zero fun, sir.
That's the thing.
There's a bunch of people out there that are no fun.
That's the thing, Callis, is we don't work at a normal place. Like, if I was doing a 9-to-5 job, no. Like, my dad sells caskets. He walks up into a funeral home without a shirt. He's getting arrested.
Right. Right.
Like, take me back to the icebox. No. Strip club, okay to take your shirt off.
No,
it's not. No, it's not.
Well, if you're working.
That's right.
Yeah, if you're working.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But if I go into some place and I'm like, hey, old dude, you mind doing my taxes for me? And he's like, oh, that gets me so excited. He takes his shirt off. I think I'm going to take my business someplace else.
I look at the studio like a football stadium / game, and you're allowed to take your shirt off at the stadium whenever you're at a game. Like, I feel like this is like the arena. This is the football field, whether I feel like I'm playing or some people feel like that they're watching. It is a football event.
Oh, I know what we're doing the next time we go to a Pirate game. Let's do this. I'll take my shirt off and twirl it one inning, and then you do yours the next.
What?
The shirt.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and then the shirt, not the pants. Dummy. Come on now.
Wasn't even referring to the pants.
Let's just see who gets a better reception from that.
I mean, what do you think? Either of us are getting a standing ovation?
If you sell it the right way, absolutely, you get a standing ovation. You get people going, woo!
Callis, I mean no disrespect. I really don't. We're just going back and forth. And I will say this, and again, I'm not taking a shot.
Hey, Crowley, it's time to move on! Oh, we've run out of time.
Uncomfortable.
Damn.
You don't know as much as you
Sorry.
say. So it's
Not
time
sorry.
to move on, or we'll be here all day.
He's really getting over on you today.
I missed that. That's one of my favorite things he does. That song, it'll be in my head all day. I was just going to say, fat guy in the stands at a Pirate game or a sporting event, very popular guy.
Yeah.
If you're jovial and you make a quip every now and
Hey, Crowley, it's time to move on! No, we're out of time. It is 6:03.
Oh. You don't know as much as you say. So it's time to move on, or we'll be here all day.
Yeah, move on. Let's go. We're out of time.
Someone says you cannot take your shirt off at cheerleaders. Trust me. All right, coming up in 30 seconds, Paul Skenes making history every time out. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Do you view this as he's the guy that you're going to build this team around long term?
No doubt.
The talent he has?
I mean, Paul Skenes, they don't come around that ever. You know, like there's few pitchers like that. You know, when I was younger, I had to play with Verlander and Scherzer, and you know, really that's what you see in Paul is that type of guy. If he can continue that, continue to develop, continue to grow. He's a pitcher. He's not a thrower. Just the way he works, everything. Yeah, he's definitely a guy you want to build around.
Can you feel, a palpable buzz in the ballpark when he's pitching on the road?
Yeah. People show up to watch him pitch. You know, I love to watch him pitch. You know, he's great out there. He's special, and what you don't see are the other days that he's in here working his tail off to be that guy too. It just he's very regimented, disciplined, and does everything that he can to be the best that he can be.
All right, good morning, everybody. That is Don Kelly, everyone's favorite baseball manager, talking about Paul Skenes, everybody's favorite pitcher. Don't look now, folks. The Buccos, under Don Kelly, are 9-10. I did bad math yesterday. They are 9-10. under Don Kelly. And we are not counting the game that he stepped in for Derek Shelton when Derek Shelton's kid was graduating from college. So in this era of Pittsburgh Pirates baseball, 9-10 under Don Kelly, which is a considerable improvement from where they were this year under Derek Shelton. And also, don't look now, they're bringing the bats to the ball yard, Doran. Break up the Bucks. 9 unanswered runs 2 games ago. Yesterday, they put up a 10 spot, and my God, they finally give some run support to Paul Skenes. We can get into the Pirates and how they're playing and what that means and how that would affect Ben Cherington and all that jazz. But it would be a disservice to Paul Skenes if we didn't start with him. The numbers that this guy has put up through 35 starts in his career are historic. It is his 23rd birthday today, Doran.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Happy birthday, Paul. My God, you think that guy's got life by the nards?
Yeah.
He's got a supermodel girlfriend who's worth north of $1 million herself. He has signed a $10 million-ish signing bonus. At some point in his life, he will look in his bank account and see $500 million. And he's one of the best pitchers through this point in a career in the history of the sport. He has the lowest ERA before turning 23 years old. Paul Skenes, through 35 starts, a 2.03 ERA. That is laughably good. You have to go back, Doran, to 1913 and 1914 to find the last guy younger than 23 that he had an ERA lower than Paul Skenes. That was Dutch Leonard. They called him the oven, Doran. 1.80 ERA. 1913. They made baseballs different back then. They hadn't even fought World War I back then. That's as far back as we got to go to see a guy who's been this successful before turning 23. The next closest, Babe Ruth, with a 2.10 ERA from 1914 to 1917. Can we start saying he's going to be an all-time great? And say it without, qualifiers?
He's on his way. There's still a lot of work to do, clearly.
I'm not saying canonize him right now. I'm not saying put him in the Hall right now, but is it not more likely than not that this guy is going to wind up in Cooperstown?
It's more likely, for sure. And for me, that there's one reason why it's more likely. Now, obviously, you don't know about injuries, so let's just throw that out. But the older you get and the more you play, the more experience you have, the more reps you get, the better you get if you are that quality of an athlete. So, 2-3 years from now, he's going to know what works, really. He tried it this year, and obviously, there was times where it didn't look like it worked, and then he went back to his true self, and now that's why he's been dominating the last couple starts. But there's going to be a time in his career in a year or two where he's going to know what works, what doesn't work, and it's going to look different.
He's going to get even better,
He's going to get better. He's going to get better. He has so much room to improve. He's not hit his ceiling as a baseball player or as a baseball pitcher. That's why it's way, way more likely, because he's just going to be so dominant in so many other areas that we haven't even seen yet as a pitcher.
I'm with you on that, and people crush me when I said Paul wasn't pitching as well as he did last year. And he wasn't pitching as well as he did last year. Now he is. And I never said I was concerned. I said the velocity, noteworthy. And he hasn't been as dominant. Well, the last 3 starts, he's been every bit as good, if not better, than he was last year. And we heard Don Kelly there at the top of the show compare him to 2 guys that he played with, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer. Justin Verlander was really good when he started his career. His first 3 seasons, Doran, 3.05 ERA, 4.12 ERA, 3.50 ERA. Then he goes 4.43, then 3.74. Paul Skenes is on a different planet than that guy. Then I look at Justin Verlander. And he was a wonderful pitcher. But his first season, he had a 7.15 ERA. 3.63, 3.66, 484, 345, 337. Doran, these guys who are surefire, first ballot, no question, Hall of Fame pitchers, they sort of stumbled comparatively out of the gate. Those are the two guys that Don Kelly compared him to. And Paul Skenes, a little over a year into his career, I feel like is toying with guys.
Yep.
So long as he stays healthy, we are going to see the career of one of the very best pitchers in the history of the sport. Like, full stop. No qualifiers. Like, this could be a Mount Rushmore kind of guy. You're not going to see anybody win 300 games again.
Right.
It doesn't happen. It's different. And you've got 3 true outcomes now. It's all about strikeouts and walks and home runs. So the sport has evolved even since 2005 when Justin Verlander debuted, or 2008 since Max Scherzer debuted. But those guys have had careers that have spanned multiple different eras. And, yeah, they've had great years in eras that more resemble this one. But Paul Skenes is better than those dudes, man.
So whenever it's all said and done, will he be regarded as the best athlete to ever play in Pittsburgh in any sport? I know he probably won't have the true hardware that most of them do have, but if we're talking like he's going to be probably one of the best pitchers ever in his sport, will he be regarded as the best athlete to ever play for a Pittsburgh team? Whenever it's all said and done, he's only going to be here, 4 or 5 more years, but
that's what I was going to say. That probably winds up breaking a tie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say he'll wind up being better than Mario Lemieux.
Right.
That's too far for me. Because I think reasonable people say Lemieux is the second best player of all time. And people you ask around here will say, yeah, I mean, if not for the cancer of the back, he might have been the best player of all time.
But if we're talking about Skenes being on Mount Rushmore pitchers, I mean, he could be the second best pitcher of all time if that's how we're talking right now. Just no.
I think tie goes to him probably not winning enough here, and then him finishing out his career with the Yankees or the damn Dodgers or the Mets or one of those organizations that make me want to pull my hair
But
out.
he'd be on the Mount Rushmore here.
Oh, I think it's reasonable to say already he's the best pitcher in Pirates history. You go back over the course of Bucco history, and they've had good pitchers. They've had great pitchers. They haven't had anything resembling this guy. I mean, Doug Drabeck won a Cy Young. That's great. Garrett Cole was he 3rd or 5th in Cy Young voting in 2015? He was in the running for the Cy Young, but he was never this good. We are witnessing something that we are never going to see again here. And I don't want to make this another Paul Skenes trade debate, but it's why you can't trade him. Imagine trading this guy this summer, or trading this guy this offseason, or even next offseason, when he could go down as a top whatever pitcher of all time. You want to talk about a fan base that hates the way that this organization does baseball and hates the economics of baseball, and then you're going to trade Haley's Comet? People will never forgive the franchise. The people who have still put up with it and still go to games and still watch and still listen to us talk about him, you might lose a sizable chunk of the diehards. So you just can't do it. Texter, and this is true. Crowley lit a fire under Paul Skenes' ass. He deserves a raise. You hear that, Craig?
Yep.
Just call me Oscar Marine. I did what Oscar Marine can't do. And then you got Henry Davis, by the way, who's just hitting the cover off the baseball.
You just love to see it.
And they're crediting Adam Frazier. Adam Frazier made a tweak or two to the approach of Henry Davis. Make that guy the hitting coach.
Yep.
Because I don't need him hitting in the lineup. Just make him the hitting coach.
He actually hasn't been bad this year.
He really hasn't. Well, I won't go that far. I'll say he isn't as bad as I thought he would be.
Right.
I'll look up his numbers. Maybe I'm.
It's not as.
Maybe I'm dead
bad.
wrong.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But that is great to hear. I love that hearing that Adam Frazier was like, all right, and then a younger player that had been struggling actually taking that advice and using it. That if Adam Frazier has tried to tweak Henry Davis, and it has worked. Like, that's awesome.
He's the leader that they told us Tommy Pham would be.
Right, that's awesome. Love it.
People texting in, how about Sid? Yeah, Sid's a top 5 player of all time.
Yeah.
Arguably a top 4 player of all time in the NHL. And he's going to finish his career here. Lemieux finished his career here. Lemieux is also an owner and saved the franchise a couple of times. So it would be tough to say that Paul Skenes is a better athlete than those guys. But I do think when it's all said and done, we're going to look back and it's going to be like the Bonds thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where Bonds won multiple MVPs here, and I think Skenes is going to win a Cy Young here. And we're going to talk about him as ours for a brief period, and then he's going to go off and he's going to make history someplace else, and that depresses me. I don't want to talk about it. 412-928-9370. Is this hyperbole, or is it fair to start talking about Paul Skenes legitimately as someone who's going to be an all-time great? 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We'll also talk about the Buccos under Don Kelly and the other 1-1 pick, Henry Davis, who's turning things around and what that might mean for Ben Cherington. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 10-1 yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks and took 2 of 3 in that series. Pirates going to be off today. They're going to start a series with the San Diego Padres still on the road. It's going to begin tomorrow and last over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Congratulations to the Minnesota Frost, the 2-time and only Walter Cup champions of the Professional Women's Hockey League. They defeated the Ottawa Charge 2-1 Monday night and celebrated with a parade and fan party last night in St. Paul. Sounded like it was a lot of fun. Year 2 of the league saw attendance increase by 33%. That's good news. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Napa, we are the pros that know AC services inside and out. From professional-grade replacement parts to complete system solutions, Napa has what your business needs to keep your customers cool mile after mile. Need AC repair kits and refrigerant? How about compressors and condensers? Name the part, Napa has you covered coast to coast, behind a nationwide network built to keep your business ahead of the curve. Find your AC parts right now at Napa.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder, here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport gas type. Payment starting at $299 for 48 months. See dealer for details.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sun and clouds today, the high 72.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Outbound Parkway East started to jam up right around that Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. You'll find that right lane closure in effect out toward Edgewood Twistvale until 2 o'clock this afternoon. And in addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East is closed. There is a posted detour, but expect heavier than usual traffic on roadways like Penn Avenue and South Braddock Avenue. Parkway West, you're in line near the runaway truck sand pile. Route 28 is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter, Crowley, you're so full of bleep. 3 weeks ago, you said you were worried about Paul Skenes. Now you flip-flopped. No, I said he wasn't pitching as well as he did last year. Now he is. That's pretty easy. I was very careful to say I'm not worried about him.
You didn't say that you were a little worried?
Nope. Definitely didn't.
Okay.
Very careful not to say that.
I trust you.
I said it was noteworthy that the velocity was down.
Okay.
Which I thought that it was. We're also developing an understanding of Skenes. And maybe he's going to be one of these guys that instead of throwing 100 miles an hour in April, he's going to throw merely 99. Right. And then as it warms up, he's going to start throwing 100 again. You had Bob Walk and John Wayner and Neil Walker, all these guys breaking down Skenes 3 weeks ago, saying, we still haven't seen Skenes be dominant. When they say it, it's fine. When I say it, it's not. Mm-hmm. But that's not what we're here for today. Mm-hmm. We're here to celebrate Paul Skenes, and he is worth celebrating. And that's why you don't trade him. Now, a lot of people saying, guys, this is recency bias. You're talking about Skenes being an all-time great. Remember Mark Fidrich, the Bird? He came on like gangbusters, flamed out of the league. That's true. He also had a 2.34 ERA in 1976, which, while very good, ain't 2.03.
No.
And Skenes had a 198 as a rookie, for God's sakes. People bringing up Kerry Wood, which is why we talked about injury. Like, injury can always give somebody for being an all-time great. And we even talked about it with Lemieux. Lemieux might have been the best ever, if not for, cancer and the back. Kerry Wood, even in his infinite early career greatness, never at any point in his career had an ERA south of 3, let alone under 2 like Skenes did as a rookie. Now, Kerry Wood did strike out 20 dudes, which was amazing. Here are some statistics on Skenes this year, Doran. I'll say it again. He got off to a slow start by the standard that we held him to last year. He's 9th right now in ERA in Major League Baseball. All of Major League Baseball, not just the NL. He said he wants to be more efficient. He's number 1 in innings pitched in Major League Baseball, so check that box off. So that's where he's even getting arguably better.
Right.
Number 1 in innings? Number 1 in complete games, he has 1. That just tells you the state of the sport. And he's number 1 in quality starts. And this with him not being as dominant early on, the guy's a marvel.
Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science, but I feel like he was trying to work on some things.
I think that's exactly right, yeah.
He was trying to tinker with some things, and then he was like, okay, let me just go back to the drawing board and what I do well.
I'm just going to Skenes it up.
Yeah.
I'm going to Skenes it up. I'm going to start throwing the ball by people.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch to contact, nah.
All right.
Forget it.
Right.
I'm just going to get guys out. Texter, sorry, dudes, but I want a championship, not a feel-good story for a pitcher who leaves us sooner than later. Build around him. That's why you build around him. If you want to win a World Series, which should be the goal, afterward, I'd make that trade.
Mm-hmm.
You start spending $150 million now, and then you spend next to nothing. The 5 years after Skenes leaves, I would sign up for that in blood right this second. Right this second. You got another 1-1 pick who's starting to look the part, Doran. Henry Davis.
Yes.
Swinging a liner, pass short into left, base hit. First pitch swinging again. Henry Davis with an RBI single. 1-0 Pirates.
Hammer and Hank, Callis. Callis smiling ear to ear back there thinking about Henry Davis.
Former catcher.
That's right.
Callis.
How about the pop time for Henry Davis now, Callis? Quickest pop time in Major League Baseball. He's become a defensive wizard back there. And now he's hitting the baseball. You have nothing to add?
No, you kind of just kept talking, and it's no notes. No notes otherwise, yeah.
Then I stopped, and that's where you interject your
feel
opinion.
It. I mean, he's established that. He's a Major League player. Look at that.
We said it yesterday. I mean, you can honestly feel whether he has the confidence or not. And even last night, like you could feel it through the TV that he is a confident player at the plate and behind the plate. I mean, there was times where he was obviously trying to move his glove into the zone to try to get strikes, and then he would slap his glove because he was so mad that the ump wouldn't call a strike.
Yes.
Call a ball. Like he's feeling himself confidently behind the plate and at the plate.
I'm happy you mentioned that because I made a note of it, and I was going to forget to bring it up. You're not going to find, man, a more intense battery than those two. Holy cow. Skenes, you could tell, burning up inside, not getting some of those calls. And Henry Davis just wearing his emotions on his sleeve. If he turns into even a reasonable facsimile of what we thought he could be when they drafted him, I'm going to be stunned, and I'm going to be so pleasantly surprised because this is a guy we've all rooted for because he busts his butt, and you can see that reflected in how he plays, how he's playing defense. He's a positive wins above replacement player right now. He's got a .7 WAR. His glove alone now can keep him hanging around in the big leagues, even if the bat never grows into anything more than what we've seen it. But I think he's turning a corner, and I hope this isn't just a hot streak, something like that. But the pedigree and his success in the minor leagues makes you think maybe he is turning that corner.
Well, it's one of those situations where a certain player needs to be and know exactly what they're doing. and it can't be different every day. Like, you could tell how intense he is and how in tune he is with what he does. And moving him to right field, like, you thought that was a decent idea at the time because you want to get him as a starter. You wanted him to be a starter, but he's a guy that's like, look, I'm a catcher. I need to catch, and that's it. I need to be a catcher. Whether it looks bad at first, I will figure it out. That's why I was drafted, was obviously to hit, but to be a catcher. And I think that they've messed with him a little bit, but now it's kind of just let the butterfly fly. Just see how far that they can get. And he's done a great job, like, seriously. And it's very, very awesome to see him pull through, because I try to get into Henry Davis's mind, and I do that a lot. I try to get in players' heads, right? And I'm thinking, like, Henry Davis going into the season, and if I were Henry Davis, I would look at myself in the mirror and be like, this may be my last chance.
Seriously.
This is it. This is probably my last opportunity to really show that I could be a major league player. And he's coming through. So good on him. It's very awesome to see.
Yes, Harry?
You think that Don Kelly being manager has kind of facilitated a culture that can make a lot of these players more comfortable, like Henry Davis?
No doubt. No doubt. I think it was too comfortable before. Now it's kind of on edge comfortable. It's like, yeah, I feel good. I want to play for this guy, but, like, we have a job to do. We better do it, or there's going to be consequences. There was no consequences before. You could kind of sit back, and if you messed up, you're like, oh, man, shoot, I just had a bad game. Never going to get called to the principal's office. You just were just running around, just acting wild. And sometimes you would fall into something good, but you were just acting wild. Now there's actually rules. There's actually structure.
And it seems like he does it with accountability.
Right.
And then also with this positive attitude.
Yeah. That makes you want to play and do good for him, for the team.
They are 9-10 now under Don Kelly, which we'll get to coming up next. And what Henry Davis's renaissance might mean for Ben Cherington. Couple quick stats on Henry Davis. He is 6th in all of Major League Baseball right now. Tied for 5th, actually, in catchers caught stealing above average. So looking at the analytics here, he's a top 5 defensive catcher in baseball at throwing dudes out. And then if you look at the pitch framing, which everyone's obsessed with the pitch framing, he's at -1 above average. So he's still been below average as a pitch framer. I go back to last year to look and see where he was. I can't even find him. He was so low. Like, he's not even listed. He was that bad at it. So it's not like it's become a strength for him, the pitch framing, but it's not the horrific weakness that it used to be. And just anecdotally, he's blocking balls back there. And you've said it, the confidence behind the plate, that's bled over now to when he's hitting a baseball. And he's hitting it hard.
Yep.
And Wayner said yesterday he's keeping the bat through the zone longer. Fingers crossed. But what does it all mean for Ben Cherington if his 1-1 pick winds up being a good player? If Alexander Canario winds up being a good player? If Donnie Kelly keeps winning baseball games, does this mean Ben Cherington returns? We'll get to that coming up next. Lots of Steelers talk on the way as well. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday by a 10-1 final score. Pirates are off today. They're going to play the San Diego Padres in a series coming up. Starts tomorrow, lasts over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Mac.bid, bid, win, save. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at Mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Buyers Club rewards are here. Bid, win, earn. Earn points. Whether you're placing bids, winning auctions, referring friends, or even just browsing and participating, then cash in your points for MacBucks or towards your membership. See more details at mac.bid/rewards. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Radio 93. 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers who qualify. In stock units only. Offer 10/5/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here from my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
.640. Time is brought to you by Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Let's say this Alexander Canario keeps playing well, and his modest 5-game hitting streak was snapped yesterday. He had 9 hits in 5 games. God, Dorn, you said it before the show. He had the one at-bat where it's 94, 94, 94 all through the zone, and he swung and missed on each pitch. But let's say he keeps developing the way that he has been of late. He has more total bases than any Pirate this month, which is just, it's insane. And let's say they find a way to get Joey Bart in the lineup while Henry Davis is catching, and Henry Davis keeps playing well, and Spencer Horwitz looks the part at first base, and they keep winning under Don Kelly. They are 9-10 under Kelly. Are they gonna save Ben Cherington's job here?
It's starting to smell like that, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
You could smell it because you could point to the guys that he brought in, like you just said, like the Canarios and the Horwitz, developing, I guess, Henry Davis, things of that nature. And then especially if he brings Bubba Chandler up at some point, Bubba Chandler comes up and just shoves immediately. Maybe it's starting to smell that way. Yeah. Yeah.
If they win it, even this clip the rest of the year, let's give Donnie Kelly one more win. Let's say just under Don Kelly, they're a 500 baseball team, and all of these guys we're talking about look like legit major leaguers. I think Ben Cherington comes back next year.
Yep.
And so as a fan, I am terribly conflicted. And we don't ask for much. Like, I almost feel embarrassed saying this. I've been really enjoying watching the Pirates since Don Kelly took over.
Me too.
They're competitive. They scored a lot of runs these last 2 games. They're pitching, at least the rotation is lights out. And you are going to get Bubba Chandler at some point. They're kind of fun right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to close one eye or put a Pirate patch over it and not look at the record. But the way they've been playing is good, fun baseball. Arizona's got a good team.
Yeah.
Milwaukee, they should have won that series. They blew it, but you split with them. Cincinnati, they're on the up and up, and you win that series. Like 3 series in a row. You look good against Atlanta. You took 2 out of 3. They look like a real major league team all of a sudden. And if they keep winning ball games, I do think because of the players who have been catalysts here, I think a reasonable argument can be made from Bob Nunning, we should keep Ben Cherington. I would not do it. It's why I would have fired him before. So that Don Kelly gets all the credit and Ben Cherington doesn't. But I'm not sure they're going to view it the way that you and I view it.
Well, I think it'd be reasonable if he is the GM next year to look out of this lens. He still has an opportunity to get players. You would hope, and we've been hoping, that they would bring in a couple bats, that they would spend some money. So if he is the GM next year, you still could hold on, to that hope that it's not like he's handcuffed and put behind bars and like he's just going to operate the way that he has been. There can be a little bit of hope that he might feel the pressure of like, I need to get players in here this time.
I would have thought he felt that way last offseason, right?
Same here. I'm just trying to look at the positive of him coming back and us having to deal with it and living that life. Like, you can look at it like, okay, like, if he's back, maybe he'll do something this time.
I had somebody, how do I want to put this so that I can protect my source here? I had somebody in the Pirates organization say they need a GM that takes big swings. And the implication there, obviously, is that Ben Cherington does not.
Uh-huh.
And even if all these guys pan out, like Henry Davis and all the guys we just discussed, you still need a GM that's going to then add to the club.
Right.
That's going to take them from, in this hypothetical, being the 500 team that they'd be with Don Kelly to one that can actually contend for the damn thing.
Right.
And that's where you need a GM that's going to go up there swinging and hacking like Alexander Canario. So he's gone in my book either way. I'm not so sure Nutting views it that way. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But there's not exactly a track record of success there. So I'm not going to give that guy the benefit of the doubt. Someone just texted in, Henry Davis, still a bust. He's played 119 games. That's less than Andrew McCutchen played last year. Andrew McCutcheon played 120 games last season. Henry Davis has 119 games in his professional career. He's only got 440 plate appearances. I'm not going to lie. 2 weeks ago, I would have thought,
right,
he doesn't look like he can do this thing at the big league level. But he's showing that he's evolving, and maybe it's just a hot streak. But maybe it's not. But I'm not going to say a guy who has 440 plate appearances is a bust. That's way too early. Way too early for that. That's nothing. I think he played a full season.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like if he does this consistently throughout the rest of this season, then I think he gets out of bust territory.
Absolutely. If his OPS even, folks, at the end of the year is like 750.
Yeah, okay, then he's out.
Then he's out. And he's hit like 10 homers or something like that.
He's out. Yep.
He's a guy, right?
Yep.
And I think we were all hoping for more than that, but baby steps. He wasn't even crawling before. Now he's taking baby steps. Which, by the way,
how many times did he play catcher last year?
I can look that up for you. I'll tell an anecdote while I do. My baby's walking now. Fiona is 17 months old. We don't have the baby gates anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I need them back. I'm exhausted every day. Just you chase her around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And she moves, man.
It's the best workout. Parents don't realize how many calories you're burning just chasing around your infant.
It's funny you say that because you got the step counters on the phone anymore. And I've been routinely over 10,000 a day, and I'm not even going on walks at night or anything anymore. That's what used to be my workout, the nightly walks like I'm Ron Cook.
Right.
Oh, damn, I almost had the Henry Davis stat. I was trying to filibuster about my kid as long as I could. You're asking how many times he caught in 2024.
Yep.
Do-do-do. Boo-boo-boo-boo. Da-da-da.
In compared to playing right field.
He only caught 35 games last year. Is that right? Yeah, he caught 35 games last. Can we just try to be positive about some of the Pirates? He's showing that if given consistent playing time, and that's a huge key in all this, he can maybe be a guy. And that needs to happen now the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm.
He got to be playing 5 times a week.
Yep.
And if that means getting creative and sometimes sitting Andrew McCutcheon down and letting Henry Davis DH or Joey Bart DHs because you want to get his bat in the lineup even though he hasn't had a good May, you got to find a way to get Henry Davis in. That is one of the most important elements of the rest of this could-be lost season is getting this guy the requisite number of plate appearances to actually find out. Because if he's a dude, all of a sudden that's one less dude you need to acquire this offseason if you're Ben Cherington or some other general manager. 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring in the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 10-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Paul Skenes, he pitched 6 2/3 innings, gave up no runs on 4 hits, struck out 7. O'Neal Cruz had a home run, drove in 3 runs. Henry Davis had 2 hits and drove in a run in that Pirates win. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East Nightmare underway. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Outbound Parkway East delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass, heading into the lane restrictions past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels to Edgewood Swissvale. In addition, don't forget that ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East is closed. That all should be back open by 2 o'clock. Meanwhile, on the Parkway East, on the inbound side, you have delays right at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 on-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It's been a great baseball talk today. We'll get more. Neil Walker going to join us today at 9 o'clock. He couldn't jump on with us on Tuesday. It was early out in Arizona, so he's going to come on with us today. And someone texts in, Neil Walker also took time to develop early on. He looked like a bust. Henry getting there. Yeah, Neil didn't exactly rocket through the minor league system. But there's an analogy to be drawn there. We've talked to Neil about this. I mean, Neil was a catcher.
Right.
Then he's playing third. And then he finally finds a home at second base. That's got to screw with you, man.
Yeah, it's hard.
I mean, you've talked about it in your career.
It's hard. It's hard. I mean, you're playing professional sports, and you're going to move a whole other position that you never really played before at the professional level. Like, it's okay to do that in high school. It's okay to do that in college, but you're talking about the best of the best at each position making a lot of money, and now you're going to move there to compete with those guys? It's hard. And then have to learn it on the fly.
People don't think about that kind of stuff.
No, you have to be an insane athlete, too, to be able to do that.
I think he's an easy guy to root for because he clearly busts his ass. And when I went to throw my wonderful first pitch, he was the guy who caught. We had a nice little chat. Nicest dude in the world. Super intense. Scares the hell out of me. But I'm rooting for him. And if they turn it around, and if he continues to turn it around, he's going to become incredibly popular. Because aren't we hard-nosed in this town?
Yep.
I mean, me notwithstanding, but just in general, this town, hard-nosed. I mean, I love the intensity that he plays with.
I mean, he's only 25 years old.
He's 25. He's got 440 plate appearances. He's played 119 games. And now he's starting to turn it around. I'm willing to see where this goes. And if we want to call him a bust, the people who are still texting in saying he's a bust, that's more on them than it's on him. It just is. Yeah. Hey, go play right. Go play right field. And it was obvious from day one he was going to put in the work, but like he wasn't cut out to play right field. He's built like a Tonka truck.
It also says he's 6'2" here, and I saw him stand next to you, and he's not 6'2".
I would agree with that takeaway.
He is not 6 foot.
That guy's muscles got muscles, though. Like, brick, you know what house.
Mm-hmm.
Thick. We'll talk to Neil at 9 o'clock about how changing positions around can screw with your head. I also want to get Neil's opinion on the best pitchers he's ever faced. Because, like, what would his approach be against Paul Skenes in the box? Like, what is anybody's approach against Paul? Like, do you just sit dead red fastball, or do you not, and you just hope he throws you something with a hump? Because even his soft stuff is hard.
Yep.
Phrasing. People are texting in saying I should take my shirt off again just because they want to see your face. I'm not there yet.
Don't do it.
I'm not ready for that yet.
Don't do it.
I'm not in the best shape of my life territory yet.
You said you look better now than you did in that video.
I do. Because if you look at that video, it's just skinny down to my belly.
Yep.
And then it's not fat, but it's like skinny fat.
Mm-hmm. What do you now?
That, but less skinny fat.
So it would look the same.
Flatter tummy.
More hair?
I don't know what's going on with that, man. Yeah. Like, I wasn't this hairy in college. I thought once you, like, and this might be just me being a dumbass, but I thought you go through puberty, and whatever hair you get then,
that's it.
That's it.
Nah.
Clearly nah.
I mean, we talked about the ear hair, the nose hair.
That's different to me. Like, I thought, like if you're going to get back hair, you're either going to get it, like, in high school, and that's it, or no. Clearly, I'm wrong.
I just started getting chest hair.
What is up with that?
Right.
Someone explain
like literally
that
in the last 2 years, I have chest hair now.
That's what happened to me. I used to have this disgusting, and I'm still gross, like, admittedly. I used to have this disgusting caterpillar, basically, that came out of my belly button. Now you've seen, I'm all hair. And it just sort of happened all of a sudden. Someone explain that to us at 412-928-9370. Like, is there an extra boost of testosterone that comes along somewhere along the way? Like, you never had chest hair, now all of a sudden you do. We're in our mid-30s.
Right.
What the hell is this?
We're men now.
And could this happen for Mulsey? Could the hair eventually start coming out on the top of his head? I don't know. It was his 9th anniversary yesterday.
I saw that. That's nice.
With Alex.
That's nice.
I have a quick, funny Alex story, actually, which I haven't even told him. So I went to a get-together with him at his place. I don't even remember when it was. And I had never met Alex, so we introduced ourselves at the beginning. Very nice lady, blah, blah, blah. End of the night, we're saying our goodbyes. Amanda Filipponi's walking out. Andrew's walking out. Alex comes over, and she extends an arm. So I go in for a hug. Lo and behold, she's actually just opening up a cabinet to put something away. So I sort of like half hugged her. She did not want to do that at all.
No, she probably looked at you like you were crazy.
That's right. All right. We'll get more into the Pirates later on in the show. Coming up next, Kenny Pickett's shot, ? At the Pittsburgh Steelers, and why it's relevant now. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. We'll see some sunshine today with just an isolated afternoon rain chance. Skies will be mostly cloudy, though. Highs today should get back to the 70s. That'll be nice. There are some pockets of fog out there with some thick fog setting up to the west. Morning temperatures are in the 50s. I have noon temperatures near 70 with westerly winds a little stronger than 5 miles an hour. We're back to the 60s for highs over the weekend. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East outbound delays getting worse. You are very slow and heavy approaching that Greenfield Bridge overpass up into the lane restrictions past the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels toward Edgewood Swissvale. Inbound delays right around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Don't forget, in addition, they have closed that ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East. Parkway West, you're in line right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks, and then again approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
How many times have we all said, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Plus, quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the U.S. Staples, that was easy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm extremely grateful for my time with Philly. I think we're showing how it's supposed to be done, really, from the top down. So you get a chance to see what it's supposed to look like and how it should look on a day-to-day basis, not just on Sundays. I think it'll pay dividends for me in the future.
Former Steelers and Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett, now current Brown. I think he's going to win the starting job, first of all, Doran.
Yeah.
I saw a theory yesterday from a national guy that said he thinks Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco are competing for the starting job, and then whoever loses the battle is going to get cut, and then you'll keep the two rookies on the roster. If that's the case, why in the world, all due respect, would you keep Joe Flacco? He's not going to be the quarterback of the future. Kenny Pickett might not be either, but Kenny Pickett is going into, year 4 of his career. That's got to give him a considerable leg up in Cleveland, I would think.
I think it's going to go like this. Kenny will be the starter. Joe will be the backup because he knows the offense and has played a long time. And I think the two rookies are competing for the third spot, and the other one will go in the practice squad, get paid NFL money to be kept on that practice squad.
That can be dangerous. Someone could just yank them off if they promise a 53-man roster spot.
Right. But if you want to roll the dice, all these teams passed up on Shedeur Sanders. So Shedeur Sanders, you're going to the practice squad. We're still going to pay you. We're going to take that risk that nobody's going to yank you.
Do you think that Kenny is the leader in the clubhouse?
By far.
Yeah.
By far.
I've come totally around on that. I just don't know what sense it would make to start Joe Flacco as your guy. It does make sense what you're saying, though, that Joe Flacco could be kind of your quarterback coach emeritus.
Yeah.
He could be the clipboard holder that's going to help Kenny Pickett and help the other two guys. There would be value keeping Flacco around because you've got 3 quote-unquote developmental quarterbacks there.
I don't want to, if Kenny were to go down, I don't want to have to put my rookie quarterback in there. I don't want to have to put my mid to late round Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur as my backup, and then we just ride with them. I saw what that looked like with DTR, and it wasn't great.
Yeah.
So, if Kenny were to go down or something, I have Joe Flacco who can just go in there and run the offense so everybody, doesn't freak out. So Jerry Jeudy still has a competent quarterback that knows the offense that can throw to him.
And you don't ruin your rookie.
Right, and you don't ruin the rookie.
Rookie gets killed behind an offensive line that's aging out.
Right.
And you've got Jerry Jeudy, but not a ton of great skill position guys. You did mention Njoku, who's a good player. Yeah, that all makes sense. And I think it's worth obviously paying attention to this year. The Steelers can wind up looking even worse than we all sort of think they look right now. Mason's their starter today. It could be Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people don't want it to be Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people think the Steelers look like total losers waiting around for Rodgers. What if Kenny takes off? I mean, Kevin Stefanski's a good offensive coach. Baker Mayfield actually played well there. They made a bad decision from the front office and ownership, but Baker Mayfield threw a whole bunch of touchdowns as a rookie, and I guess that wasn't with Stefanski, but then he even took steps. I thought he looked good his last year when he was hurt with Stefanski. Stefanski went to the playoffs with Joe Flacco. He's made some bad quarterbacks look okay.
Right.
Deshaun Watson was probably just a lost cause. I'm not ruling out that Kenny plays well there. And I don't think that Kenny said anything wrong in that soundbite.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what was wrong? Like, okay, like, yeah, he's going to be taught, and you're going to see what it looks like because you won a Super Bowl. So obviously, it looks the best. It's not a shot at the Steelers. Like, oh, I got to see what it really looks like day in, day out, not just on Sundays, of how to do things the right way. Yeah, because you won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Of course, any team that does it the right way or wins the Super Bowl probably did it the right way every single day.
Every other organization last year fell short of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right.
So they did it better than any other organization. And how many hours, probably not that many, but how often have we talked about on this program, they do it the right way there. You got Howie Roseman, so from the top on down. Jeffrey Lurie, the owner, from the top on down. They got it right. Sirianni just got a contract. They hired great coordinators. They have great skill position guys, running back, offensive line. It is a quarterback Valhalla. I mean, you can't go to a better place to play quarterback than Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts ain't all that in a bag of chips. He's a really good football player. There's like 8 or 9, at least, other guys I would rather have than Jalen Hurts. Full credit to him for winning, but it's the perfect situation. So it's a shot, but it's also just true.
All right.
And I also have to know the question that was asked. Was he asked, what did you learn in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia? And he just totally omitted Pittsburgh?
Oh, yeah, then he is taking a direct shot.
Right, but if it's just, hey, what'd you learn last year in Philadelphia? You're going to answer the question. But we can have a deeper conversation here. Terry Bradshaw, in his famed Southern Arkansas interview, yes, he said that Aaron Rodgers should just go back to California and eat bark. He also said this about the Steelers' handling of Kenny Pickett.
Steelers drafted Kenny Pickett. I liked Kenny Pickett. I liked him at Pitt. I know him. I know what he's like. And when they got him to Pittsburgh, here's what they didn't do. They didn't get him on offensive line. They wanted to run the football, but they didn't have an offensive line that could protect, and they didn't have weapons. He had no wide receivers to speak of. Right. Then you throw a kid in there for 2 years, and you got an offense that doesn't fit and doesn't work, and they can't run because their offensive line is not even good enough for a run-blocking team. And therefore, they say Pickett was a failure. He wasn't a failure. The Steelers were a failure. Now Pickett goes to Philadelphia as a backup. He gets a Super Bowl ring. He's traded to Cleveland, who now has 4 quarterbacks, and Pittsburgh really has 1, I guess.
I guess. A little shot there at Mason Rudolph at the end from Terry Bradshaw, Mr. Bradshaw, as he's referred to on that program, and now on this program. I do think the Steelers failed Kenny Pickett. And I think they failed him more than he failed himself. But you had a first-round running back. You had Deontay Johnson back when he was good and wasn't a total head case. You had George Pickens. You had Pat Freiermuth. That's not a bad cast of skill position guys. The offensive line, clearly not great. Dan Moore was your left tackle. Kevin Dotson hadn't turned his career around. They didn't know what to do with him, so he was bad. Mason Cole was bad. You had Chuks Okorafor at right tackle, who eventually got benched. So the offensive line, no good. But the failure was that they had Matt Canada as the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
That's what the failure was.
Look at Trubisky. Not that Trubisky was, some great player coming in, but he didn't do it. I mean, he did just as good as Kenny did.
Mitch Trubisky had been a 2-time playoff quarterback.
Right.
And again, he was no great shakes, but he regressed here.
Yes.
He was not as good here as he was in Chicago. That's a good point. Kenny, you can compete for the starting job. Not really. Kenny, you're going to be the backup quarterback. They barely gave Kenny any first-team reps. And then he got no first-team reps before they just thrust him in at halftime against the New York Jets with a wide receiver who was getting into it with the quarterback at halftime. Like, that ain't exactly a great situation to land in. And then his next 2 games, my God, are against Buffalo, a Super Bowl favorite who beat you by 31 on the road. And then you go to Philadelphia, Halloween weekend, where they're wearing masks and making fun of you on the sideline, one of the best defenses and the hardest places to play in the sport. No, they absolutely effed stuff up with Kenny Pickett. I don't know that Kenny Pickett, wherever he lands, winds up being this great first-round worthy quarterback. I also don't know that he couldn't have, because they screwed the pooch so terribly. Now, why are we doing this? Why is this important? A, Kenny talked about it yesterday, which makes it topical, and B, everyone thinks that Mason Rudolph's going to turn into something special. They have no idea what they're doing at quarterback. Mm-hmm. Oh, Will Howard can be the next one. He was a 6th-round pick. You really think they can develop this guy? Like, come on now. And next year, they're probably going to draft their quarterback of the future, and they need to, and I will celebrate it, and we'll have fun with it at the time. But do any of us have faith that that guy's going to turn into the next great thing with this head coach?
Yeah, only reason why I would have faith is because of the offensive coordinator is different than it was 2 years ago. And Arthur Smith, I think that's your best case, is relying on him to do it.
And this guy makes Matt Canada look like Air Coryell.
Yep.
Seriously.
Uh-huh.
Say what you will, and people have, about Arthur Smith. He is qualified for the job that he has. And Aditi Kinkhabwala brings it up all the time. Aditi Kinkhabwala. That he's thought of highly around the league.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Canada hasn't worked in football. Has Randy Fichtner?
No, I think he retired, though, so he has a little excuse. I think Matt Canada, I think he might be coaching high school.
I don't even know if he is coaching high school. I haven't looked into it, so you might be right.
I'm probably wrong, too. Maybe that was Haley. Haley was coaching high school, I think.
I mean, Haley makes
Randy
Fichtner and Matt Canada,
dance circles around them.
Haley was treated unfairly around here.
But he also was qualified, too. I mean, he just got done being, a head coach, right?
Yeah.
In Kansas City.
And when he was the offensive coordinator with Arizona, they threw the ball all over the place because you had Steve Breston as your number 3 wide receiver, and you had Anquan Bolden, you had Larry Fitzgerald. Then he goes to, where was it? Arrowhead, and he's coaching the Chiefs. He's got Jamal Charles. They led the league in rushing.
Yep.
So he painted the barn red, as Mike Tomlin would say, depending on the talent that he had. He was absolutely qualified. Matt Canada was bouncing around in college. Had a great year at Pitt. Not taking that away from him. Hell of a year. With a funky offense.
That's the only year he ever had as a coach, though.
That's it. He goes to LSU, gets fired in 2 seconds.
Yep.
So, yeah, they didn't do right by Kenny. Now, there are reports out there that Kenny didn't want to be the 3rd guy in Seattle, and that doesn't sit well with me. Like, that's the hand you're dealt. You got to persevere through it, right? And that he requested a trade after the Steelers got Russell Wilson. I think that's just good sense. But for the people saying he quit in that Seattle game, all right, fair enough. Some of the responsibility, of course, is on Kenny Pickett. Because good quarterbacks can persevere. But I am never going to defend the Steelers for how that all went down.
And it's not just Kenny. I mean, they didn't do right by Mason. They didn't do right by Justin Fields.
Correct.
Like, this kind of started with Kenny. Only one that kind of did right by, I guess, is Mitch and gave him many opportunities. But, they didn't do right by Mason. They didn't do right by Kenny. They didn't do right by Justin Fields. I mean, you could look at it. Maybe they did right a little bit by Russell Wilson, but there's many. There's
until
multiple.
They didn't, and then he wasn't allowed to audible anymore.
This has been going on for years with not just Kenny.
And it's Mike Tomlin, because how many offensive coordinators does this span? And you can make the argument, I will right now, that they didn't do right by Ben at the end. They only scored points when it was the 4th quarter and they needed Ben to be Superman. Other than that, they're running all of Matt Canada's stuff. But in the 4th quarter, Ben, I'm drawing it up in the dirt. He's gyrating and throwing his hands up, doing old signals. They didn't even do right by him at the end. And this is important because they still haven't figured out the quarterback position. Because their options right now to start opening day are a 41-year-old, and I would like to see it. I've been clear on that. You'd like to see it. There's a 41-year-old and Mason Rudolph. Ruh-roh, Raggy. 412-928-9370. That was my Shaggy impression, Doran.
Yeah, you do it all the time.
Do I really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. People also texting in that drinking a lot of beer can put hair on your chest.
Is that real?
I looked it up. No, alcohol consumption does not cause hair to grow on your chest. The phrase, that'll put hairs on your chest, is a humorous idiom. But you know what? You made me look. 412-928-9370. It's the year of quarterback. We'll tell you why. When we come back, you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates took 2 of 3 from the Arizona Diamondbacks after winning yesterday 10-1. Paul Skenes pitched 6 2/3 innings. He gave up no runs on 4 hits and struck out 7. Pirates, they're off today. They're going to start a 3-game series with the San Diego Padres beginning tomorrow. Still be a road series for the Pirates. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Aid. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. This Sunday is a milestone for North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick. June 1st is when the buyout provision in his contract drops from $10 million to $1 million. According to former Tar Heels coach Mac Brown, the school has increased NIL money and lowered academic standards to help Belichick recruit a winning roster. Sounds like what a lot of college teams are doing these days. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The Tacos and Tequila Festival hits Pittsburgh for the first time June 28th at EQT Park, featuring Lil Jon, Chingy, Trick Daddy, Petey Pablo, and more. Craft margaritas, tacos, lucha libre wrestling, exotic cars, and so much more. Get your tickets now at tacosandtequilafestival.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for for our clients to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Delays continuing to build around the area. The Parkway West especially, that's jammed up at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Northbound 51, delays there, especially heavy as you approach Nobles Lane with a multi-light delay, then heavy between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street. Parkway East, you're stacked at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound, the lane restrictions causing delays back before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28, heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks, and then again from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jeff Hathorn going to join us at 9:35. Neil Walker at 9. We've got a very special guest at 8:35. And then at 8:45, the return of Quiz Callis.
Mm-hmm.
You excited about that, Harry?
No.
This is the year of the quarterback, Doran. Next year, we're hoping with the draft in Pittsburgh, we get that big clock at there. They're going to get their franchise guy. But just narrowing it down to the NFL, Kenny Pickett has a legitimate chance to start in Cleveland. Justin Fields will start day one in New York with the Jets. And Russell Wilson is going to start day one with the Giants. The Steelers already look like they have no idea what they're doing at the quarterback position, but boy, if any of those three, frankly, performs well, they're going to look like total jabronis, man.
Yes. Yes.
And I think Justin Fields is going to look pretty good. I'm not sure about Russ, but he'll have his moments like he did last year. And I'm starting to buy into Kenny definitely not embarrassing himself in Cleveland. Because he's got an offensive coach who knows what he's doing, who's a two-time coach of the year.
Yep.
So I'm going to be paying even more special attention to those teams than I normally do. And I'm a guy who takes my shirt off because I get so excited about the NFL season. There's going to be a lot of second screens on former Steelers quarterbacks, I think, this year.
Well, I'm also going to pay attention to, like, even in New York, like, is Jackson Dart going to get an opportunity? Because he was the guy that went after the Steelers picked Stuff like that. Even Jalen Milroe, does he get an opportunity? Sam Darnold, obviously, was a guy that was rumored to maybe be the next Steelers quarterback.
Daniel Jones,
Geno
Smith.
There's so many quarterbacks that could have been a Steelers quarterback that will be playing this year, and it's going to be interesting.
Even Matthew Stafford, man.
Matthew Stafford's another one. So, and I have a feeling that all of them are going to do well at some point. All of them are going to do well, especially the ones that you named that are very close to the Steelers in the last 2 years. Kenny, Russ, and Justin Fields. They're all going to do well, and it's a shame that none of those guys are going to be on this roster, and you could have had them all for fairly cheap.
Right.
That's the other dagger.
Which one hurts the most if they play well?
Kenny, because you drafted him and you gave up on him too soon before you got a new offense coordinator in here, before you got new players in here. Like,
he played exactly one game.
And he'd still be under rookie contract, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He played exactly one game without Matt Canada.
Yeah.
And it looked pretty good. They still didn't score a lot of points. You had a weird something happen with Deontay in the end zone, didn't you? I can't remember that far back. I've smoked too much weed.
Didn't recover the fumble or something, right? Was it that one?
I can't remember.
Oh, wait, no. The toe tap?
It was a toe tap.
Yeah.
It was a toe tap, which ironically is what happened to Mitch Trubisky in that Jets game. He put a BB in there to Deontay Johnson, and Deontay Johnson couldn't get the second foot in bounds, and then Deontay Johnson wanted to be all tough in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
So, my God, that came full circle. Yeah, I think Kenny would obviously hurt the most.
Yeah.
Second would be Justin Fields.
For sure.
If Fields goes out, he's running wild, he's scoring touchdowns. He looks like he did even in Chicago, where he's rushing for 1,000 yards. You could have had him. And $40 million, $30 million guaranteed for a starting quarterback is nothing. Nothing. And Art Rooney II at the end of the year said, we want one of those two guys back. I think if Russ plays well, it doesn't hurt me that much. Like, I don't think whatever he does, the process was right to move on from him after the last 5 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't all his fault. I mean, we've talked about it. That he wasn't allowed to audible. That's on them. You had injuries. That's nobody's fault, except I guess kind of the front office for not getting a backup plan to George Pickens, and they're in a similar situation now. But that one won't hurt me. I do want him to fail. No offense, Russ.
Why?
Because I want Jackson Dart to play, and I want Jackson Dart to play really well to take them out of the quarterback running next year. That's another thing. I think Kenny Pickett would have to move mountains this year for a team with 2 first-round picks next year in Cleveland to not draft a quarterback.
Are you sure? He's still very young. Could be your franchise quarterback if you just play decent, and you could surround him with all kinds of talent.
Let's say he's good. Good. Like 25 touchdowns, 8 picks. Let's say he had Bo Nix season from last year, Kenny. What an interesting spot for them. Because you got 2 first-round picks, and you're right, you can use those first-round picks now to surround him with talent. But now you're in that weird sort of Jordan Love-y-ish territory where now I'm paying Kenny Pickett even though he's only played 1 year here. And you're going to have to pay him like Brock Purdy money even though he's not accomplished what Brock Purdy did. That'd be wild to see.
Mm-hmm.
But I think while it would make the Steelers look bad, strangely, if it takes them out of the running, it's all for the best, I guess.
Right. And we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. There's going to be new teams that pop up that are going to need quarterbacks next year. There's going to be teams that maybe passed on quarterback this year that will be back in the quarterback running next year. Like, who says the Jets? Like, if Justin Fields doesn't do well. So that's why you're right. It is the year of the quarterback because of the dominoes that will fall that will end up leading to what decision the Steelers will make for the future of the franchise. Like, every single every single piece of the puzzle is on the board right now. And in the middle, you just see Steelers. And you have to connect all those pieces to the Steelers piece of the puzzle. Seriously.
You can, honestly, I pulled up all the teams of the NFL here just so it's easier to reference. I can close my eyes, swing my hand around, play pin the tail on the donkey. All right, the New Orleans Saints. Go Spencer Rattler. Go Tyler Shuck. Like, every team in the NFL that is presumed quarterback needy, root for the guy they have there now.
Yep.
To have that out of nowhere Sam Darnold, Geno Smith-esque season so that they go, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. The one team I think we have to pay attention to because they're not going to get moved off their spot is Los Angeles, the Rams. Like, they just paid Stafford all that money, but you could totally see them doing the heir apparent thing there behind him.
Do they do a 1 year or 2 year deal?
It's beyond 1.
It's beyond
1, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Las Vegas, go Geno.
I mean, my team to pay attention to, like, where I think is a huge wild card.
Can I ask?
Yes, for next year.
Vikings?
No.
Colts?
Nope.
They're not even a wild card. Jacksonville?
No.
Oh. I mean, even them. I mean, they paid Lawrence, but what if Lawrence sucks out loud? And they just got Travis Hunter.
It's close. It's close. Like, it's kind of the same situation as Jacksonville.
You're not going to say the Chargers, are you?
The Dolphins.
Oh, for sure.
Like, they are a huge wild card, in my opinion. With Tua, his availability, they paid him all this money. I think that they are definitely going to draft a quarterback next year. I don't think they're going to be that good this year.
If Tua doesn't play well and they say, screw it, we're waving the white flag, and they've now entered the fray as a quarterback-needy team in next year's draft, there's a non-0% chance Tua's the Steelers' quarterback in 2026. Right. There's so much moving and shaking, and not all these guys are going to play well. So there will be a surprise or two, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we think we got it all figured out. And then you think about the college watching. Like, we love college football. College football is the damn best. This year, again, a lot of games that would normally not have made my second or third screen are going to be on there. Like, South Carolina playing North Carolina A&T wouldn't have been something that I would watch. Now I will.
Yep.
For Lenora Sellers. Arizona State, you're staying up late to watch them. They got Levitt, who people seem to think can be a guy. The year of the quarterback is upon us, Dorn, and I'm very excited about it.
Me too.
412-928-9370. That is the number to call. Coming up next, we already talked about Kenny Pickett maybe taking a shot at the Steelers. Did a newly acquired Steeler take a shot at Aaron Rodgers? We'll tell you, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 10-1 yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks following a 9-6 win that took place on Tuesday. Pirates won 2 or 3 games in that series, so they won the series. They're going to be off today. They're going to play 3 games against the San Diego Padres over the weekend. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know.
but I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof, so I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
This is what it started off. This is what championship football started at. And, with me, I just came off the Super Bowl. And just like everybody got to buy in. And this is the type of time that needs to be brought in. I know guys got families and stuff. I got one as well. You want to be a champion. Some stuff you got to sacrifice. And so this is one of the jobs I want to sacrifice. Just, come to here, being on time, being present, let guys see my face and let them know that it's important to me to be here. And I'm here to win.
Darius Slay, Super Bowl champion with the Philadelphia Eagles. Hell of an NFL career he's had so far. Kind of a stopgap guy at an important position for the Steelers this year.
I played with him his rookie year.
No friggin' way. Seriously?
Yeah. You knew that.
I know a lot less than you think I know.
Yeah, Detroit.
And then you give me credit for him.
Detroit.
He was good back then, yes?
Yeah, rookie. He's been in the league that long that I played with him. It's old. Long time. Yeah, he was really good.
What was his first year then?
13.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, crazy.
Ripe old age of 34 for Darius Slay.
Yeah.
He, like Kenny, pumping up the Philadelphia Eagles organization, which, again, I see no problem in that. And people seem to think that that's a shot at Aaron Rodgers, and yeah, it can be taken that way. But DK Metcalf's not here. TJ Watt's not here. And you got the new guy, Johnny Come Lately, saying this is where championships are born, these voluntary workouts. I mean, I think he's as much talking about those guys as he is talking about A-Rod.
I'm confused right now, Crowley.
Why?
I don't know how this could be a shot at Aaron Rodgers. How in what world can this be a shot at Aaron Rodgers?
He's not here. This is
he's not signed.
He's
by
saying
the Steelers.
He's saying
he's not on the team.
He
is not signed by a team right now.
Yeah, he's saying sign. If you want to pee or get off the pot is what he's saying.
People keep saying, Aaron Rodgers has to be at OTAs. He is not even on the team yet.
They're saying he should sign, be on the team, and be at OTAs.
That's ridiculous to me. Like, I could see if he was signed and is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler this year and then said, or just elected not to go to OTAs.
He's not signed because he doesn't want to be at OTAs, is what I think.
He's not signed, though. Like, he's not a Pittsburgh Steeler.
But isn't that the point? I think that's what Darius is saying.
I think he's talking about just himself, and I want to be here. Like, I'm new, and I want to learn this defense.
He's saying it's important, if you're going to be a championship team, to start now.
I mean, for me, it would be more like the guys that you said after Aaron Rodgers. It'd be more about T.J. Watt and DK Metcalf not being there. Not Aaron Rodgers. Not his teammate.
They want him to be the teammate.
They do,
or they want him to make a decision. I think that's semantics, whether he's actually signed or not. I think the point is he wants him signed. Or not signed, but to have declared one way or the other whether he's going to be here or not. I think is the point.
No. Like, he's not a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Donnie Football said something similar to open their show the other day. That, everyone keeps talking about these voluntary OTAs, but he's not even here to be there for the voluntary OTAs. That's what I've drawn the line in the sand for the mandatory minicamp. Like, if you're going to play, friggin' make a decision before then. Is that not fair?
I guess, but if he
like, when does he get to walk in? He gets to walk in halfway through training camp?
The Steelers are allowing it.
I know, and that's a problem. For sure, way more on them than on him. Like, Darius Slay, if it is a shot, take a shot at the team.
Yeah. I think that's maybe what he's saying. Like, get your ducks in a row. If you want this guy, get it done.
It is way more on them.
Yes.
They've allowed it to happen. If you're going to give Aaron Rodgers some rope, of course he's going to take the rope. Because my guess is this. Aaron wants to play football. Because way better than I do. I can only close my eyes and try to put myself in your guys' shoes. He wants to play on Sundays. He doesn't want to do all this crap.
Yeah, but also Aaron Rodgers knows that even if he was here and he was signed and did attend OTAs, he ain't doing anything.
He's
chilling.
Have you seen some of these clips from OTAs?
It's laughable. It wasn't like this 15 years ago. I sound old, but it wasn't like that. It was actually competitive.
Yeah, you would actually play a little bit of football.
It was hard.
Now, dude, you can't even do 3 weeks. You only do 2 weeks.
Crazy. Like, he knows he's not even going to have to do anything.
He will run some play-action fakes on air and dump it off to the running back.
Yeah, like he'll throw it at a garbage can. He'll throw it at an equipment manager. That's all he's doing.
Marcel Pastor back in the day.
He knows he's not going to have to do that much. It's not hard.
Okay, so minicamp then, right? At some point, you got to show up if you're playing this year. And that would make some sense to me. So you get your feet wet before training camp, and you're not having to jump on that moving train at camp. You don't think it's a big deal?
Not really.
When
he's
would
not here.
When would
if he was signed, yes, it'd be a very big deal. But he's not under contract.
See, I just don't understand the distinction there. You're either here or you're not. And you're either...
He's clearly not. He's not a Pittsburgh Steeler.
I know, and that's the problem.
Is that a problem? Why is that a problem? What if he wants to...
I'm asking you when it would be a problem.
I don't think it'll ever be a problem because he's allowed to make the decisions he wants. What if he's waiting for the Vikings? What if he's got to make the best decision for himself?
Right, but I'm looking at
the Steelers anything.
For sure. I'm looking at it through the team's perspective, though. Like,
yes, okay.
At what point does it become a detriment to their win and loss total? Like halfway through camp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe at the I don't know. Maybe at the end of the camp. At the end of camp, I don't know.
Oh my God!
It depends on how much Mike Tomlin is in love with Aaron Rodgers and with Arthur Smith, and do they think he could just come in and pick up the offense?
They're clearly in love. The second question is a good one. Like how in how high of esteem do they hold this guy in his mental acumen and his ability to pick things up? Yeah.
And that's how long they're willing to wait. And I think that it's a long time.
I wonder if DK Metcalf would be here if Rodgers were here.
Yes. No doubt.
I think any rep you can get with the guys is valuable. But this is less valuable than minicamp for me. That's when you start doing like...
It's the same thing.
Half-ass.
It's the same thing. It's just mandatory. Same drills, same procedure.
Nothing's different.
There's not one thing is different, but you have to be there if you are on the roster.
This guy's got the summer vacation of his life. Aaron, it's all good, man. Show up for day one of training camp. And that's on them. If I were in his shoes, man, and I'm 41, why the hell would I want to be jogging around out there right now?
In Pittsburgh, where I was just at, on Manhattan Beach or wherever.
It's beautiful. What are you talking about?
You think he wants to stay a couple weeks in Pittsburgh right now?
Dorian, why wouldn't
he sees the weather?
You don't want to come to a place where on May 29th, it feels like fall?
Why would he want to be here right now? He wants to be here as least as possible, and that is just during the season.
I think you're right. I'm just wondering at what point the juice isn't worth the squeeze, as they say.
I would say never, because of your quarterback situation right now.
I've been conflicted on that myself. You got to give him a deadline. But, if he doesn't meet the deadline, then Mason Rudolph's my quarterback.
You put yourself in this situation.
Oh.
He has the upper hand.
Oh, my God.
The day that you called him, the day the Steelers called him, he had the upper hand because he knew that you were desperate. He knew they were desperate because they lost out on Justin Fields. He knew they weren't going to sign Russell Wilson back. He has ears. He knew that he had them right by the cojones. Right by the balls.
The balls, Mario. Texter, might as well just let him show up Monday of Jets week. That's what I'm saying. At what point is it not worth it? And a lot of Steelers fans might say now because they just are head over heels in love with Mason Rudolph. I saw Pony put out a poll yesterday. Who do you want to see start at quarterback for your team, Mason or Rodgers? And 70% of people said Mason.
Okay, so here, tell me if this makes sense.
Please.
So when's the trade deadline? October or something, right? Usually. Let's say October. Okay, say Mason's just trash, and you got Will Howard that's going
November
in there.
5th. Sorry.
November 5th. And Will Howard's going in there, and he looks like a rookie, and it just looks like bad ball. Would you? And Aaron Rodgers like, hey, I want to play. Would you sign him then? There's the answer. That's how long you'll wait. You would sign him, right off the couch.
Well, at that point, I'm just tanking. But if they're going by their stated goal of trying to win, I could see this is where we've gotten. I could see them doing that.
Yep.
At that point, it's not worth it to me. Just friggin' lose. But if they're trying to win,
of course, yep. Because you know that they'll be close. They're not going to be 0-6, 0-7 at that point. They'll be 3 say they're 3-4.
I'm counting the games. Yeah, that's exactly. They'd have played 7 games.
3-4. So, would you call Aaron? Would you sign Aaron Rodgers then?
If I'm them, yeah.
Right.
If I'm them,
That's how long you're willing to wait.
Oh my God. Just a little while longer is what Art says. You can weigh in on this at 412-928-9370. The fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Cam Hayward sent out a tweet yesterday that's making waves. We'll get to that coming up next. This has been a spirited show today, Norm.
Sure has.
Right now, hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates won over the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Pirates took 2 of 3 games from the Diamondbacks in that series. In Game 3 yesterday, Paul Skenes went 6 2/3 innings, struck out 7, gave up 4 hits, no earned runs. And also on offense, O'Neal Cruz had a home run, drove in 3 runs, and Henry Davis went 2 for 5. He also drove in 1 run. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
Mac.bid, bid win, saves, Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at Mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new. Open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about your product so you know what to expect. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. And right now, new Mac.bid users get free buyer's assurance on your first 3 items. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac discount family. Download the app or visit the website mac.bid. Mac discount. It's a game changer.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush gets ever more crowded. The inbound Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacking inbound at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays from Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and those lane restrictions. And don't forget that ramp from the Beechwood Boulevard area in Squirrel Hill is closed now as you head toward the outbound Parkway East as opposed to Detour. Route 28, you're jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North delays past Venture Street heading down toward East Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Yards, sheds, garages, basements, or whole house cleanouts. Call the big job specialists at Two Men and a Junk Truck. Free estimate, quick removals. 2 Men. Book us online at juncktruck.com.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Playoffs in professional basketball have brought some crazy stories and headlines. None crazier than the matchup of the two best young guards facing off for a chance at a title. Minnesota and Oklahoma City each have their own MVP caliber guard who looks to carry their team to their first ever championship. Who will come out on top in this exciting series for the future of the league? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We have some breaking Harry Callis news we're going to get to in the next segment. I promise you it is hilarious and interesting. Someone texts in, I don't think Rodgers is going to sign until after training camp. Can you imagine him in a St. Vincent College dorm room?
No.
The idea of even T.J. Watt sleeping in a dorm room is very funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
Or like Big Dan McCullers back in the day at 6'7", 350 on one of those little cots.
Well, you get to bring in your own beds and stuff.
They do. They'll bring in TVs. It's not like I was living.
Yeah. I remember Mario Williams. He had a hyperbaric chamber.
In his room?
Yeah. He used to go in it.
Did you guys stay in dorms?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you guys do it?
St. John Fisher in Buffalo. Or in Rochester.
Rochester.
Whenever I was with the Bills.
I almost witnessed a fight between Bills beat writers and Steelers beat writers at Sharky's when they had a joint practice, I think because Doug Whaley wanted it to happen. And Sammy Watkins was out there making plays. He looked real good. Anyway, we're at Sharky's, and all these Buffalo Bills scribes show up, and they're like, this is the infamous Sharky's you guys were talking about? We got like 12 of these at Rochester. And a writer whose name I shall leave out stood up, puffed his chest out. He's like, if you don't like it, then freaking, didn't say freaking, leave.
I think by the tone of your voice, I think I can guess who it was because you sounded just like him. Am I right?
Yes.
Yep. Michigan State.
That's right. You can freaking leave. And don't you step up on Bob Labriola and Sharky's either. You want to talk junk on Sharky's around Bob Labriola? He'll put a Steelers Super Bowl ring imprint in between your damn eyeballs. He will mess you up. Anyway, this Cam Hayward tweet. Now I'm going to get killed for saying anyway again. I'm working on it, folks. Self-scout. Cam Hayward tweeted, talking with my wife. Let's say you have your best friend coming into town, and you say they're sleeping on the couch. Do you put a sheet on the couch? I'm guessing his wife says yes. In a million years, I'm not putting a damn sheet on my couch.
No, you're getting a blanket and a pillow.
Yes.
But if I was Cam Hayward, I think that he would have a guest room.
I was going to say that, too. Come on, Cam.
Yeah. He has a guest room.
You have a guest room, yes?
No, I used to until I had 9 kids.
That's right.
Yeah.
Your basement's big enough to house an entire fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a guest room, then I had a kid.
Yep.
We're going to have to move out at some point.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
We're already grown out of our house, but that's neither here nor there. I would never, if my college buddy's coming over, in a million years be like, oh, I'm going to put a sheet on the couch.
No way. No way.
Like back in college, you'd have a party, and you'd have stragglers, and people would wind up sleeping over, and they'd grab like towels.
Yeah.
They'd grab a pillow. Mm-hmm. They'd be under a pillowcase.
Yep.
They would grab 6 of your hoodies to put them on top of you.
Anything.
Couch cushions.
Ball up a couple shirts.
And guys never evolve out of that.
No.
Now, if it's a female best friend, I think maybe the conversation's different. But for a dude,
no.
I think my friend would be like, what are you doing? Like, what, you think the Queen's staying over?
Yeah, no.
If I did something like that.
No.
Okay. We have our Harry Kalas breaking news coming up next and a scathing review of the Steelers offseason from ESPN. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High of Evgeny Malkin today, 71. Also, Konstantin Koltsov. Don't forget about that guy. It's Fan Morning Show.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Tee off for a good cause at the 4th annual Soon I Will Run golf outing presented by James Bear State Farm Agency, happening June 21st at 9 a.m. at Meadowink Golf Club in Murraysville. It's an 18-hole, 4-person scramble with skill prizes, a lunch banquet, and amazing auction items, all to benefit children fighting cancer. Whether you're swinging clubs or bidding on prizes, every shot helps a family in need. Spots are filling fast, so don't wait. Sign up or donate today at sooniwillrun.com. That's sooniwillrun.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East outbound delays due to those lane restrictions approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. It stretches from Bate Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnel entrance. And we're also seeing some delays on Bate Street heading down from the Boulevard of the Allies, actually in both directions there. Parkway East inbound delays before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West is jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while Route 28 is stacked at the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Very special guest at the bottom of the hour. We got Neil Walker. He's always our special guest at 9 o'clock, and Jeff Hathorn. Equally remarkable at 9:35. Quizzing Callis at 8:45. Banger of a show so far today. And the second half of the show going to be equally as good. We have some breaking Harry Callis news to get to. People absolutely fell all over themselves to get to their radios, to get to the web stream, to get to the YouTube stream last week, Doran, when we told them all where our beloved Harry Callis had gone, or why he was muted, why he was silenced. And we revealed that he was running for Green Tree Council we also revealed he was down by 2 votes with 3 provisional votes left to count. We have an update. Allegheny County taking their time, their sweet old time, counting these provisional ballots. They got 3. How many of them have they now counted, Harry?
1.
How do you not count all 3 at the same
Right.
time?
There's
3.
It's possible the county acknowledged that they exist and they were counted, but they didn't update the website to make it official. All the results on the website are still unofficial, but one of the ballots went toward my campaign. So my 2 other running mates and me got a vote.
So you are now down 1 vote.
Yes, my one opponent there is 360. I am sitting at 359 votes.
So you are 1 shy with 2 votes left to count.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Do you think, and I know we couldn't do this as per FCC and Odyssey guidelines and regulations, do you think that if you had been on the air the entire time that this was going on, that it would have helped your campaign, hurt your campaign, or had no effect?
I don't think it would have had an effect because we weren't really talking about the campaign. I was just trying to talk about sports at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just saying, I don't think, anybody that knows me already know that I work for the station. So I'm not trying to sway the election on this station.
That was the
but
right answer.
Yeah, I think it would have helped because I think that people that were interested in that area and knew that you were running and were like, and people do their research, like, what does this guy do? And then they're like, oh, he's on the radio. Let me put him on.
Yeah, but me being on the radio, I don't think, I still work here whether or not I was talking. So, my job's still cool whether or not I was actually talking on the air or not.
Right.
I could see it going either way. Yeah. Our ratings are really good, but that doesn't mean that everybody likes me. You might just like Doran. There might be a rare instance where people would prefer me over Doran. Like I say, a rare instance. You might not like either of us, and you like Callis.
My opponent there also had an advantage, too. She was first on the ballot of all the selections. They are drawn randomly.
Is that something that you consider in a local election? I think that absolutely has to play a role.
It is. Statistics say anywhere between 12 and 25 votes go to the first person just because they're first.
Oh, my God. Because it's not like, I'm going to go for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I know who those guys are. Who's this Harry guy? Don't know.
Right, there were 7 names, and so a lot of people will just select the first name just because they choose the top 4. I was in the top 4, but I wasn't the first name. I was the 4th name of the 7. So, I definitely think that played a role. Experts estimate that if she wasn't first on the ballot, I may have actually pulled this one out a little more clearly.
Wow. Look at him.
It's very interesting.
Who's the guy that wears khakis and does all the vote counting on MSNBC and NBC?
I could see it.
Steve Kornacki. Is that who you're talking? You got one of those back in the Green Tree City Council offices just saying, hey, listen, if Callis was first on the ballot, he'd have won. Or, nay, not even that. If she wasn't first, Callis would have won.
I cannot stress this enough. It is not city council. It is a borough. You keep getting it wrong.
I apologize. You're right about that.
You have to be respectful. I'm not doing city stuff. So Green Tree City is a different place.
I think it's fair.
Yep.
Here's a tweet. Not sure if I said this to you guys, but your humor and knowledge is of great comfort to me as I've been battling depression and anxiety. Thanks. You are welcome.
Yes.
And we hope you keep battling, pal.
Absolutely.
Thank you for listening to us for your comfort food in the morning. Back to the negativity?
Sure.
Back to the negativity. Right up on ESPN.com. Said the Steelers had the worst offseason out of any team in the AFC, Doran. And so you have to compare the Steelers and what they've done to that of the Joneses. Has it been a bad offseason? Are they improved over last year? I think the goal of every team, is to be improved year over year. Like every team in football, I guess apart from a few tankers, should right now on May 29th think their team's better than last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are the Steelers better right now?
No.
I don't think they are.
No. Because of one position. And everybody else has that position. So no. In the AFC. That's why they're last.
Every other team has a quarterback at OTAs that's going to start a game for him this year. And we don't know yet or not whether the Steelers do.
Right.
I still think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, but right now you can't count him.
Even if it is Mason, like compared to every other AFC quarterback, you're taking a guy that had a year from hell last year. That is your starting quarterback that you're paying $4.5 million. I mean, let's look at Mason's salary and compare it to every other AFC quarterback salary. He gets backup salary. So even if that is your guy, like that's what you got this offseason.
That is an improvement, I think, over the last 5 games of Russ. It's not an improvement over the full body of work of Russ.
No.
And I don't think it's an improvement despite Mark Caboli's cries over Justin Fields. Justin Fields, if he starts 17 games this year, and Mason starts 17 games this year, Justin Fields is going to have a better season than Mason Rudolph.
Well, he did starting 6 games. If you take Mason's 6 games that he started.
Wasn't even close. 10 touchdowns accounted for Justin Fields. 1 turnover. 9-9 for Mason Rudolph. Doran, Gardner Minshew is a backup quarterback in Las Vegas making $12.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Where are some other backups on here? Trey Lance is making $8.5. Oh!
Where'd he sign?
He's in Dallas.
No, he's not.
Trey Lance?
Is he still there?
Am I looking at the wrong thing?
Or not that they got Joe Milton.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at 2024. Thank you for correcting me. I feel shame. That's twice now this segment I felt shame. City Council. Wrong. Idiot. Marcus Mariota's making $8 million this year in Washington. Tyrod Taylor's making $6.
Trey Lance is with the Chargers.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Jared Stidham's making $6 million. Davis Mills is making $5 million, Doran. Joe Flacco's making more money than Mason Rudolph, Doran. Mac Jones is making 4.2. Andy Dalton's making 4. Jameis Winston's making 4. Josh Dobbs is making 4.
These are backups, and Mason could be the starter.
Right. Good point. Mason's salary this year, guaranteed salary listed as $3.75. That puts him in Cooper Rush and Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Trask territory, Doran. Drew Lock only making a little bit less than him. So the Steelers right now absolutely are not better than they were last year. Because who are you counting on as the improvements?
DK.
DK, which I would argue is an improvement over Pickens.
But it's a wash because... Yeah, okay. So, I mean, but the receiving core is not better.
Correct.
Right.
Totally with you. So who are you counting on this year? You're counting on rookies and a couple of rookies that didn't play last year that are basically rookies this year. Like, oh, we'll be better at right tackle. Maybe, hopefully, probably, but you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your number 2 receiver? Well, it could be Roman Wilson. Oh, great. He's running on air right now. Like, that's your improvement? And then your draft picks. We all think they had a nice draft. But Derek Harmon ain't played a preseason game. He ain't hit anybody in a Steelers uniform yet.
You could even look at it like you knew Najee was going to get you 1,000. You don't know what Caleb Johnson's going to do.
That's right. I think that he's going to be a better player. I don't know that for certain. You know, I can speculate. Did you burp?
I did. Oops.
That was an old man stretch.
Yeah, that was a stretch burp. Didn't think it was going to be that loud. So it was going to be air, but...
My mom used to crush us when we were kids, when we'd burp or fart at like the dinner table, just be disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't help it. She'd say, yes, you could. And that's true.
Yeah,
when you're younger, you could.
Yeah.
Now you can't.
Oh.
Sometimes a stretch leads to a burp or a fart, and there's nothing you can do about it. Your thoughts on the Steelers' fart of an offseason, 412-928-9370. Are they better now than they were the last time they took the field? I think it's a hard sell to say yes. I think Darius Slay's better than Dante Jackson. That's an upgrade. Are they better anyplace else? Like, definitively. We can all speculate. But definitively, are they better anyplace else? 412-928-9370. It's a different conversation if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback and if Amari Cooper is your second wide receiver. Now you're cooking with some gas. But they ain't here yet. They might never be here. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Weigh in on this when we come back, but first a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 10-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Pirates won 2 of 3 games in that series. Pirates will not play today. They've got a series coming up over the weekend, a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres, and it'll be another road series for the Pirates before they return home to play the Houston Astros next week. More for the headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarburg Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Paul Skenes. Pirates general manager Ben Cherington says trading last season's Rookie of the Year is a non-starter. The 23-year-old right-hander himself says anyone can play GM. And indeed, we've been hearing about hypothetical trade packages to lure Skenes to the Cubs, the Mets, and the Red Sox, among others. And I would imagine that would be the Yankees. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, TJ McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. It's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with AutoPay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews checking reports of an accident now in Squirrel Hill, the intersection of Shady Avenue and Northumberland Street. Some crews have already pulled up on the scene. We also have an accident on the inbound Parkway East near the Stanwyck Street on-ramp that's causing delays all the way back to Bates Street. And an accident being cleared now, Technology Drive at 2nd Avenue. That's in the city's South Oakland section. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while Route 28 is jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Very special guest coming up in the next segment. And we got Neil Walker joining us at the top of the 9 o'clock hour to talk about the historic start of Paul Skenes' career, which continued yesterday. We were talking about farts briefly in the last segment. We said the Steelers' offseason has kind of been like a fart, and ESPN says it's the worst offseason of any team in the AFC. Texter writes in, Cameron Johnston is back. We're better off at punter.
I was actually going to say that. Better off at kicker and punter because you signed Ben Sauls and you have, obviously, Cam Johnston coming back and Boswell, and we know Boswell gets hurt at some point, usually every season. So if Sauls is available, he can go in there and kick it at Acrisure Stadium.
Finally have that coveted kicker depth, Doran.
Yep.
And at the very least, right now, you've kept him from Baltimore, where they're going to be auditioning kickers. And they drafted one.
Yep.
For goodness sakes. Not sure how much better Cincinnati is, by the way.
They signed T. Higgins back.
Yeah, but it's not an improvement over last year because they already had him. I mean, it was a great piece of business. I would have done exactly the same thing. They may well wind up without Trey Hendrickson, and their defense was ass last year. But I'm only saying those things to make me feel better about the Steelers, and it really doesn't work because they still have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Damn it.
Yep.
Someone writes in, how can you talk about farts and not reference Starkey getting called out yesterday? Which now we have to do. If you missed it, Mark and Brentwood called up to Starkey, and I mean, does Starkey take too much offense to this? Does he take the appropriate amount of offense to this? You be the judge.
Let's go to Mark in Brentwood. He's been holding patiently. He wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers.
I've actually never called your show, and I want to lead off with this question. Respectfully, has anyone ever mentioned that your takes are about as exciting as a wet fart?
No.
I find them to be so.
No, but you
however,
just did.
I agree with
yeah.
you.
You just did, though. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you on the Aaron Rodgers situation as what are we doing here? It's like we're competing for 1A and 1B when why can't we just let Mason cook for a year? Like, he's never gotten a fair shake.
Mason can't cook, you jackass. Yeah, not against real teams, I don't think. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I find it incongruent to say that he can cook if he's coached right.
You find it what?
I mean, incongruent
to
say that
it's
he can
it's incongruent.
if he coached right.
Why are you calling the show? I don't understand.
Well, because I found myself shockingly agreeing with you this morning by thinking to myself, you know, he's not wrong on this situation. We don't want Rodgers. I mean, that's going to lead to, like you said, a 9-8 season, maybe a blowout in the first round of playoffs. Why not just give Mason, let him be coached, let him play. Let's go to next year.
Okay. Normally, when I call somebody and talk to them for the first time, I don't insult them at first, but apparently you do.
Well, and as I said respectfully, I find your takes as exciting as a wet fart.
That's actually good.
That's good. I think you coming out and just, calling him a jackass was pretty combative.
He is a jackass. What's his
Why?
name?
Mark.
Why? How would you like it if somebody called you and said your takes are as good as wet farts?
Well, I would laugh at it at first and then probably yell at the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Did they end on good terms?
I don't know.
Mark and Starkey there? I think they might have.
You jackass.
That sent me, dude.
Me too.
I'm actually proud of Joe. I think this is growth from Joe, that he gave Mark and Brentwood the opportunity to continue beyond calling him a wet fart or saying his takes were as bad as a wet fart generally.
I don't think Joe's takes are bad, though. That's the thing.
I think here comes high praise. We don't do a lot of this around here. We like to bust each other's nards on this station, and we all get along. I don't know that the station's ever been in a healthier place from everyone getting along, as I've been told. I've only been here for 3 years.
Do we get along? You and me?
You're a jackass.
Jerk.
I think Starkey's as nuanced as it gets, man.
Yeah.
He'll take a segment 48 minutes, but because his brain can only work that way, and he's going to chase every possible avenue of his take, and I think he has a ton of depth. No, I think Starkey's takes are awesome. Every day he comes in here and gives us his own personal show before his show starts, and every day I go, damn it, I wish we would have thought of that.
Yes.
Which I think is the highest compliment you can pay to a radio host, one of your peers.
Yes.
He doesn't even need pomp. I've said too much. I am excited, weirdly, about Cameron Johnston coming back. The Bill Burr lookalike?
Yes.
I don't think they were below the line at punter last year, though.
No, they were decent.
Isn't that right there, though? Right there. The offseason in a nutshell?
Yes.
The punter's back. And we had high hopes for the punter. I have high hopes for Derek Harmon. I think Caleb Johnson's going to be a good player. I've even held out a smidgen of hope for one Roman Wilson. You can't pencil in production for any of those guys. And your point about Najee Harris is a really good one. He left a lot to be desired. I mean, he averaged 3.9 yards per carry. But every year, you write down, my man's playing 17 games. He's not going to fumble the football, and he's going to get you 1,000 yards.
Yep.
I don't know that about Caleb Johnson. I have no clue. And I am a big fan of Jaylen Warren. I wanted to bring this up. This might be the perfect place to do it. You got to start Caleb Johnson week 1. I look at it as kind of a service time thing in Major League Baseball and like a Super 2 thing in Major League Baseball. He's a running back. Like Cam Hayward, he developed. He took time. Derek Harmon, he's not going to be a finished product day one. And you hope that he's going to be here for like 10, 15 years. Even Zach Frazier, if he didn't start right away, he could grow into something he could have for 10, 12 years. A running back, maybe he sees the second contract. Maybe. But the wear and tear and the bumps and the bruises and the physical ailments, they add up quick.
Yeah. I don't think that you need to start him right away. I think that they're going to start Jaylen Warren because he knows the offense. And he's explosive, and he's the best pass protector. Like, I don't even need to see Caleb Johnson to know that Jaylen Warren's a better pass pickup running back than he is. He's one of the best in the league.
Yeah, that doesn't get discussed enough. And it's not sexy, but it's absolutely true.
Right. That's why he'll start.
And that's why you're going to be right about it. He'll start. Now, how's Caleb Johnson going to perform in backs on backers? Like, Tomlin values that stuff so much. Like, they'll say, who's the best guy that they'll throw at him? Probably Patrick Queen.
Yeah, Patrick Queen. Maybe Cole Holcomb.
I hope Cole Holcomb is back and healthy. He had 150 tackles a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
I mean, a lot of their guys, now that we're talking about it, a lot of their improvement could come from that. From
injuries.
Injured guys staying healthy. Mm-hmm. Even T.J. Watt, who was banged up down the stretch last year. Texter, Joe is the crown jewel of 93.7 The Fan. Texter, the minute Starkey sings, I turn the fan off. Texter, can you see my text? If so, please say yes. No. Texter, you guys should do a top 5 biggest D-bags in Pittsburgh media list. Maybe during the Major League Baseball All-Star break we can do that
We
one.
could do an all-star team of D-backs.
D-backs. Would Joe be on the all-time nice guy list?
From our perspective, yes.
I think he's had some media feuds.
Yeah.
But from where we're sitting, I think Joe's as nice a guy as you'll ever meet.
I think, like, low-key, like, Joe's one of those guys that's like, I really don't want to piss him off.
Don't be on his bad side.
Right.
I
He's
could
one of
see
those
him
guys.
being a guy who holds a grudge.
Uh-huh.
That was a big Ron Cook thing. Ron would hold a grudge. If you were dead to Ron, you were dead to Ron forever. I could see that being the same thing with Starkey. I don't want to get on his bad side.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have a very special guest coming up next. We've got Neil Walker at the top of the hour. But let's not bury the lead here. We're quizzing Callis again at 8:45.
We sure
First.
are.
Oh, yeah! Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, yeah. Woo. Pirates won 10-1 yesterday over the Arizona Diamondbacks and took 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks in that series. In Game 3, Paul Skenes, 6 2/3 innings pitched, no earned runs, 4 hits given up, 7 strikeouts. Also, O'Neal Cruz had a home run in that game, drove in 3 runs. Henry Davis had a couple hits and a run batted in. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beers brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. And introducing their incredible summer cocktails. Next, the award-winning menu. Whether it's a traditional German favorite like schnitzel or bratwurst or one of the best burgers around. Now, you can get that weekend brunch in the massive outdoor beer garden along the waterfront. Hofbrau Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside Works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
The average cost of gear for a firefighter is over $13,000. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteers who serve our community. You can donate now at 937thefan.com, presented by Cintas, Southside Plumbing and Heating, Target Freight Management, and Glick Fire Equipment. I have talked to our guy Southside Jake, who is going to come and give a sports take for 2 minutes and try to be the next host on the Fan.
Yes.
He sent me some bullet points. I don't know how we're going to feel about profanity, but it's not going to be on the air, so I think you can probably just
let it rip.
Let it rip, huh? Also, I'm here to tell yins out there right now, we're watching 13-9 during the marathon. We'll tell you the time, but if you place a sizable enough donation, you can come watch it with us. What do we want to set that bar? Is like $100 good?
Yeah.
Probably have to cap it at a certain number, but you want to come make fun of me and relive some Pitt glory? Make a big donation, leave it in the comments there, that's what you're looking for, and we can make it happen for you.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
I'm going to pop some popcorn because I've never seen the game either, so this will be extra exciting.
See, that's the kind of thing that drives me nuts. He's never seen the game. He talks about it all the time.
I know.
Cale Berger, one time we were getting food outside. He said, what year was 13-9? I said, never talk junk on me again.
Yeah.
Know the history, at the very least, if you're going to rip me.
It's December 1st, 2007. I do know that.
See, there you go.
See, history remembers the winners. That's all. And, WVU didn't really do that in big games.
I mean, if you're going to trash talk, at least be good at it.
Who was the quarterback for Pitt that year?
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
Are you kidding me?
Was it Drew Aller? No, that's the Penn State quarterback now.
Oh, my
Who am I thinking of?
Oh, put a pin in it. Put a pin in it. Think about it. Don't look it up.
Like, seriously, don't look it up.
Do not look it up. Oh, my God. We have a very special guest right now. We don't want to keep him waiting. That is Chief Brandon Hale from Portview. Chief, how you doing today? Can I call you Chief? Is that how you want to be referred to?
You just call me B. I don't need to be called Chief, sir. How you doing, Crowley? Doran, how you doing?
We are doing great. Are you a Pitt fan?
I am, sir.
Okay,
Nice,
very good.
nice.
So you would obviously remember the quarterback as...
Don't say it.
All right, we're not going to say it because we don't want to ruin it. Don't you Google over there, you jackwagon behind the glass. The reason we have you on, obviously, we got the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon coming up, and you and I chatted on the phone yesterday, and I know from talking to people from a bunch of different departments that every dollar helps. and we've been saying $13,000 would be the cost of an average uniform. But you were telling me yesterday there's a lot of other places that money can go to. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to share that with our listeners.
Yeah, we do. What most people don't know is all the extracurricular stuff that we do on top of just your standard firefighting. Everybody focuses in on firefighting, but take a department of mine who I work with a lot of the others in the area. We have a dive team. We have canines. We do a lot of drone work. That's the new technology. Drones are the big up-and-coming thing. We have probably the biggest drone FAA license on the East Coast here. The river rescue, a lot of us double over as paramedics and EMTs, a lot of land search and rescue. I mean, there's so many other things that go along with fire departments nowadays that people don't know about. It's not just, we're not just responding to house fires,
Well, that's really amazing. B, what made you want to become a firefighter?
Growing up, my dad was always involved with the fire department. My family, a lot of my family from North Carolina was involved with the fire department and were cops and such down south.
I read also that you have the largest search and rescue program in PA, if not on the East Coast, B.
Yeah. I would like to assume at least the drone program. We have you have to file for licenses through the FAA, and we just had we've become known for our huge drone program in Pennsylvania, and all the way to when we attend conferences in Indianapolis. We're well known there. When we go there and we get to network with certain other fire departments all the way out of state and such. It's become a big thing for us, and we get to respond into the city of Pittsburgh sometimes too, and assist them with our drone program and such.
One of the things that we thought was really impactful last year, and this would really incite a lot of donations, was when guys like you, heroes, firefighters, would tell personal stories. I mean, what's an average day look like for you?
You talking about at my normal job, or?
Well, that's the other thing too. I don't think people understand, maybe, and that's part of our job, is to help people understand. I mean, you guys have families, you guys have work, and sometimes, a lot of the time, you just have to drop everything you're doing and go in and save people's lives.
Yeah, and with the search stuff that we do, a lot of times it's not a call that takes 5-10 minutes. I mean, we had there was a unfortunate call in Denora last week or the week before, and it's a water rescue, and the guys were there for 6+ hours, if not more. I mean, that's a standard search and rescue call for us now. I mean, just it's become, you're there 4+ hours at the very least, a lot of times searching, and a lot of times you come up empty-handed too. You're there forever searching, and you end up empty-handed at the end of it too. So I mean, it's long, it's grueling. A lot of the calls become longer, the training's longer nowadays, and everything costs more than it did pre-COVID as well. So everything's doubled in price.
And as I understand it, the training ain't free either. And this is not your day job. Chief Brandon Hale of Portview joining us. We really appreciate your time. We think it's super valuable to hear from you guys. We're going to do everything we can to help, and I know Pittsburgh will be behind you guys. So appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you down there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'll see you down there. I appreciate you having me on. Appreciate you shedding some light on some things. Just wanted to can I give 2 quick shout-outs real quick?
Of course.
Yeah, State Senator Nick Piscatonos has been a huge help for our department, bringing with the drones and the dive team and such. And then my former assistant chief, who I lost a few years back, he had moved away, was a huge driving force in my fire department, Donnie Williams. So I just wanted to give them 2 shout-outs to know I appreciate all their efforts that they've done to help the fire department.
Well, I'm going to call you Chief anyway, buddy. We appreciate you coming on. Chief Brandon Hale, Portview. Thanks for everything you do. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Big fan, guys. Thanks a lot. Bye.
I'm a big fan of you.
Yep.
What a guy. You can also join Pony and Muller this Friday at Piata at the Point in North Fayette. That's tomorrow. PM team will broadcast live. Collect donations for the Fan 5 alarm. Stop by, help them fill the boot. That's right. It's going to be a fire boot. You can also get a 2025 Fan 5-Alarm Marathon T-shirt for a $20 donation. All proceeds go directly to the fund to help volunteer firefighters. We're going to quiz Callis coming up next, and I can't believe he does not know who quarterbacked your team in 2007 in 13-9.
It wasn't Bill Stoll, was it?
Gee. Oh.
It wasn't
Next.
plastic, right? It was too early for plastic. Yeah.
Next. Now it's time for a headline.
This is disappointing.
Disgusting.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday 10-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pirates took 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks in that series. They're going to be off today. They're going to San Diego. They're going to play a 3-game series against the Padres over the weekend. More Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports are crews have cleared that earlier accident on the inbound Parkway East near the Stanwyck Street on-ramp. However, you're still looking at delays back to the Boulevard of the Allies. Outbound, you are jammed just past Bate Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. This due to the lane restriction before the tunnel entrance up toward the Edgewood-Swissvale ramp. And the inbound, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, we do have an accident being cleared in Jefferson Hillsboro, New England Road approaching North State Street, and one in Squirrel Hill at the intersection of Shady Avenue and Northumberland Street. And in South Oakland, final stages of clearing an accident, Technology Drive at 2nd Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM Insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help. Did Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it. More savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. After a disappointing start to the new baseball season, Atlanta has quietly put together one of the best records since mid-April. The club is slowly starting to put together their offensive consistency and will be adding their all-star pitcher and MVP right fielder to the lineup this week. Atlanta should be looking for a rise in the standings as we head towards the midseason break. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Music means it's time to quiz Callis.
Yeah, people are blowing me up. It was Bostic. I know. I knew that.
You knew that?
I knew that. And I was trying to play it up, but then Crowley, he got too much of a, got too excited below the waist for that one. So
in our defense.
There's no defense. West Virginia doesn't win. That's the bottom line. The end.
In our defense.
There's no defense.
You didn't know what conference Penn State was in, so you not knowing Pat Bostic was the quarterback for 13-9 wouldn't exactly be a massive leap.
No, because I said Bostic, and then you guys are like, oh, my God.
I saw you look it up.
Oh, I didn't look it up.
You did.
I saw you.
I didn't look it up.
All right. Okay. This should be an easy one for you. Maybe throw you a softball here.
I'm Crowley.
Most common kickoff times in the NFL, right?
And college.
And college.
Primetime windows in college football and pro football. You get it?
Primetime.
Primetime windows, like the prime windows that usually these games are played. Now, for college, there's just Saturday windows.
We're not doing the weird Thursday thing.
We're not doing the weird Thursday. It's just 3 Saturday windows. In the NFL, there's a Thursday, 3 Sundays, and a Monday. So you have to guess correctly what the primetime windows are. Are you ready? Nicholas Harry-House.
Yeah.
On Saturday, what is the first primetime window for college football?
12:30.
Jeez. Incorrect. It is 12 p.m.
Oh, jeez. Come on, give me a break.
No, that's not what the kickoffs are
Everyone
for
knows
college
this.
football.
Everyone knows this.
Everybody does know this.
All right.
What is the next window for college football?
3:30.
Correct. Good job, Callis.
Real quick, my favorite thing as Quiz Callis has developed is how, legitimately mad you are actually getting.
Very mad.
I can see it in your face.
Yes. Because he should know this. You have one correct.
It's a gosh darn noon kick, damn it.
And one incorrect. What is the last window for college football?
6:30.
Incorrect.
All right, well.
6:30 is not a prime window for college
live in
football.
Louisiana?
Is it 8:30?
Incorrect.
8.
Incorrect. It is 7:30. The windows for college football on a college football Saturday are 12 p.m., 3:30 p.m., and 7:30 p.m.
They do mix some 8s in there.
They do, but everybody knows what the actual prime window is for
it. It ain't 8:30.
Let's move on to the NFL.
Oh,
Thursday. What is the prime time for Thursday football?
8:15.
Incorrect.
8:20.
Correct.
Come on.
It is 8:20. Well, everybody, you should know this stuff. You should know this. It is 8:20 for Thursday night football. Now let's move to Sunday. There are 3 prime time windows for Sunday NFL football. What is the first kickoff for Sunday NFL football?
1 p.m.
Yes, you are correct.
That's a big hurdle.
That is a big one.
That's a Clint hurdle.
That is a Clint hurdle. That is a 100-meter hurdle. The second window.
425.
There you go. Look at you. You know your NFL windows. Wow. Look at that.
Harry, do you think you're anybody?
You sound like the wind, for God's sakes. Just let me do the quiz.
What is the last window for Sunday night football?
8:20.
You are correct. Good job. Wow, you waxed that one right there. The Sunday NFL games, you did that. So the last one
is 8:15 on Mondays.
You got it.
Now, as Callis has said, much bigger NFL fan than college fan. But I think every sports fan in the world knows to kick off at noon on Saturdays. And a glorious day it is. The reason we decided to do this one, by the way, is we're going to find out the kickoff times for the first 3 Pitt games coming up. And programming announcement, very excited about this. Pat Narduzzi going to join us.
Yes.
Tomorrow at 7 a.m.
Very excited about it.
He went through you. Why didn't he go through me? I don't understand.
I don't know. He was actually, I just saw him this past weekend. He was talking about you.
What?
Yeah.
What did he say? I think he likes me. Am I wrong in that?
It's kind of like up in the air. I couldn't get a good read.
I think he likes me more
I think he was like saying good things because he knows that I work with you, and then he went back into his Pat Narduzzi self and was telling the truth. So there's that.
Off air, you should tell me about the Pat Narduzzi self.
I might.
We'll talk to him tomorrow at 7 about the beginning portion of Pitt's schedule and also maybe a slide in a KP question. As Kevin Stefanski said, he talked on the phone to Pat Narduzzi. I think Pat called him, right?
I think so, yes.
I think it was Pat who called him and said, hey, Stefanski, you got yourself a guy. So we got a lot to get into with Narduzzi tomorrow at 7. We got a lot to get into with our guy Neil Walker coming up next. Paul Skenes, a historic start to his career. Talk to Neil about that. Fan weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high is 71, is turning, Doran. That weather's turning.
We need it.
It's finally turning, just in time to get Aaron Rodgers here. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had. You're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic, and always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling, always online, schultzford.com.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Dory Jonas here from the Gateway Clipper. Let us be your destination for date night, celebrations, and memories on the water. Join us Saturdays on the Captain's Dinner Cruise, a real Pittsburgh tradition, featuring an all-new menu for 2025. For tickets, visit gatewayclipper.com.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident causing major delays on the inbound Parkway East that occurred near the Stanwick Street on-ramp, and is now causing solid traffic all the way back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and back to Wilkinsburg. Outbound, still looking at delays past the Bates Street on-ramp up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. That's due to that lane restriction there. Meanwhile, an earlier accident being cleared in Jefferson Hills Borough at the intersection of New England Road and North State Street. Also one in Squirrel Hill, Shady Avenue at Northumberland Street. Parkway West, that's jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy. Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pass short into left, base hit. First pitch swinging again. Henry Davis with an RBI single. 1-0 Pirates.
Henry Davis heating up, baby. So that's a story. Paul Skenes, one of the biggest stories in baseball. Turns 23 today. Happy birthday, Paul. 35 total starts, 47 career earned runs. Here are some other guys through 35 starts, Doran. Pedro Martinez for 81 runs allowed. Kershaw, 83. Verlander, 87. Clemens, 100. Big Unit, 102. Greg Maddux, 115. So Paul Skenes is a stud. Lowest ERA before turning 23. Paul Skenes, 203. Babe Ruth, 210. That was in 1914 through 1917. You have to go all the way back to 1913 for Dutch Leonard to find a guy who had a better start to his career with a 180 ERA. Neil Walker joins us now to discuss. Good morning, Neil.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Oh, Neil, the Buccos. They're fighting for your guy, Don Kelly, and we'll get to him in a minute. They're 9-10 now with him at the helm. But Paul Skenes, dude, is doing historic stuff every time out there. He's pitching as well as he's pitched, and that's saying something. And after the game, Don Kelly compared him to Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander, both of whom did not start as well as this guy did. But a question for you, who was the toughest dude you ever went against?
Oh, man. I always kind of break it up into different segments of my career. I think Roy Halladay at the very end of his career, he didn't have the velocity he had in the early 2000s, but he was probably the toughest guy I faced, early on in my career. And then getting DeGrom and Kershaw in their primes, that was a nightmare. So I would probably put those two up there. And of course, Scherzer and Strasburg and Verlander, those guys are all up there too. But I think DeGrom and Kershaw in their prime and Roy Halladay were three are 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Neil, what's the thought process of facing a stud pitcher? Like, if you're facing a Paul Skenes, like, are you trying to play chess and trying to play a guessing game of maybe what pitches are being thrown at certain times? Are you just relying on your eyes and your skills? Are you doing a little bit of both? Like, what is the thought process whenever you know that you have a guy that is a horse up there on the mound and throws the way that Paul Skenes throws?
Well, I think the biggest thing is if you get something in the strike zone, that's not on the edge, and you're looking for it, and you miss it, you're probably out. I think that's and that's demoralizing. I can remember that happening. In 1-0 counts with Jacob DeGrom, you're like, okay, he's got to throw a fastball here, and he does, and you miss it, you foul it off, and you're just immediately demoralized because you're like, I know I'm not getting one of those again. And if you watch days like yesterday with Paul Skenes and watch his first pitch strikes, they're not just fastballs down the middle or lazy breaking balls in the middle of the plate that still strikes. These are like front door power sinkers and four seamers on the edges to lefties and righties. I mean, yesterday was really impressive. I think he was like 16 of 20 first pitch strikes. He had close to 70% whiff rate. I mean, it was impressive, and that's most of the time he's going out there. But he is on top of his game, and it's really fun to see where he might take his game to the next level.
That's exactly where I was going to take this conversation. And people know the voice. It's Neil Walker joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. I mean, early on in the season, I was kind of critical of him. I said he's not as dominant as he was last year. Well, that's out the window. He's 9th in the entire league in ERA, and he's up there in strikeouts, and he's up there in innings pitched, number one, in fact, in innings pitched. I mean, he's only going to get better from here, isn't he, Neil? I mean, he's got a great understanding now, but as he understands what the league is trying to do when the league does punch back, I mean, we're still seeing him in the infancy of his career.
Yeah, I think that's fair assessment, and I think that getting to know Paul a little bit and kind of people just hearing him talk and whatnot, he's a student of the game as well, and that's a dangerous combination for an athlete is somebody that's uber talented but also uber smart and savvy. And once when you as big league hitters, once you kind of get settled in, it becomes a little bit more of a cat and mouse game when you're facing the same pitchers in your division, especially, and you learn their tendencies and whatnot. And that typically, the pendulum starts with the starting pitchers. They usually have the advantage in the beginning, and then once you get a handful of the bats, the hitters usually have a little bit more of an advantage. But you still have to execute pitches, and you still have to execute as a hitter as well. I tend to believe that Paul Skenes is going to be once he gets 2-3 at bats against or pitching at bats against guys, he's going to know exactly the guy's strengths and weaknesses, and it's going to be game over for the most part.
Neil, I said this the other day that Henry Davis is one of those athletes that when you watch him, you could tell whenever he's confident, you could tell whenever he's not confident. Like, he oozes that every single time that he's at the plate or even behind the plate. But isn't it nice to just see him break through a little bit, like just break through the door a little bit and just, he has so much room to grow, but finally he can find some confidence in his game at the plate and behind the plate. Isn't that nice to see?
Yeah, 100%. And it was, he got thrown in the 5th inning, 6th inning in Game 2 in Arizona, and the very first pitch he sees, he hits into the seats. And against Corbin Burns, too, one of the best pitchers in baseball. So you're right, and you see the guy work. You see the effort he puts in day to day. He has had an opportunity, per se, but not a huge runway just yet. Joey Bart has done a real nice job, but certainly hasn't been what he was last year, especially in the slugging category. So he may have a nice runway here to get going, and he's made some adjustments offensively, and it looks good. But you're right. I think we were all kind of sitting around going, I mean, at some point he's going to have to get a little bit of a runway here, and he's going to do something, right? And all of a sudden, between the last two games, and not to say that it's a full-blown breakout time for Henry Davis, but it certainly is trending in the right direction, and the swing looks good, and the confidence is definitely there.
Some fancy stats here for you, Neil. Henry Davis has a .7 WAR, so he's been a positive player this year, and we've seen the impact he's made defensively. That's actually higher than Joey Bart's. Henry Davis's OPS now, since he's been hot, is 652. Joey Bart's is 655. I mean, you can make the argument that even if Joey Bart were healthy, and we do wish him well, you should be playing Henry Davis every day, no? Or as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think when you think about who Henry Davis is and where he started, you're talking about a 1-1 guy. So I know I hear people out there going, he needs a different change of scenery, try to get something for him, blah blah blah. And it's just like he was 1-1 for a reason, and he was one of the most talented guys in the 21 draft, and he does have that in there, as Doran said, he has that in there. It's just a matter of figuring out a way to bring it to life at the major league level. And, success and player development is just certainly not linear from a baseball perspective. Sometimes guys come on the scene and, like Bryce Harper, and just take off and have long careers. And some guys it takes, 200, 300 at-bats to get going, or 100-plus innings to get going. And let's hope that's the case with Henry Davis, because he is uber talented. He just hasn't quite put it together just yet.
Neil, I'm sure you don't think about it this way when you're in the moment, but us who talk into microphones, we do kind of look at it this way. 440 plate appearances for Henry Davis, just 119 games played. That's not a lot. At what point did it click for you? Was there a certain, you'd been in the bigs and had 500 plate appearances. At what point do you feel like the game slowed down, and is that what you're seeing here from Henry?
Yeah, I think for me it was probably after the 2010 season. I had a little bit of a cup of coffee in 2009, only maybe 20-something at bats, and then came back up in May of the following year. And once that season was done, it was like I'd accumulated a full season, and I had a pretty good idea of what made me successful and how my skill set played in the big leagues and my approach and all that. So I guess kind of right around that 450 to 550 at that mark, I think was when you felt like you were less trying to survive at the big leagues and more trying to obviously thrive, but change your mindset from how do I beat the guy on the mound and help the team win, as opposed to, hey, how do I continue to just stay in the major leagues? Because that is a hurdle that younger players do face, is kind of looking over your shoulder. So maybe this recent trend with Henry Davis has him no longer, I'm sure he would never admit he's looking over his shoulder, but he just never got settled in. So maybe this recent trend is a really positive sign, and he's going to take off and not look back.
9-10 under Don Kelly, Neil. I know that we're not planning a prayer or anything like that. You're a game away from 500 under the new skipper, but the early returns, it looks like a different baseball team out there to me.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing with DK is he's doing the best he can, and not that Derek wasn't, but he's doing the best he can to put the players in the best scenarios to succeed, and he's also understanding trends and playing the hot hand and doing what he can to just give themselves the best chance of winning. And I think the guys are responding really well. I think guys really like DK. I think they really respect him. And you don't need motivation at the major league level, or at least you shouldn't. And Donnie's not necessarily a hoo-hoo rah-rah type of guy, but he does, set standards. And I think that when he took over, I think he let the guys know from day one, look, I expect you guys to do things the right way. And, we're going to do everything we can, regardless of what our record is, to win games. And, if we're all pulling the same direction, we can at least continue to trend in the positive direction. So, as you said, the early returns are good. They've played a lot of one-run games, they've won some and they've lost some, but that, playing one-run games certainly makes you resilient as a group as well. So it'll be interesting to see as we creep toward the trade deadline and creep toward, the draft and all that to see maybe the direction this organization wants to go going into the later months of this season.
I don't know if I got Bucko fever just yet, Neil, but I'm feeling something. Like a little tingle in the throat, something like that. We appreciate your time, buddy. We thank you for joining us and moving things around for us this week.
Yeah, you got it, guys. I always appreciate talking to you, so we'll talk to you again.
You're the man.
Thanks, Neil.
Neil Walker,
yep.
One of the best. There's a lot to react to there. The last point is where I want to take the conversation, and we touched on it earlier on in the show. Let's say you finish with a winning record with Don Kelly, and Henry Davis keeps playing well, and Alexander Canario's playing well, and Bubba Chandler comes up, who was a Ben Cherington pick, and he's good. All of a sudden, does that guy stick around for another year? We'll talk about that coming up next, break down some of the other stuff Neil had to say, and then we got Jeff Hathorn at the bottom of the hour. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday 10-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks, taking 2 of 3 games in that series. Paul Skenes pitched yesterday. He gave up no runs on 4 hits, struck out 7 in 6 2/3 innings. Henry Davis got an RBI in that game. O'Neill Cruz had 3, hit a home run late in the game. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Buccos are off today. You can live bet them tomorrow as they stay out west. You can bet on who will hit home runs, bet pitchers, number of strikeouts, RBIs, and more. And you can bet individual player performances in the basketball playoffs. But whether your favorite team wins or not, whether your favorite team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet on all my favorite sports and to play all my favorite classic casino games in the palm of my hand. You can play with live dealers, blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, and hot online slots. And new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparx.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for the BetParx app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Now, according to Spot Track, the combined $102 million payroll allocated to the Dodgers' 14 pitchers on the injured list is more than the entire roster payrolls of the Guardians, Rays, Pirates, A's, Marlins, and White Sox. So what does that economic fun fact say about the enormous gap between baseball's haves and its have-nots? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
professional.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, TJ McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Buying a new car might make you say things like, I can't believe it.
Seriously? It's ours? Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound looking a lot better for you after that earlier accident was cleared near Stanwyck Street. Most of those delays are out of the way. Outbound, though, you're still jammed as you approach the Greenfield Bridge overpass up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and those lane restrictions there. Inbound stacked at Edgewood Swissvale. And the Parkway West in line right around Parkway Center. Don't forget, till midnight tonight, the 6th Street or Roberto Clemente Bridge remains closed due to tonight's concert with Jelly Roll and Post Malone. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
That was really good stuff, I thought, with Neil Walker. And I like going down memory lane with him and him talking about all the great starting pitchers he faced. When we talked to Wayner about a hypothetical battle between he and Paul Skenes, the way he said he would approach him at the plate is, I'm going to pick a quadrant of the plate I'm going to pick a pitch. And if I get that, I'm letting it fly.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm guessing wrong or if he doesn't give me that, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Neil said. If you miss the pitch you're looking for, you might get one per at-bat. If you miss it, you're out. That's so manly to me. Hey, Paul Skenes up there on the mound going up against bona fide stud big leaguers. And Neil Walker was an all-star. Neil Walker was a great player. And an all-star saying, yeah, if I'm up there, if I miss a pitch that I'm looking for, I'm done.
Done. Finished.
That's how good Paul Skenes is.
You could never get contact, right? Like, we would never get even contact.
No.
Out of, like, 300 pitches.
I don't think so. I ever tell you what I did with the professional softball team around here?
Mm-mm.
Back when I worked for the other station, there was some sort of partnership, and I went there for their tryouts, and I participated in all their tryout drills. I'm fielding, I'm running. It was a lot of fun. They were great girls. And then they got up onto the mound.
Oh.
And they're throwing like 72 mile an hour underhand from like 40 feet away.
Oh, my goodness.
You want to laugh? I look like I never, and maybe I look like this anyway, I look like I never played a sport in my life. And I could swing a bat a little bit. I was a fine player back in my day.
You couldn't hit a ball close to the fence during a slow pitch softball game. I don't know what
That's
you're talking
true.
about.
I hit a double. It was warning track power. It's all I got, but I did have that. It was close to the fence. That's why they put the warning track there. Yeah, they made me look silly. And, I mean, they're professionals, and I'm me. But if it's Paul Skenes, no chance.
No
I mean,
chance.
obviously, you'd have a much better chance than me, and Callis would have a better chance than me because Callis played baseball his whole life, and you played baseball, and you're a professional athlete. But, no, I don't think we'd have a shot.
No.
They put it up on the pregame yesterday, the whiff percentage for each of the pitches that Paul Skenes throws, which means the swing and miss percentage. Everything was above 35%.
Mm-hmm.
Every single pitch he throws, 35% of big leaguers, or 35%, I guess, of the swings are coming up empty. And that doesn't even factor in the foul ball percentage. Like, putting the ball in play against this guy is hard. And he wanted to get more efficient. He leads the league in innings pitched. You know what it reminds me of, dude? Is Sidney Crosby. And TK's talked about this. Like, when Sid came into the league, and they'd be out there doing their drills when Crosby was a rookie, there was like a hump in his shot.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't rip the puck.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, no, I'm going to score 50 goals. So then he did. He wasn't great at faceoffs. I'm going to work on it. Then he became one of the best faceoff guys in the league. Skenes, last year, 1.98 ERA, Rookie of the Year, Cy Young finalist. Oh, what do I got to do? I got to go deeper into ball games. All right, first in the league in innings pitched, and his ERA is at 2.15. It's 9th in Major League Baseball. And my guess is, when it's all said and done this year, he'll be top 3 in ERA, and he'll be a Cy Young candidate again despite maybe even having a losing record. It's phenomenal what this guy is doing. And it's why you don't want to see him get traded. I don't want to see him do this with the Dodgers, the Mets, or the Yankees, or the Red Sox. They've had their fun. We've never seen this before, and we're never going to see it again. You're never going to see a pitcher as good as Paul Skenes walk into this town and pitch for your club again. So cherish it.
Yeah.
And build around it. And that's what Don Kelly said last night. They want to build around it. Now, to Don Kelly. And Jeff Hathorn's going to join us in a few minutes here. They're 9-10 with Don. They're playing much better baseball. Like, forget even the record, just using the eye test.
Oh, that looks way different.
Way different.
Yep.
Brian Reynolds all of a sudden's turned it around. Henry Davis has turned it around. O'Neal Cruz. He barely got that ball last night.
Yes, he scooped it.
He scooped it right out of the ballpark. What a talent he is. If the Henry Davises of the world and the Canarios, if they play well, and Donnie Kelly finishes with a winning record, is Ben Cherington back?
I mean, yes, maybe. I mean, it's looking more and more like it. Looking more and more like it because you're getting the most out of the players that he brought. So he obviously was the mastermind, I guess, behind the players that are here.
I won't rule it out, man.
Yeah.
But I can't bring myself to root against guys like Henry Davis because the end game is win baseball games. And I think you need a general manager who's going to make big swings and go about it maybe in an unconventional way to accrue talent. And that's what they needed this offseason, supplement the roster. But the biggest portion of this is always going to be, always has been, player development.
Yep.
I'm rooting like hell for Henry Davis to be what we thought he could be. Because that's how you're going to build around Paul Skenes and win something tangibly, is if the guys who are already here perform well. Yes, you need to supplement, and I hope Ben or the next guy does that. But I can't root against Henry Davis right now. He's a big part of this thing. If they're going to be good with Paul Skenes, Henry Davis is going to have a lot to do with that.
Well, you could also look at it like this way. If you think that Donnie Kelly is doing a good job, and you think that the baseball games have looked different, which they have, and you could sit there in a room and say, what if I got him a really good GM? Then where could we be? Then where could we be?
That's a good call, and that's what I want to see.
Right.
And I got nothing personally against Ben Sherrington. I feel like I always want to throw that qualifier in there. They're 9-10 with Don. I mean, we're not playing in parades. There's no banners. It's a better baseball team to watch right now, which is great. He's thought of highly around the sport. He had opportunities to be a manager elsewhere. And we've talked to people about this, had been interviewed at other places. Right now, through 19 games, I want him to be my manager next year. We'll see where it goes. Subject to change. They could lose 15 in a row. But right now, through 19 games, I want that guy. Absolutely, I want that guy back. And I didn't think I'd be able to be pushed to that, but here we are. All right. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, is going to join us next. He's been at OTAs. We'll get to get his opinion on what he's seen, what he's allowed to tell us. That's coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's 9:30 on the dot. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Right now, it's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 10-1 winners over the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday, and the Pirates took 2 of 3 from that series. Pirates going to be off today. They're going to start a 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tomorrow, and that series is going to last over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm PJ Glasser, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Summer's here, and so are your chances to cash in on the PGA Tour. Xander Schauffele is heating up with a strong season, a top 10 finish and 4 top 25s under his belt. Right now, Xander, to win the Memorial Tournament, is sitting at plus 1,600. Don't miss your shot to ride the hot hand. I'm PJ Glasser, bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with TruGreen. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TruGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Sweet Caroline. Gonna find out, I think today, first 3 game times for Pitt this year, including the Backyard Brawl. We'll talk to Pat Narduzzi tomorrow at 7 a.m. We'll talk to Jeff Hathorn right now, our sports director. He's been busy covering OTAs, writing for the website. Hi, Jeff. How you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. How are you?
Very good.
Yes.
Jeff, before we do get into the OTAs, Paul Skenes turns 23 years old today, and he's got an ERA of 2.15, most innings pitched in the league. Have you ever seen anything like it? I mean, Mark Fidrich? I mean, does anybody ever come close?
Well, especially with the Pirates, and given their history, they've never had a pitcher like him. They've had some good pitchers, but even over the span, you would think that they would have run into somebody somewhere near Paul Skenes. And Garrett Cole was good. Doug Drabeck wasn't theirs. They got him for a while. Candelaria had some good years, and I know Vern Law, and there were some guys in the past. Harvey Haddix had that great game, but man, this dude is not only in this time in Pirates history. We haven't seen a guy like this, and the beauty of him is the guy knows how to pitch. It's not just a guy with a big arm that can blow 100 by you.
That's right.
This guy has all different kind of weapons. He enjoys the competition. And he does everything the way you would want someone to emulate with his off-day work, his off-season work. And, he's done very well for himself, I think, on and off the field.
Real quick, Doran. The guy who actually just popped into my mind, so I had to go and look it up, when you were talking about guys who have burst onto the scenes the way Skenes did. And this isn't apples to apples. How about Zach Duke, 05, Jeff? 8-2 with a 1.81 ERA. I think John Kruk that offseason of Baseball Tonight said he was going to win the Cy Young in 2006.
Yeah, that name did not appear in my brain when I thought of Paul Skenes.
What, soft-tossed and crafty lefty, not quite in the same vein?
Great guy. God bless him. Ain't Paul Skenes.
Jeff, on Tuesday, I asked you to pay attention to one player while you were at OTAs, and that was Broderick Jones. From what you can tell us, what have you seen from Broderick Jones the past couple days of OTAs?
Yeah, he looks like a guy that's returned home. You know, you don't. You know, at times you could watch him, even at times at practice, you could see the thought bubble above his head of like, okay, I've got to be here, or wait, I've got to turn this way, or wait, my footwork. Now it just flows. I don't want to read too much. We all get guilty of reading too much into OTAs. They're not hitting anybody, but just watching his footwork, seeing how comfortable he looks on that side, just talking to him yesterday and how he just seemed more at ease. And you know what that does? That allows him to attack. So instead of thinking, he can attack because he knows what he's doing. He's comfortable over there. So we'll see how it plays out when the pads come on. And I think, what is it, Will McDonald that'll see? No, it's Faltano that's going to see McDonald for the first time with the Jets. So, I mean, listen, he's going to have some challenges, but all the things that you can look at OTAs, he looks good.
We love having you on the ground because I can ask questions like this and you can have some substance behind it. So ESPN, there was a write-up there, ESPN.com, that had the Steelers with the worst offseason in the AFC. I mean, you got your eyes on these guys, and I understand it's football and shorts, but where are they better than last year, Jeff?
Well, I mean, I look at it this way. There are areas, until they know exactly what their quarterback is, there's going to be questions about this team. You lose a 1,000-yard running back. You lose a receiver like George Pickens. I get it. But I think what they did is they looked beyond 2025 with what they did this offseason. They got Metcalf, but signed him to a 4-year deal. They added to the trenches. You know, they got a healthy offensive tackle back, and they helped the defensive line. So, yeah, I don't know that they are better necessarily, at least on paper right now, than last year. But I think they set themselves up to get back into not just squeaking into the playoffs, but working back into being a championship team again because of the moves they made this offseason. So I think that's even more important than what might happen in 2025.
Jeff, do you expect Metcalf to be a part of OTAs at all? I mean, I don't know if that's been said or not, but do you expect to see him soon?
We don't. I don't know. He'll be here for minicamp. He was here for a couple of weeks leading up to OTAs, so he's been around the guys. He's worked with them. Guys have been very effusive in their praise. I almost said evasive. That would have been interesting, but effusive in their praise of what Metcalf brought just in the weight room, how hard he worked, stuff like that. Obviously, look at the dude. Yeah, he's pushed a weight or two. But I know he'll be here for minicamp, but we don't know if he's going to be here. He, like Watt, has some family stuff, good family stuff that he's dealing with, not chewing bark. So I would expect him at some point, but I don't know if we're going to see him next week either.
Jeff, I've seen some videos out there, and it's tough to know what to make of any of this, but in what you've seen and you're allowed to convey, is there an order of operations at wide receiver? Like, is there a wide receiver one right now? Who would that be?
Well, I mean, with DK out, I can say this because some of that stuff is under that. Listen, we're not allowed to say what we're seeing. They're rotating a lot of different guys. There is no doubt that Roman Wilson is getting every chance to show that he can be a big contributor this year. Beyond that, they're throwing a lot of different guys out there, including a few of the walk-ons, the undrafted free agents that they brought in for this year. So it's hard to gauge right now. But I would just say, and this is typical of OTAs, as you guys know, they're running a whole bunch of different people in.
I feel like Cole Holcomb's going to have a significant role this year now that he's back. Watching some clips, and he's obviously at full strength. I feel he could bring a lot to the table for that inside backer room.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this dude had 142 tackles with Washington a couple of years ago, and the only thing that's held him back is injury. It's not like he's been flowed by performance or people have questioned his performance. It's been because of injury, and you got to admire a guy that twice had catastrophic knee injuries, and instead of saying, well, maybe I'll get on with life's work or this isn't for me, the dude just kept working. He loves the game. So, yeah, I think Holcomb, because he's part of a mix, you bring him in with Queen, but you've also got Peyton Wilson. So you have options. It's not just those two. I like that room better. And when you look at potential improvements, as much as I love Landon Roberts, a healthy Cole Holcomb does bring another dimension to that linebacker group.
Jeff, this Doran guy makes a lot of sense. I said I'd start Caleb Johnson day one at running back, and Doran said it's all going to come down to blitz pickup. I mean, that's generally the way that Tomlin looks at these things, isn't it? And they're not doing any of that right now, are they?
No, and I would be – Jalen Warren's going to get the first opportunity to get out there. I mean, he's earned it. He's done everything they've asked him to do. Again, another guy that was kind of slowed by injury last year. So I look at Jalen Warren as the number one unless somebody can beat him out in camp. I know you lose Najee, and on paper you say, oh, you lose 1,000-yard back. But from an explosion aspect and from a big play aspect, I think they're better this year than they were last year. Just Najee just didn't bring that. Was he steady? Sure. I don't know what a steady running back. What does it get you? I mean, it's not like every third down you could hand him the ball and he was going to guarantee get you the first down. But with these guys, you got three different guys that could potentially hit a home run. That's where I think it's going to impact the Steelers. Maybe it won't be one guy as consistently, but the opportunity for big plays. And I don't want to count out Gainwell. I mean, Gainwell's got a lot to prove. He's on a one-year deal. He wants to show that, hey, I didn't get a chance behind Saquon. Give me an opportunity and let me show you what I can do.
Jeff, last thing here for you. Was Darius Slay taking a shot at Rodgers, Watt, and Metcalf?
No, I don't think so. I don't. I think he was just explaining, like, this is why I'm here, and this is why I think this is important. I don't at all think he was taking a shot, especially at TJ or Metcalf. Whether there's anything, I mean, Rodgers isn't signed, so I'm not going to read too much into it. But I think that's his mentality. Like, he's got this way about him. Like, he's laid back to an extent, but when he starts talking ball, like, he gets really serious. And I think he was just saying, listen, championship teams show up and do the unusual things. That's what we did in Philly, and that's why I'm here to try to help this secondary. And but I think it was more about him than it was a shot at somebody else.
All right, chalk up another win for Doran. Jeff, appreciate your time. As always, buddy, thank you.
Thank you, boys. Have a good weekend.
You are the man. You too. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. A lot of great stuff on 937thefan.com, including his write-up on Nick Herbig, who is savoring the opportunity to get some playing time without T.J. Watt. Probably good for, what's-his-face out of Ohio State, too, Jack Sawyer. Thought I'd forget his name.
It's kind of a hard name to forget. Every time I do it, too, I'm like, what's his name? Oh, Jack Sawyer. It sounds like a linebacker.
Doran? It does sound like a linebacker. It's the simplest names that I always forget.
Yep.
Like Mike Stanton, I always forgot his name. Giancarlo Stanton, not so much.
Right.
I called Caleb Johnson the other day Caleb Jones.
Yeah, I'm messing his name up a bunch, too.
I got Daniel Jones and Jaden Daniels confused. Anybody who's got one of them, like any Smiths, I'm forgetting.
Yep.
And I'm just conflating them with other people, and I'm screwing the whole thing up. All right. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Social media's biggest loser. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We could be on the precipice of having an NBA Finals, also a Stanley Cup Final, and why the Penguins might be a little bit to blame for Florida going to their third straight championship round. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 10-1 winners over the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday, which allowed them to take 2 of 3 from the Diamondbacks in that series. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tomorrow, and that series is going to last through the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound Parkway East, slowing around Edgewood Twistvail to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound, you have those lane restrictions approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnels up to Edgewood Twistvail until 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's causing delays on that outbound side before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. And because of tonight's Post Malone Jelly Roll concert, the 6th Street or Roberto Clemente Bridge will remain closed until midnight. Only pedestrians will be allowed to use it. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men and a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filippone. It's that crazy time of year when you need heat in the morning, air conditioning in the afternoon, and then back to the heat at night. Ain't that the truth? No matter what the temperature swings, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric keeps your home comfortable and worry-free all year long. From repairs and maintenance to new installations, trust the honest local heating and cooling experts at McVeigh to get the job done fast and right. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Pomp and Joe coming up next. The Oklahoma City Thunder punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. Who's a tougher matchup for them? Is it the Pacers or the Knicks, do you think?
The Pacers. Pacers like to move, but I don't think anybody's really a tougher matchup. I think that from the start of the season till the end of the season, they were clearly the best squad. They're
wire to wire.
They're the youngest. They're the freshest. They have the better bench. Like you could argue, I guess, against the Pacers having a better bench because T.J. McConnell has been fantastic.
Outstanding.
But they just all around can just pour it on when they want to.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the quality of games has been great, and the pace with which the Thunder play, and just watching SGA has been awesome. I'm not sure how captivating the finals is going to be. I think they're going to win. I mean, maybe it goes 6 games.
Yeah, unless the Pacers come out, because I feel like if the Pacers are going to win, it's because of fate. Because they've won a bunch of games this year off of just one bounce, like a ball or Halliburton turning around, throwing it up, going into overtime, then winning. Like they won a bunch of times that way. And I'm like, it might be just fate. You know, you might just
you bounce your way into a win or two.
It's their time. You know, that's the only way. It's
you win a game that you win because you're good. And then you get a bounce and you push the thing and you see how the pressure affects a young team in the Thunder, something like that. Meanwhile, you've got Edmonton and Dallas tonight. Last night, the Panthers punched their ticket to the Stanley Cup final. And I think the Penguins are a little bit at fault here, Doran. Let me explain. So 3 years ago, the Penguins miss out on the playoffs by 1 point because they lose to the Chicago Blackhawks. The team that sneaked in there was the Florida Panthers. Penguins had 91 points. The Panthers had 92. Panthers went on that run to the Cup final. They lost to Vegas. If they don't make the playoffs, general managers do funky stuff. And do a couple of those pieces get shipped out? Does the makeup of the roster change? I don't know, but maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And even just the process of losing in a final helps you then when you get back there. We saw with the Penguins in 2008. They were game. Yep. They were ready for the Red Wings. They knew what it took to win the championship. If Vegas doesn't lose in the final 3 years ago, maybe they're not back-to-back champions now. I don't know. But I want to be mad at the Penguins. So there you have it. I'm mad at the Penguins.
There you go.
Because they couldn't beat the damn Chicago Blackhawks. Disgusting. And what's the ripple effect then? I mean, is Mike Sullivan still the Penguins head coach? Apparently they're circling in on this Mitch Love guy as their next head coach.
Know zero about him.
Nobody does.
Where's he at?
He used to coach for Saskatoon. I heard Mackey breaking it down last night, and he lost me with Saskatoon. Not that I don't love Mackey, but if they hire him, we'll tell you about it.
Is that where Colby Armstrong's from?
Saskatoon?
Yeah.
I'm on it.
He might be. I think that might be his neck of the woods.
Callis is going to come on and tell us we got to get out, and we will. But now the people need to know.
I can feel Starkey staring at us through the universe.
He would want us to answer this question. He's from Lloydminster, Canada.
I think it's Saskatoon. I think he lived in Saskatoon.
Lloydminster, Canada is the most Canadian town I've ever heard my entire life. Oh my God! He was born in Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. But Doran, he grew up in Saskatoon.
Seriously?
You nailed it.
Bang. Bang.
He also has an older sister, Tiffany, and a younger brother, Riley. Thank you, Wikipedia. Joe Starkey up next. This was fun. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Pat Narduzzi going to join us at 7. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of Evgeny Malkin, 71. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why, for over 30 years, everyone's been asking,
Have we met?
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets. Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beers brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. And introducing their incredible summer cocktails. Next, the award-winning menu. Whether it's a traditional German favorite like schnitzel or bratwurst or one of the best burgers around. Now, you can get that weekend brunch in the massive outdoor beer garden along the waterfront. Hofbrau Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss live.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews continuing work on the outbound Parkway East. The right lane closed till 2 o'clock this afternoon from the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit all the way out to Edgewood Swissvale. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East remains closed. Both those will reopen at 2 o'clock. Delays on that outbound Parkway East stretching back to the bend at Bates. Parkway West, you're in line right around Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates dominated the Diamondbacks 10-1 the final. Paul Skenes gets the victory. Happy birthday, Paul Skenes. Today got an early present, 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits, no runs allowed, no walks, and he struck out 7. Henry Davis got the offense started top half of the second inning. Davis with a single to center field brought in Canario. Davis had 2 hits on the day. Brian Reynolds with a triple ended a top of the 6th inning where the Pirates scored 5 runs. They scored 2 in the top half of the 5th. And in the 8th inning, O'Neal Cruz hit his 12th home run of the season for the 10-1 victory. Pirates take the series. Buccos are off today. Travel day to San Diego. Mitch Keller will pitch on Friday against the Padres at 9:40. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Thursday Pomp and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Once again, Limits and I having a pre-show dispute.
Well, you know, the good thing about that, Joe, is the last time that happened, we had one of the best opening segments we've ever had.
We have a lot to live up to then. Emma, the intern, is with you. Is she an intern?
No, this is Emma Powell from Baldwin. She writes for the student newspaper, The Perbolite at Baldwin, does a really good job, and she's shadowing the show today.
Shadowing you today.
Yes.
Learning from a legend. Hello, Emma. How are you today?
I'm good.
Say hello. She's a big Penguin fan, Tyler.
I
Say
know.
hello to Tyler Kennedy.
Who's your favorite Penguin?
Of course, Tyler Kennedy is my favorite.
Get her.
Great answer.
She's figured this business out already. I love it.
That is a great answer. All right, Tyler. How are you today?
Doing great. You know, the weather's kind of affect my mood a little bit, but I'm going out on the course tomorrow. I got a little match set up. I'm ready to go. I haven't played in 2 weeks, so
I'm depressed about my golf game. I was going to quit, and now I'm going to play again.
that doesn't surprise me. That does not surprise me. With the mustache, you needed to change
How
up.
about the mustache,
Yeah.
huh? They made a challenge the other day on the PM show.
Really?
Because Mason Rudolph showed up at OTAs with a mustache, and I think this is coming in well. Do you, Limits?
It's taking off, Joe.
Do
have
you,
to
Emma?
run with
Is
it.
this coming in well, or is this
have
a
you seen
tragedy?
Joe's mustache at all? It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
I mean,
Crowley
it's
couldn't
still growing
decipher
in.
it. Yeah.
Crowley has a great mustache. I told Crowley that he looks the best that I think he ever has right now.
I think he looks the worst he ever has.
Callis said that too.
Yeah, I was going to quit, Tyler. And then I got a lesson yesterday, and I just need to slow it down, Ed Vittmeyer told me.
Your head or your swing?
Both. Both. It needs to be like a hinge, like a door, just up and down. I'm trying to kill the ball. You saw that, right?
Yeah. Even again, play it safe, and usually you do pretty well. But I'm nervous. I got a match tomorrow.
Who against who?
Ryan Shaw. He's one of my buddies. We've been bickering back and forth all winter. Who's better? And he goes, TK, put your money where your mouth is.
Uh-oh.
I'll put my money where my mouth is all day long.
How much?
I don't want to
Over 1,000?
No.
Oh, then it's small potatoes.
Yeah, maybe for you. Me, work. That's a lot of hours on the ice. But no, I'm excited to get out. It's been fun. I feel like different. I'm in Bob's chair.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I know.
Bob's chair. I feel like I've moved up in the world a little bit.
And guess who sat in that chair before Bob on this show? Ron Cook.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
You're a pathetic person. You know that?
A couple of legends.
You know what? Even Doran was.
Doran,
was
yeah.
Yeah,
that's a big chair over there.
Yeah, you know what? And the chair is so high. I'm like, this guy he's like 6'2", 6'3", and he's like really high. My knees are touching.
I was asking him, actually inadvertently insulting him the other day about his team at Pitt from the early 2000s. And I said, who was the fastest guy on the team? He said, you're looking at him.
Wow.
Doran ran like a 4.35. And, of course, he went on to play in the NFL. Who was the best athlete on the team? It was Doran. Who's the most freakish, like, overall athlete that you ever encountered on a hockey rink? A teammate.
That can play all sports?
Yes, that and also the most freakishly, like, oh, my God, this guy can do everything on a hockey rink, too. Or a guy for all sports. Yes, both.
So for all sports, Joe Pavelski, a guy played with San Jose for 2 years. He was a guy that you watch practice and you're like, wow, he's going to be our top guy. He wasn't too impressive. He'd always work on the little things of his game, like tipping pucks, shooting pucks off spins, all this stuff. But then we always go for a golf tournament before the year out in San Jose. You want to talk about great courses. So we were out in Pebble Beach, and this guy, he was a scratch golfer. Like, I've never seen a guy pick. Oh, he was phenomenal. And he's like, you know what? He goes, I can just figure stuff out. It was unbelievable. He's great at
ping pong.
He's actually a really good baseball player. He's actually like, what kind of even makes him real like dynamic. He's like an unbelievable fisherman. Like, he can almost join like
really.
Yeah, like he can do it all. And
Limits, is fishing a sport? Do we include that in athletic skills or no?
Is there like competitive fishing?
Yeah,
I don't know. What does Emma think? Ask her if she thinks fishing is a sport.
Fishing
Emma,
a sport?
Fishing a sport?
I think so. I fish a lot.
You do?
Well, I used to when I was little.
For what? What kind of fish?
Well, we like own a boat, so like I'm down at the river a lot.
Wow.
So I fish.
All right, then I'm an outlier here. I don't think that fishing is an athletic event.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there's tournaments, so I think it is.
I mean, there's chess tournaments.
Is chess not a sport?
Limits?
No, chess is not a sport.
Emma?
I will lay down the line there.
Chess is a sport?
No, we agree back here. Chess is not a sport.
No, she says no.
No.
Yeah.
Fishing is a sport, though.
How about race car driving?
Oh, 100%.
You think?
Race car driving? Oh, yeah.
Are they
NASCAR?
athletes? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You sit in that car for 8 hours. ripping around a track at 200 miles an hour.
Does Emma think race car drivers are athletes? I'm not so sure about this.
Like, I can drive a car, so like.
There you go.
I don't know.
Don't go off the rails.
I
Emma.
agree with
Emma,
her
you're going off the rails.
100%. I agree with her 100%.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's very difficult, but so is playing a guitar.
Does that make Antonio Brown on McKnight Road a sport?
Yeah, jeez. Well, what about like the F1?
It's incredible what they do, but again, it's incredible what a guitar player would do over the course of a 3-hour concert. He would exert himself, beyond
But
belief.
he's not competing against anyone else. What I think makes it a sport is when you compete against other people. He's not competing. He's just singing.
He might be in a guitar contest.
No. You're going off the rails here.
I'm not.
Guitar. So,
Limits.
Joe, when you
Wait a second here. And I asked, by the way, the last time I asked Mike Tomlin a question when it was just me and him was probably 15 years ago, and he was doing a camp. And it was just a fun interview, like about his interests and things like that.
Yeah.
And I learned that he likes NASCAR. So I said, as he was walking away to get away from me at the end of the interview, I followed him and said, one more thing. Do you like NASCAR? He's like, love it. I said, do you think they're athletes, those guys? He said, absolutely. So he agrees with Tyler.
Yep.
If I'm going to go watch cars race around, I'll stand on top of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Right, Emma?
No, they're going too slow because everyone stops. The Squirrel Tunnel, the Fort Pitt Tunnel, there's nothing worse than you're trying to get downtown and there's...
I know. What is that phenomenon? Why does that happen, Limits? Especially coming back from Philly or Greensboro.
Every time I come
wherever.
back from Penn State, I sit there for like half an hour.
Why does that happen? Why can't everybody just drive through?
People that say that 51 is a bad road have not driven that road enough.
Tyler, why does that happen? What is it about the tunnel that makes it a traffic jam?
One merging lane. It's the one merging lane, and then you go to the Squirrel. Like I'm talking about the Fort Pitt because I go through that a lot more. But like, I don't get the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. But again, after you get, say, if you're coming from like Monroeville back,
yeah,
they do have one merging lane. But like, that's the first thing a lot of players that come here talk about.
I believe it.
It's the first thing they go, what is going on with this traffic? Like, why are they stopping?
Why are they
Even
stopping?
when it's raining,
That's
slower.
the eternal question. Why are they stopping or slowing down? I don't understand. It's a road. It's two lanes.
There's got to be a better solution.
Keep driving. Are
There's
horses
gotta be.
athletes,
What?
Tyler? Are horses athletes?
Yeah.
Limits, you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say horses are athletes, especially when
some of these horses are worth more than a hockey player.
Yeah, when they're running in the Kentucky Derby or the Preakness Stakes, or
they're like $20 million
This
horses.
is unbelievable. Emma, are horses athletes?
Yes, I think so. The people riding them, no, but the horses themselves.
See, I think the opposite. I think a jockey is more of an athlete, although it's like a race car driver. The horse, first of all, the first prerequisite to being an athlete is to know that you are competing and that you're an athlete. A horse doesn't know that.
So the horse trains. The horse trains for the race and prepares for the race and has to get ready for the race.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so if I put two ants on this table and put a piece of apple at the end and they both started running toward the apple, are they athletes?
That's not a competitive race.
Yes, it is a competitive race. They're trying to get to the apple.
It might be a friendly competitive race. Back
If the ant was worth $10 million, yeah, it would turn into something a little bit more serious.
Are ants athletes?
No.
Emma? What does she think?
Is cornhole a sport, Joe?
Oh,
he thinks so because it's big money on TV and they're competing. Are cornholers athletes? Is that what they're called, by the way? Cornholers? Yeah.
No, I don't think they are.
Hey, so I'm on Sportsnet, so right outside the window, we do the show, we watch the game in this room. Me and Jay watch the game in the room, and outside the window they have
Jay Caulfield?
Yeah, Jay Caulfield. And we watch sometimes these guys play cornhole, and there's some studs out there that don't miss.
I know.
And
I've seen that.
I forget. Maybe it's I'm not sure what the bar is beside the Sportsnet building, but like every Thursday, I think there's like a tournament at the bar, and there's some guys that they don't miss.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a sport.
I don't know. I have to draw the line at animals. What about dogs when they do like the Frisbee thing at halftime? Athlete?
Oh, what about when they run around and try to catch the rabbit? That's
That could be a sport.
That's really fun to watch when the dogs are catching the frisbees.
Who was the dog who starred in the sports movie? That was definitely Air Bud.
Yeah, Air Bud. He was the best. He's an athlete.
He was like Pavelski. He could play anything.
He can
right?
play everything.
Air
and
Bud.
then for like probably like the strongest, most athletic, like obviously Sid because what he does, but like Chris Letang was kind of a freak in the gym.
Yeah, I bet.
He was like, and he was like doing like triple of what I was trying to lift. And it was like nothing. Like I think he was doing like chin-ups with like 100 pounds strapped to him.
Crowley's weighed in. For how much?
For 5 or 6. The guy's
100
pounds.
What?
Strapped to him. There's videos on YouTube. I've never seen a guy that strong in my life.
I'd have to be airlifted to a hospital if I tried
could probably barely hang on, especially now. I'm like, my wife said something that really got me the other day. She's like, you're kind of turning into like the skinny fat guy. I go, please don't say that. So I've been going to the gym ever since.
How much can you lift now?
Probably not much. You know what happened?
Probably not much.
Did you see that? Did you see on the broadcast of the TNT game last night? Shaq, right before halftime, grabbed a member of the crew and was doing curls with him?
I didn't see that. Wait a second. We're burying the lead here. Someone has told us, I think Mackey, that you look like maybe the guy who's going to be the Penguins' new coach. Is that right?
Yes. So
listen to this, Tyler.
I'm going to find it. So Mackey tweeted out something yesterday that says Jay Woodcroft is one of the names you hear as a candidate for Penguins head coach. He looks like an older version of Austin Bexhold.
Is there a photo to go with it?
Yeah.
We'll have to take a look.
I had Jay in San Jose.
I don't know if you can see
You
the guy
did?
through the glass here, Joe.
Jay Woodcroft in San Jose.
Let's get to these
2
coaching
years.
candidates in a moment. First, Crowley weighs in, wondering if Air Bud is then an actor. Are we taking it that far? If he's an athlete, is Air Bud an actor?
Yes, Air Bud's an actor.
You think he knows he's acting?
Well, he's
Does
getting
it matter?
paid to act. Like
Emma,
his
what do you
owners are
think?
getting paid.
Is Air Bud an actor? Did you see the movies?
He rehearses as like the actors do, so like I think so.
Good take.
Wow.
Good take.
We've gone.
And the owners probably get paid for bringing him on set.
That's right.
This is a bridge too far.
Someone has to get paid for Air Bud.
Did you
Probably
see Air Bud?
Air Bud is paid in treats, Joe.
He is. If you offered him money or treats, there's no contest there.
Or ice cream.
I cried at Air Bud. Everybody else, did you, Tyler?
No.
Remember when they captured Air
Yeah,
Bud
yeah,
and he was living in that horrible place?
Yeah, I don't get too like I was in and out of that movie. It wasn't like one that grabbed me and ran.
What's the last one you cried at?
Ooh.
Fried green tomatoes, maybe?
No, I don't know.
Limits.
Fried green tomatoes?
Are you a crier? I'm not a crier.
I mean, I don't weep. Like Limits and his family will watch a movie together and they're all weeping on the couch. It's not me, but
We're a
tears
very
will-
emotional family.
Rudy
I
will
just keep pushing my emotion down. I just keep stuffing it down.
I've spent a whole life doing that.
Yeah,
now the
yeah,
problem
exactly.
is that
You have kids, that's
right.
why.
When it comes out in very distorted ways. That's
all
the
at
problem.
once, TK.
Rudy, did you cry at that?
Oh, I thought Rudy was phenomenal.
Yeah, at
I
least a
love-
little welling of the tears that got as far as your chin or your nose.
No,
No.
I don't cry
Wow.
like that.
Limits? Your whole family must have been on the floor bawling at Rudy.
Oh,
People wailing.
More so for the NCIS Origin season finale, if you remember that. Remember? The very emotional
Yes.
cliffhanger at the end.
Emma, the last movie you cried at was what? Terms of Endearment?
La La Land.
La La Land. Did you see that, Limits?
No, I did not see that.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
I feel emotional even now. Speaking about this. Tyler, let's talk about coaches, shall we?
Let's go.
Who's the guy you mentioned who looks like you?
Woodcroft.
Yeah, Jay Woodcroft.
You had him
Had
in
him
San
2
Jose.
years in San Jose.
Tell us about him.
Well, one, he was the assistant coach in Detroit when they beat us in 2009.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? He had kind of a funny story. He was like assistant coach video guy in Detroit for so many years, and then he won in 2009. Todd McClellan got hired in San Jose to take over. So Todd was actually, the assistant coach. He went to San Jose. He took over as a head guy, and he brought Jay as assistant coach. So Jay was with me for 2 years, but Jay's a very skill-oriented, very development-first kind of guy. But what I think scared me with him was he was in Edmonton, and he didn't last long. He didn't even last 2 years in Edmonton.
Yeah.
and they had a wagon.
Yeah.
You know, so.
That's right. That was a disaster.
Yeah, but like,
I mean, not a disaster. The fact they didn't get where they're supposed to go, right?
Exactly. But again, sometimes it just doesn't work. But I thought Jay was good, like very detailed, very puts the work in. But he was an assistant in San Jose, so I'm not really sure. But I know he was. When I talk about guys that really focused on skill and development, he was a guy like that. He was always talking about that. When I talk about like Joe Pavelski and that San Jose team being very skilled,
yeah,
it was because Jay Woodcroft was out there working on skill, working on drills. Like he's very into that stuff. Even I think he does like skill stuff in the summer. But I'm waiting. Like we got to hear a little. It's got to come out pretty soon, right? Like if it's not anyone that's going to be in the finals, what are we waiting for? You know.
Well, I think they're doing in-person interviews this week, and it seems like, you know, with the World Championships over, that now it's really starting to heat up. And two other guys. One of them is Mitch Love, who a lot of people think is the front runner, the Capitals assistant coach. What do you know? What do you hear from people in the league about him?
One, I hated playing against him. You want to talk about a guy that played hard, did everything hard. Like, he fought. He was a tough defenseman. Like, he was a guy that played with heart and soul when you played against him, and he was a tough guy to play against. I think he has some of the pedigree I think the Penguins are looking for.
Yeah.
Some of that, like, hey, no, I've been in the grind with you. I've been through the ringer. I think he'd be a pretty good candidate.
And he's only 40. You like a younger guy coming in or no?
I'm on the fence like that with that because some of our guys are like 38. He's only 2 years older than some of our guys, which I think it starts to like question his authority when guys are only 2 years older. But he's a guy that's intimidating guy. He'd be an intimidating coach because, again, when you have a guy that's like Greg Berube in Toronto, you look him up. He's knocking guys' heads off. So you're not really questioning him or you're not really mouthing off to him because you'll probably knock your head off. He's a guy like that. I think he'll demand respect. I think he'll do a great job. I think he'll be great for the guys that aren't the star players. Like the third and fourth line guys, the fifth and sixth defensemen. I think guys like that really help those guys. I felt, when you think of Dan Bylsma, Dan was never a good, he was never a really good player, but he really knew how to communicate with the bottom end of the team because he was that kind of player. And I think Mitch Love is kind of like that. So I think he'd be a good candidate. I'd want to know more about him and who he's bringing with him. If I was going between Jay Woodcroft and Mitch Love, I think the Penguins need more of a Mitch Love, a guy that's been in the grind, a guy that's like, you look at his former career and how he played in he knows the nitty gritty, and I think he'll bring out a little bit more grit in the players instead of skill. We're skilled. We have enough skill. We need to find sandpaper. And I think a guy like Mitch Love will force those bottom end of the Penguins to come out a little bit more sandpapery to tell them, guys, this is how we need to play. Watch, do this, do that.
Well, there's one other guy in the mix, too. At least one. But one that's getting mentioned a lot, that's DJ Smith, former coach of the Senators. And it seems that he's the type of, really positive spirit guy, like that positive reinforcement guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. What do you know about him?
Well, I don't think we need a reinforcement positive guy. I think we're past that stage. I think we need a guy who's going to set the tone right off the bat. So, and I don't think he lasted that long in Ottawa. He wasn't there very long.
No, he wasn't.
And then he's an assistant coach. Guys, I think my front runner is that Mitch Love. I want to see a guy come in that wants to prove that he's an NHL coach because he's going to spend more time at the rink. He's always going to have in his head that I want to prove that I'm a good NHL coach, that I can do this, that I can be successful. So Yeah, I think Mitch is better than even DJ Smith.
Yeah.
But I think DJ's been around a long time, but
He was getting there with the Senators in 22-23. They finally had a winning record. We're up around 90 points and then had a bad start the next year and he was out. But it seemed like from the things I'm reading that even when he was fired, it's like nobody really had negative reviews of him. But I hear what you're saying. They need more of an ass kicker than a friend.
Oh, yeah. It's like Terrian, right? Terrian got the Penguins and got the bottom end players a certain way to play a certain way. Dan came in and kind of put the systems and everything, but for like grit and like willingness to make guys play hard.
Yeah.
Terrian was the guy. He'd be the guy going, "Hey, I think it's time you probably run someone over." Hey, it's probably, you know what I mean? Because you see his old clips of him calling guys out. Like, that might not be a bad thing.
Well, no matter who it is,
you got to
this person's walking into a tough situation depending on who's still here, and Carlson would lead the list of not being necessarily a jerk, but just an older guy who's set in his ways and thinks he knows best and isn't very coachable. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, he's a veteran guy. He's been around the block. He's always played one way. He's always been really successful. When you look at a coach, it's like, what guy's going to sit him down and scare him a little bit? Because he ain't going to get scared very easily. But who's going to get him and set the tone with them where it's like, no. This is how you're going to play or you're not going to play. But I don't know if that even worked.
I just think the best move with him is any, by hook or by crook, get him out of here, Yeah. And I say that lovingly almost, but it's just not, it's just a bad situation to walk into and have to deal with that. Plus, the thing that really confuses me with Carlson is why is he attached to this place? It's been 2 years. Does he love it here? Is he living here in the offseason? I don't think so. Go somewhere where you can win, please.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to go to some of the places there. I think he's probably got a no trade clause, right, to certain teams.
Would he rather not win? Just coast for the rest of his career?
Maybe they're sending him to Winnipeg. He goes, no, I'll stay here.
Yeah, right.
But like you hear the new rumors about that Mitch Marner coming to the Penguins.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we don't need Mitch Marner. We got skill. We need some sandpaper. We need a guy like Sam Bennett. Give Sam Bennett $11 million.
But couldn't anybody use Mitch Marner if you're trying to win?
Yeah, who's farther in the playoffs right now? Mitch Marner or Sam Bennett?
Well, yeah, if you give me a choice of those two, for sure.
Yeah, I think we need more of a sandpaper guy than a high-end skill. Like, just look at the playoffs right now. Look what's winning in the playoffs right now. Look at all the high-end skill that's out of the playoffs. Like Carolina trying to play that high-end skill game. And Florida's like, yeah, you play whatever game. We're going to run you through the back of the wall, and we are going to just make it so hard. Everyone on their team hits. You got guys like Sam Bennett. They're making every D go back and pay a price to pick up a puck.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the Penguins have that right now. When they chip a puck in, that defenseman's looking over his shoulder because he's got a guy barreling down and is going to put him through the wall. So I think we need to pick up a guy like that, a sandpaper guy that can pull other guys into the fight. Everyone talks about like Matt Cook and how he played and, he hit guys from behind, this and that, and he played on the edge. Well, you know what? When you play on the edge like that, guess what happens? You pull everyone into the fight. If you're not having a good game and Matt Cook runs them through the wall and you're in a scrum, you better get involved in that game because someone's going to grab you and knock your head off. So guys like that, guys that pull you into the fight when you don't want to be in the fight are the ones that are game changers. They're culture changers. So I think a guy like Sam Bennett, it's going to be hard for Florida to sign him because I think he's going to want a big price tag. But I also think Florida understands how valuable a guy like that is, especially like in the Leaf series. He was a big factor on pushing those top guys out of the game. So I don't know, Mitch Marner. He's probably the most skilled free agent coming up here.
Yeah.
But I'm just worried about when the game gets hard, when you got to put everything on the line and sacrifice your body or, do something you're not usually willing to do. Is he going to be the guy to do that? So
Tyler Kennedy here till 11 o'clock. We don't often open the phones for Tyler, do we? Limits
Oh.
No, but we can.
If you have a question for Tyler, 412-928-9370, 928-9370. That is the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, providing trusting plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can communicate with our dear friend Limits on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So a lot of things happening today. Obviously, hockey talk right now. I want to ask Tyler more about what it takes to win these days compared to when his team won the Cup. Has it come back around to the same stuff? Are we talking about a different way of building teams and the Penguins Cup winners of 16 and 17? What kind of team do you want to have these days? Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. And, of course, well, we'll do that at 11. I have a six-pack planned for 11. This threw me for a loop, this segment, Limits. The fact that all three of you think that dogs and horses are athletes. I don't know that I can get over that, Tyler.
Yeah, I'm surprised because, like, when you see, have you ever seen, like, one of those?
They're athletic. Don't get me wrong. They're very athletic.
But whenever you have something racing against something else for money,
yeah,
that's a sport, right?
Yeah.
It means that that's an athlete.
Sure.
You know, when you're eating a certain way, when you're training, when you're...
Is a squirrel an athlete? Do you ever see what they do on trees and such? They go upside down on telephone wires?
Oh, yeah.
Limits, is a squirrel an athlete?
No, a squirrel is not an athlete.
What if you raced one squirrel against another? Would he be an athlete then? Tyler thinks so?
No. Is people on the text line are saying...
Emma, have you ever been to a squirrel race?
Squirrel race? Have you ever seen a squirrel race before? No.
No.
That's because I don't think they're formal, Joe. I don't think those formally exist.
What if they're informal, Limits? Does that make them an athlete?
No.
Next.
People are saying secretariat.
Yeah.
The horse, definitely an athlete, right? Secretariat?
No, he's not an athlete. He was athletic. He didn't even know he was competing.
So do you have
if
to
you
know
gave
that
him
you're competing?
Yeah, I think that's a prerequisite.
He
yes.
knew he was competing in the Secretariat?
No, he was competing for an apple. He didn't know he was an athlete.
That's you insulting
you can
Secretariat's
see in the
integrity.
movie- I think
I'm
the
sorry,
races
I
know.
insulted Secretariat. I didn't mean it.
You did.
The horses know they're trying to beat all the other horses, 100%.
But for what? Not to like win a title because they're getting beaten on the back or something. They're going ahead of them.
What's the difference between winning a trophy, a piece of metal, and a food?
I guess you're right about that.
You
I don't know. Is there an apple at the end of it? Well, like I said, if I put two ants on this table, if I put two ants right here on this table and a crumb a foot away, is that then an athletic contest?
If there's money on it. If it's sanctioned.
Emma, do people bet on ant races?
Not that I've heard.
That's a good answer. I haven't heard of it either.
What else are they saying? Secretariat actually was voted one of the top 100 athletes of the 20th century by Sports Illustrated, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Ron Cook railed against that, as I recall.
The other texters are, they're kind of talking about other things. They brought up Rudy.
Sure.
They brought up other movies.
Did they cry at Rudy?
It's a great question for the
You
texters.
should read one instead of silently reading them on
One
the air.
says the horses are athletic. Winning is winning.
That's true.
Somebody else says about race cars. Somebody else says animals are motivated just like people.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's a good point.
Wow.
This is fun having Limit silently read.
What's your best top 5, top 3 sports movies?
Oh, why don't we talk about that
Or
next?
racing movies.
Hockey movies. There's Slapshot and everything else. What's the second best one? I'll ask you next.
Your best?
Ooh. We're going to get to this next with Tyler Kennedy. It's Pomp and Joe without Pomp.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the NHL playoffs last night, Carolina is done. Florida beats the Hurricanes in Carolina 5-3. Panthers move on to the finals again. They win the series in 5. Tonight, Edmonton has a chance to do the same. Could be chalk with the Oilers in Dallas, currently 3-1. has Game 5 in Dallas. Who is the higher seed? It's tonight at 8 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The WNBA champion New York Liberty's recent cash infusion from investors values the franchise at $450 million. That would be the highest in women's sports. Meantime, Liberty ownership spared no expense in designing diamond-studded championship rings with twist-off tops and compartments that house a pair of stud earrings. Nice gifts on Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Need help now? They're available 24/7. Call 724-222-1095 and schedule your appointment today. Senior and military discounts available. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for $249 a month for 24 months. Hurry in today. See dealer for details.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by Aqua Drain Service.
That was an incredible couple of minutes there with Tyler Kennedy, and I'm not talking about the first segment. I'm talking about what we were just discussing in the studio. Here, among the things I just learned about Tyler in that short amount of time. Are you ready for this, Limits?
I am sitting by with my cup of cocoa to listen to you, Grandpa Joe.
Is Emma ready for this? Emma?
Ready.
Yep, she says she's ready. I learned that Tyler Kennedy does not think that Slapshot is the best hockey movie ever, or even necessarily a great movie or a good movie. I learned that Tyler has one little cup of coffee in the morning and is able to stop, does not have an addictive personality.
Unlike you.
I learned that Tyler last year met Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. I don't know how we got there, but we did. And I learned that he drinks bone broth in the morning. And also sauerkraut sometimes for his stomach. And that Emma's is recoiling at that.
Yeah.
And also that he goes on an app called Food for Your Blood Type. So which one of those topics interests you most that you'd like to delve into further with Tyler Limits?
Food for your blood type.
All right. Tyler, food for your blood type. I don't even know my blood type. Do you guys?
No.
I have no idea.
I don't.
What are the kinds? A and B?
A, B, C, and O.
A, B, C, and O.
Isn't there you could be like B negative?
Yeah. There's different ones.
Yeah.
Don't complicate it, Limits.
So, after I should have done
complicated, Joe.
During my career, but I never knew everyone's different, and everyone certain foods for you can be poison for me, and so I remember after my career, I just never felt that good. I just sluggish, didn't feel good. Maybe I wasn't eating the best.
That's how I feel every day.
Yeah, I know. So me and my wife, Brandy, we actually had someone, we got our blood taken, and we found out, hey, this is what's good for you. These are even, the medicine you take from, what's better for you, Advil or Tylenol, because they're different. What makes it better on your stomach. So we end up getting into, almost this natural path, and my wife's very into it. She takes care of herself. She's very healthy, but...
You said Sid would eat a steak before a game because he was type O?
Well, I feel now that I look back and I'm oh, Sid never ate chicken like everyone else. He ate steak. And then I'm well, it's probably because the steak probably fuels his body and is more like a medicine than like a chicken. So, my thing was, so during my career, this was my pre-game I guess, cocktail. So I would have 2 Tylenol and 1 Advil before I played when I was getting my skates on, just because it would help with like lactic acid, and I'd usually do it on an empty stomach. So what happened was my stomach started to get like almost like burning a layer in my stomach lining, you know, and after my career, I started getting like acne, and I was like, what is going on? And then I finally saw like a naturalist, and he's like, well, tell me about your routine, and then tell me about your career. And I was like, well, I took Tylenol, even a little bit of, you know, Ambien or whatever. And he goes, oh, that's the problem. That's your stomach lining is probably all inflamed and all torn up.
So is mine.
Yeah, because even again, when you don't have an Advil on an empty stomach, you're just hurting. It's because that acidic and that poison is literally eating your stomach lining. So anyways,
Limits, my stomach lining is being eaten every day.
I didn't know that, Joe. That might be a problem, though.
Sounds problematic.
Somebody texts in the blood types: A positive, A negative, AB positive, AB negative, B positive, B negative, O positive, O negative.
Yeah.
So anyways,
I don't know what I am.
Yeah,
but there you go.
But I'm telling you, it does help. So the lady's like, oh, you're an O positive. So there's an app that you can it's just very genetic or very generic.
And it gives you foods.
Yeah, and it also gives like what's not good for you. And again, you can have like some people like chicken is like not good for you, or like a fish is like, it's honest, like you might as well eat McDonald's because a fish doesn't agree with the kind of blood type you have. So we just started to get into it, and then they're like, the best way to like make your stomach, whenever you have something coming out of your skin, it's because you're not eating right. It's not agreeing with, because everything comes through your pores. So she's like, oh, we got to heal your stomach. And so she's like, the first thing you do, you wake up, you have lemon water, and he goes, something that really helps and is very good for you is bone broth.
Limits, are you willing to try bone broth?
It's very good.
I am.
Maybe I can be convinced. Maybe.
My stomach feels horrible every day, like it's burning.
Yeah, that's not good. That's
know.
not good. Like, that's why.
Seems bad.
And like for me, I was just, everyone, like during your career, you never feel good. Like you're never like, oh wow, I'm like humming today. You know, I feel like nothing's hurting, especially after about 2 months of hockey. And like even after I'm like, I still don't feel good. I'm sore. And then we started doing some of this stuff, and I'm very lenient with this stuff. But what I do know is like how to get my body back on track. So me and my wife, we try to eat as healthy as we can. We eat a lot of bone broth. Another one that's very good for you is sauerkraut for your stomach. Like all the probiotics and all that acidic, it's so good for your stomach.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
It's like
that's amazing.
Everything that tastes terrible is usually good for you.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, I know.
Like sugar is not good for you, but I eat candy, cake, like cookies, ice cream, donuts, and everything else.
Like a donut and a coffee is like the worst thing you could have and put in your stomach in the morning. Like you always have to have water first.
That's what I do every single day.
What about a breakfast sandwich?
Like
I love those. I love breakfast sandwiches, like an English muffin on it, like
they're dynamite,
sausage, egg and cheese.
As long as it's not like just like a sugar. Like, you know, you go to like Dunkin' Donuts.
Just add some sauerkraut to it, Limits. What about Slapshot, Tyler? I'm astounded by this. You are the first hockey player, hockey person.
You're getting
No. But here it is.
Okay.
I traveled around the league.
One?
No, traveled around the league, and what I will tell you is you're the first hockey person who said anything but, oh my God, I love that movie. It's the greatest. Tell me about your opinion of Slapshot.
I think it's a very good movie, and I love it. It's got so many one-liners. It's great. But if I was going to pick 3 hockey movies to only watch the rest of my life or show my kids, Slapshot would not be in there.
Holy horse milk. What would?
Miracle has to be one, right, TK?
He's Canadian, Limits.
Miracle.
Wow, that's
I am
true.
Canadian, but I still like honestly, my son loves Miracle.
Yeah.
But
Mighty Ducks?
Mighty Ducks, obviously. Mystery Alaska, I thought was so good. Maybe because I'm from a small town and that's kind of how I grew up. I thought Mystery Alaska was phenomenal. Youngblood. Youngblood is a very, very good movie. Another one, and this might be Happy Gilmore. It's a hockey movie, right? It's got hockey. It's part of a hockey.
I think that's a stretch, Limits. Do you?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't think
see it as a hockey movie?
I mean, he carries a hockey stick around.
Yeah, the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, the Mighty Ducks is great.
I like Miracle.
But Slapshot, to me, is number one. I think it's one of the greatest movies ever made, let alone hockey, let alone sports.
Number 4. After Miracle, Youngblood.
Fair enough.
Mystery Alaska.
Limit's eyes lit up on the other topic that you met Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. Is there a story behind that? Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with here? What's happening? Go ahead.
No, me and my wife, we went to a party. I think it was called the H2 party in Gibsonia. There's a guy in Gibsonia. He raises money and has a big party. Always has people come in. The Jackson 5 were there. Like,
my God,
some really heavy hitting, great bands, and he does it all for charity.
Has Crowley ever gone there?
I don't know, but me and my wife were just talking, and then I'm not even sure what her name is, but she's in the front row, and it's in this guy's backyard, and I was like, wow, Brand, that's built for, is it built for comfort or built for speed from Wedding Crashers, you know? And she starts laughing, and I'm like, oh, that's, the Dr. Quinn, the Medicine Woman, you know? And wow, I think she's like 60, 70, but she looks great. Like, and we end up getting pictures and stuff, but it was just fun that she was here and having fun. Yeah.
What do you make of that, Limits?
I'm appalled by that story. How about that?
Yeah, there's like...
She's what? Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, and she was at a party. What's appalling about it?
No, that's a pretty cool story.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure where you're coming from on that one.
At the party, they had the Jackson 5 there.
Yeah.
And this was like a small venue. Like, it was in a guy's backyard. His backyard was like massive. But
a couple of those guys are gone, are they not? I mean, it's like the Jackson 2 at this point.
I think there's 3 of them.
3?
Yeah. But what a great performance, especially when a small venue.
Bet.
Oh, it was awesome. Bet. Guys, it was like phenomenal. But that I was with Mike Tomlin, like all the Steelers were there. Yeah, a lot of.
Did you interact with Tomlin?
Just hello, like not just small talk. But nothing crazy. He seemed like a great guy. He seemed like a player's coach. You can tell he's a player's coach because even the way like Hayward was there, like Cam Hayward and all those guys, and just the way they talk to him, you can tell they'd go through the wall for him just because of how he is. He's a player's guy. But
I'd love to just. There's been, I think, once. Here's the other weird thing about Tomlin. I told you about the NASCAR story. He loves NASCAR. The first time I ever talked to Mike Tomlin was the only time I ever really talked to him informally. I was doing a story for ESPN about, he was like a week into his tenure, about, what kind of ground rules is he setting here? And we were talking about where he wanted to live and all this stuff. And he was just such a funny person too, to talk to. I wish that we would get more of that Tomlin.
Yeah, sometimes, especially with like every coach now, from Tomlin to Sully to any coach, like.
Have you seen the Sully billboard?
Yeah, I did. That's nice little touch for him. That's a nice touch, nice farewell touch.
I'll say, yeah,
great move by him. But I find all coaches now, like, they're so worried about getting in trouble or saying the wrong thing. They say so in the lines, so vanilla.
Yeah,
they don't give you anything, and like, it's kind of like Sid, when he does interviews, he ain't gonna give you nothing. He's so articulate in the way he thinks and the way he he knows how to like say always the right thing. But
do you still go to that party? Is that party still happening every year?
Yeah, the guy, I'm pretty sure he either has it every 2 years or I'm pretty sure he has it every 2 years. He had it last summer, but I couldn't attend last summer because of I'm usually in Vegas. I go to Vegas every summer.
Okay.
For a week.
Limits, if Tyler goes to the party this year, do you want an autograph from Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman?
I would love one, yes. That'd be incredible. Maybe a signed photo.
I might have it in my phone.
So you're a Vegas guy. Yet another interesting sidelight here. Are you, Limits? I'm really not. I don't like Vegas at all.
I've never been there.
You should go. What attracts you to it? I guess the obvious, huh?
So my wife's parents, my wife's family, they love to travel, and I never went to Vegas until I was, Brandy was my girlfriend. She's like, oh, have you ever been to Vegas? And I'm like, no. She's like, you're 25. You've never been to Vegas? And I'm like, no. She goes, so she got me, for my birthday, we went to Vegas for 4 days, and just the energy of landing in Vegas, the gambling, the shopping, I love everything, the food.
Golf?
It's a little hot, so I go there in the summer. So what I do is I have a hockey camp there with Derek England. Remember Derek England?
Yes,
so he works for the Golden Knights, and so I go out there for a week, and we stay at the Encore. We stay at the Wind. I go do my camp. We go from like 9 to 1. And then I come back. We have a great day, and there's always something. Like my kids go to concerts. I'm trying to go to the Sphere this year with like Kenny Chesney and all the.
Oh,
like,
wow!
It's such a great experience. Like my kids, I think, been to Vegas probably 4 times already. And
Yeah, you should take limits if you could tag along one of these
like,
years.
I go, TK. Can I fit in your suitcase?
Like, there's nothing.
You could put him in your suitcase.
Yeah, there's
Put me in
nothing
a
better.
duffel bag.
He could pop out like the Penguins' new coach. Who's the guy you look like?
Woodcroft.
Woodcroft, yeah, Jay.
There's nothing better though if you like people watching.
Yeah.
You walk around the Wynn or you walk around the Encore around 8 or 9 on a Friday, Saturday, even a Sunday. Like it is the best people watching. You just see so many different people from so many different places, and the energy Vegas has is unstoppable. Like it is like anything you want. Like I talked to Derek England a lot. He goes, he goes, in the summer it's a little tough, but there's always something to do. You always need to, like, you have to live with a pool in your yard because it gets so hot. But he goes for like things to do, and like everyone is moving to Vegas. Like Vegas, they're building so much. They're actually building on like the mountains that are surrounding Vegas. But it was cool. Like I do that summer camp, and like every kid that's ever come from Pittsburgh to do it, they've all loved it. Because like last year we always have Ryan Reeves come. We had Paul Stasny come. Like we've always had a lot of guys there because they live there, you know. But,
Speaking of which, can we get a guest on the show one of these weeks?
I know.
How about Flower?
Flower's tough.
He is?
Yeah, he's not going to be easy. He might be a highlight reel. But I probably couldn't get him maybe, especially now that he's like retired. But if you think of Flower, he just played Worlds. Like I can almost guarantee you, Flower is someone in Europe traveling around with his family, kind of his last hurrah after his career. Like that's his thing. Like that's a lot of guys. It's like once they after their like career or after their last game of the year, like you have 2 weeks where you can go all out and travel and have fun, and then you start coming back to earth. You know.
Yeah.
But I guarantee he's traveling around Europe. Like I think there's a lot of good guys we could have. I think Max Talbot would be fun.
Yes.
Brooks Orpik would be fun.
Yes. That would be great. Where's he?
Orpik?
Yeah, what's he do?
He's the skill development guy. He's like development player for the Washington Capitals.
Wasn't he raising chickens for a while?
I don't know.
He was doing, yes, I thought something like that.
No, I don't know.
He was very into clean eating.
Oh, well, you know what? You want to talk about a guy that like figured out how to stay in the league a long time, and it was because of his dedication. Like he was the first guy like that told me like, hey, TK, you're not stretching at night. Like he's like, look around. You're the only one pulling your groin once a year. He goes, what do you do at night? You're single and you have no family here. I go, I don't know, watch TV, play video games. He's like, dude, like all these guys are getting work done at night. Start stretching, start figuring it out, because like the longer you can stay in this league, the more money you can make. And he was the first guy that was like dialed in, like eating healthy and like, hey, you got to start taking care of your body. And when you think of, he was another guy that was like a specimen when, you know, with no shirt on, like he was jacked, but what a career. Just finding his niche and just like doing the hard things. I do skills now, and I tell these kids like, yeah, everyone's pretty good. Everyone can skate, everyone can shoot. But the thing that I always struggled with that made, I think, some guys better than me was like, if there was in the summer, if there was like cake, I was eating it.
Yeah.
You know, and if there was sugar, I loved it. You know, chips, all that stuff. I had no discipline when it came to eating when I played.
Yeah.
Me, that's why I take
Me neither when I covered the team.
I know. And the guys that like figured it out, like Brooks and Sid and all those guys, like they just feel better, they recover better, and like,
you know how I know I have an addictive personality? As you talk about that, I pictured the giant chocolate chip cookies in Anaheim at the press table.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible.
A little warm, too.
And they warm them up? Yes.
I like that little touch, you know. But just being healthy, like.
Well, I'm going to talk to you more about reversing my stomach issues. Let's do that.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, you'll feel better. You might hit the ball farther.
Yeah, that's what I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tyler. Maybe next week we'll talk about hockey.
Yeah, seriously. All right, it's always fun. I enjoy this.
That
Thanks,
was great.
Boys.
All right. We'll talk to Tyler next week. That was fantastic, wasn't it, Limits?
I'm very glad that I learned more about what you should eat with your blood type. I just wish I knew what my blood type was.
Yeah. How many topics did we cover there? We went from ant races to trips to Vegas, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. Where didn't we go, right?
I wish we could meet the flower.
Yeah, maybe. Can you? We'll ask him to bring in Flower when he's back and settled and retired and maybe
that'd be
bored.
nice.
Yeah, maybe next hockey season when there's nothing to do. Hold on, Tyler. I need to talk to you about golf. Do you have time? 1 second. Fan weather. Cloudy today with a high of 73. Great weather for Mulsey to golf. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 15-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. An ESPN media personality, former NFL player, thinks the Steelers should trade Mike Tomlin at some point. I'll tell you who that was. And the Pirates have become somewhat interesting. Henry Davis leading the way there as far as the interest meter goes. Let's talk about that in a six-pack next on Pomp and Joe minus Pomp.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The OKC Thunder are going to the NBA Finals after a 124-94 victory against the Minnesota Timberwolves last night in OKC. They win the series in 5. Indiana Pacers have the chance to do the same in New York. Knicks are favored. Pacers up 3-1 in the series. Tip off tonight at 8. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have hay rides on the weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Sean Party. She's a Friday night heartbreaker. Honky Tonk Hollywood Tour. Friday, June 6th, Peterson Events Center. With special guests Corey Kent and Cassie Ashton. I got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown. Sean Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Sean Party Live.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000 square foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Move it.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 10-1 winners yesterday. Happy birthday, Paul Skenes today. He got a ton of run support one day early as Skenes gets the victory He was just flat out dominant. 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits allowed. He didn't walk anybody. No runs and 7 strikeouts. Skenes is now 4-5 on the season. The Pirates hit up Zach Gallen, who gave up 6 runs, 5 of them earned in 5 innings. It started off with a Henry Davis RBI single to left center in the top half of the second inning. O'Neill Cruz hit his 12th homer of the year. Pirates are off today. We'll play San Diego beginning tomorrow. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pump and Joe on a Thursday.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Stuckey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Swinging a liner, pass short into left, base hit. First pitch swinging again. Henry Davis with an RBI single. 1-0 Pirates. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, right field. Carroll back to the wall, running out of room. It's gone. A high, towering Stargelian home run. And O'Neill Cruz with a 2-run shot, his 12th. It's 10-0 Pirates.
And that leads into a six-pack. Pirates will be looking for their first 3-game winning streak on the season Friday night. They're 6-3 in their last 9. They're 9-10 under Don Kelly. Is that great? No, it's not, Limits. But I'll tell you this, they've become, as our friend John Parado said the other day, watchable and even entertaining. And I want to get back into that topic that we had, not right now, but in a little bit, about how whether you've become so embittered out there, and goodness knows I wouldn't blame you, if you become so embittered that you can't even enjoy any good Pirate moments. Because I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to say it loud and clear. But first, I'd like you to crack a beer for our first six-pack item.
Which is brought to you by Bet365.
Thank you, Limits, for getting that in as well.
I got you.
I think there's going to be a number of good moments for the Pirates the rest of the year. You can call me crazy. I don't care. It doesn't take away anything or anyone that I've spent 2 months mercilessly ripping. But I think things have taken a little turn to where we're in for some entertaining games, some entertaining performances, and a little bit of fun. And I think we deserve that, Limits. I think Paul Skenes is going to provide that. He was unbelievable again. I had a number here with him. Just know that he has something like a 1.9 ERA here. Oh, here he is. Bob, don't call him Florence Nightingale. Pirates ace Paul Skenes got a nice ovation on the road yesterday. He lowers his ERA to 2.16. Still has not given up more than 6 hits in any of his career 35 starts. That's a major league record, says Nightingale. His career ERA is 2.03. Skenes, by his own admission, wasn't living up to his own lofty expectations for the first month, maybe a little more than that. We talked about it. People overreacted because they can't hold 2 ideas in their brain at one time. Why do you think Paul Skenes sucks? I don't. I think he's really, really good. But he's not right now. This was, I don't know, about 2.5 weeks ago. What we thought he'd be and what he thought he'd be this year, which is, electric, dominant, top 2-3 guy in baseball. Well, guess what? In the last 3 starts, he is precisely that. He's gone, I think, 20 2/3 innings, 2 runs, not many hits, hardly any walks, and 24 strikeouts. And I think it might even get better. It feels like he's going to pitch a shutout every time out. He's going to give us moments. Bubba Chandler, I believe, will be here soon. He's going to give us moments. O'Neill Cruz, give me another 6-pack item, will you please, Limits? Thank you. O'Neill Cruz, I think, and I'm going to predict right here and right now, is going to be the 7th 40-40 man in the history of Major League Baseball. Is there anybody else on pace? Is Ohtani going to do it again this year? Is Ellie De La Cruz on pace for that? I'm not sure.
Ohtani's numbers.
But even if Ohtani does it, he's still the same guy who did it before.
He's already hit 20 home runs this year.
How many steals? That's the question.
Only 11.
So he still does have a chance, but maybe he's certainly not going to be 50-50 again.
No.
Only 6 people in history have been 40-40 right now. Limits, if I tell you Cruz is going to play 145 games, does that sound reasonable right now? He missed a handful.
Yeah, I'd say so, because there'll be a couple of days where
Getting him off his feet.
he'll be off his feet.
You are on fire today.
Getting him off his feet.
Yeah, that's incredible. And that was in reference to Cruz.
It was.
He's on pace at, I would say, a conservative number of 145 games.
That's fair. I mean, he'll probably pinch hit in a couple of games where he doesn't start, but 145 sounds right.
Let's say that's it. He's on pace for 35 homers and 53 steals. So it's hardly an exaggeration to say that could turn into 40 homers and however many steals. He could very well be a 40-40 guy, and I'm predicting it this year. Did you see the home run? Do you have the home run he hit yesterday? It was ridiculous. It still hasn't come down.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, right field. Carroll back to the wall, running out of room. It's gone. A high, towering Stargelian home run.
Stargelian.
Cruz with a 2-run shot, his 12th. It's 10-0 Pirates.
Love the call again. Joe Block has been in fuego. Do you have the Reynolds home run from the day before? I loved his call on that, and I love Stargelian. Did Willie even hit one that high? I mean, he was known for majestic home runs. He was my favorite player as a youth. I haven't seen too many moonshots like that thing.
Well, he hit one 500 feet in L.A. against the Dodgers.
He did, but I'm talking like straight up in the air and then straight down over the fence. It was ridiculous.
Beeks delivers. Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Reynolds has tagged this one. Pirates in the lead. Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
I like that a lot. Do you?
Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
Incredible.
So, the moral of my story. Oh, and I haven't even gotten to Henry Davis. Could you crack one for him, please? He's certainly deserving of one. I just wrote about Henry Davis to the Post-Gazette today. I think he's going to give us some moments. I think that the Pirates from here on out are going to be like they were for the first, 4 months? April, May, June, July. For the first 4 months last year before their season fell apart. I think they can pick up where that left off and be a little bit better. I honestly believe that the rest of the year. Am I crazy? Maybe. But I think Henry Davis takes off, Cruz takes off, Reynolds does what he's going to get to his normal numbers. You don't need a ton of offense when you have pitching like this. And guess what? The pitching's going to get better because the number 2 overall prospect in all of baseball and Bubba Chandler is coming here, presumably. Better be here soon. I think he's going to give us some moments. So I think, while I understand if your bitterness has you saying, I will never watch a shred of Pirate baseball again as long as I live, and I really do understand that and get that, I think you're going to be missing some things the rest of this season. Have I taken a sudden about face on this team? Yeah, I have, because I have working eyeballs, and I'm watching what's happening, and Hank Davis is another one. And I went back and looked at his career, and it was very enlightening, because I'd pretty much forgotten that when Henry Davis came up, Limits, he was hitting well, like for a month and a half or so. And I remember it rekindled the memories of, oh yeah, this is the number 1 pick. He's doing what we thought he'd do. Do you know what Henry Davis hit his first full month in the major leagues?
No.
Wrong. 317.
And was that including the 2 home runs that he hit off of Shohei Ohtani, the first player to ever do that?
No. And he had an 830 OPS. And then in the second month, he was hitting well. And yes, that night in Anaheim was July 21st, 2023. They're in Anaheim. Shohei is on the mound. Hank Davis goes 3 for 4 and is the only person still to hit 2 home runs off Ohtani in the same game. You know what his average was by the end of that night on the season? And he had taken like 90 at-bats.
285.
Wrong. 295. You know what his OPS was? Wrong. 854. Slug, 463. On base, 391. Limits, this is almost 100 bats into his career. And we're all thinking, this guy's a star, just like we thought he'd be.
That's what he was brought up to be. They threw him out there defensively in right field just to get the bat in the lineup, and he was producing.
And guess what happened? That very night, the wheels fell off. He goes 0 for 3 the next day, 1 for 4, 0 for 5, 1 for 5, 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 3, 0 for 4. That's when it happened. He was never the same after the Ohtani night. It was incredible. So that season ended rather disastrously, although he got back to about a 700 OPS in September. We all saw what happened last season. He hit like a pitcher. There are pitchers who had better years than he had last year. That's not an exaggeration. And then it started off like that this year. He hit 130 in 23 at-bats in April. 130 with one extra base hit. And then he has 31 at-bats this month. And suddenly he's hitting. He's hitting 290 this month. He has an 808 OPS. Is that amazing? Is it going to win him Player of the Month? No, but kind of like his team, it at least sort of makes you say, wow, they look competent again. He looks competent again. He's worth watching. Maybe they're worth watching. Those are my own personal thoughts right now. And I think, and this was the gist of the column, we talked about it a little yesterday, Henry Davis needs to play virtually every day, and he needs to be their starting catcher. I like Joey Bart. Davis is a better defensive player, and Bart is not having a great offensive year. He has one home run and a 655 OPS. That's 150 points down from last year. However, he crushes left-handed pitching. So as you've mentioned, to your immense credit limits, and Dan Zangrilli has mentioned, give him a first baseman's glove and have him platoon with Horwitz, who can't hit left-handed pitching but crushes right-handed pitching.
And all the people that say, oh, well, you can't throw Joey Bart out there right now at first base. He's never played first base. That didn't matter for them with O'Neal Cruz when they moved him from shortstop to the outfield.
They threw you out there last year. They said, no, have him learn on the job.
It's fine. I mean,
wait a second. Not? They threw Endy Rodriguez out there with no practice.
Yeah, no spring training reps at first base.
They've done all of this. So, yeah, I'm not saying don't give him a couple weeks to ramp up, but if you're looking for at-bats for Bart, especially, only against lefties, I would say at this point, and that limits his playing time anyway. Have him catch those days. Have him catch against lefties. I'm fine with that.
He can even catch one day to make sure that he gets Henry Davis off his feet a little bit.
Get him off his feet.
But Henry Davis needs to play. It's time to find out. And I, for one, am kind of excited to find out. You know, he's shortened his swing a little bit. There's a good story by the Beeswacker in the Post-Gazette today.
Beeswacker.
On how Adam Frazier had a little hitting session with Henry Davis, and you can just feel it now. You can feel it's very obvious. You don't have to be a hitting guru. The swing is shorter. He looks more relaxed. He's trying to go to right field a little bit. Those are all signs. We used to talk to Shelty every week about that. And he would say, yeah, remember when he hit the home runs against Ohtani? They were both to right center. And I would say, yes, I do. I'd be thinking, yeah, that was a long time ago. He hasn't hit a ball to right center since then. But now that's starting to come back, and maybe he's just relaxed. And I liked his quotes from the story on, you know what, I decided I'm going to have fun, and I'm going to be in the present. And I'm taking that to the golf course today, Limits.
Oh, and you hope that the same Henry Davis strategy works for you.
Yes, have fun and be in the present. I don't think that you can forget when you're in the major leagues or you're playing a pro sport or any sport at a high level of what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of fun. You've achieved a childhood dream just to be there. So at least, and I realize for those guys like us, certain things like going to the ballpark become a job, even though at first you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm here, that type of stuff. But you can still enjoy your job.
No doubt.
I do. I see you every day.
I enjoy it every day.
Yeah.
I mean, was it a little bit different than the first day when you first get here and it's a little bit overwhelming?
You were in awe of Ron Cook the first day, right?
I was in awe of you as you sang your first song to me.
Yeah.
Not even knowing my name.
I remember. I remember that. But I do like what I heard from him in that story. It was basically, screw it. You know what? I'm going to enjoy this, and I'm going to be present. I think that's great advice.
And he works.
Great. Yeah, he wasn't even giving advice.
Yeah,
it was advice to himself, I guess. But I like his approach. So those are all the things about this Pirate season. And I'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. What are you hearing me say? I'm always interested the filter with which people hear things. And I can guarantee you there's going to be people saying, what do you think the Pirates, now they're a World Series team? What are you, crazy? Kissing their ass? Things like that. No. I still think they may lose 100 games, although I don't think so at this point. What I think is all the things I just said, that there's going to be some entertainment to be had, that my eyes have been opened a little bit under Don Kelly. It feels different, it looks different, and I think it's going to get better. That doesn't mean they're going to sweep the Dodgers on their way to a World Series and then sweep the Yankees in the World Series. I just think they've become interesting and watchable. Do you? And I ask you, again, respecting those of you who will claim that you never watch them again, although if you call in on a radio show, even if you're angry, that tells me you're watching. 928-9370, Canario is another interesting person to me. And he's a guy that I think Don Kelly should follow the blueprint with Hank Davis. One of the first things that Kelly did was start to play Canario every day. There's only one way to find out about these guys. I can't tell you how many players I talked to over the years when I used to go over to the clubhouse who said, yeah, it was all about opportunity. I needed a chance to fail. I needed to be able to go 1 for 17 and then play the next day. I'm sure Don Kelly would tell you that. And he gave Canario that opportunity. That doesn't mean I think Canario is going to be a star, because baseball's cruel. Canario could have 3 great months and then somebody discovers something and they attack him in a certain way and he never recovers. There have been plenty of those too. But he's getting a chance. And that's the only way you find out. And it's time for Henry Davis to get that chance. 412-928-9370. Limits, can I have another 6-pack item, please? Thank you. And do you have the Greg Brown clip from the other day?
I certainly do, Joe.
Hold on, I'll introduce it. I've been saying for a long time that the Pirates need to give Skenes a chance to be Ohtani-like. Not that he's going to be an Ohtani-like hitter. I only mean in terms of hitting and pitching. I'm going to tell you more about this next, I think, because I wrote about this. I interviewed both his college coaches, as a matter of fact, a while ago about the possibility of Skenes hitting in the majors. They both said very interesting things. And Greg Brown had a very interesting statement with the PM guys the other day. We'll play it for you. Coming back here on Pomp and Joe. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Check this out. You could be the next Mulsey. Do you yell at the radio while you're listening to us because you think you can do better? Well, we have an opportunity for you to try to prove it. Come on out to Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. and take part in our Next Up on the Fan talent search. We're going to multiple locations this summer to try and find the next top host in Pittsburgh. We'll pick 2 winners from each location we go to, and one final winner will be the newest part-time talent added to our roster. For more info, including dates and locations, visit 937thefan.com. There's all kinds of things going on with baseball and hockey right now. We're getting right down to the nitty-gritty with the finalists. Oklahoma City is just unbelievable. I don't enjoy their game. I don't, but they're great. I've never seen a team blow out this many teams on the way to doing what they're doing. I mean, it's ridiculous. They kill everybody. Games are over in the first quarter. I don't remember an NBA team making a run like this where they just bury teams early all the time. Anyway, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up, and once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 10-1 winners against Arizona. They win the final 2 games of the series. They're now 21 and 36 overall. Off day today. It is Paul Skenes' birthday today, as he got the victory yesterday. It's a 9:40 first pitch tomorrow against the San Diego Padres, as the Pirates will play the first of 3 against San Diego. North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin at 8:45 with Mitch Keller on the mound. Keller just 1-6 on the season. He has now recorded a victory since his first start of the year. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thank you, Limits.
Yo.
What?
You're quite welcome.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Stephon Diggs was a no-show at Patriots' voluntary OTAs, and while the team grinds through early prep under the watchful eyes of new head coach Mike Vrabel, video surfaced of Diggs on a boat flanked by more bikinis than playbooks. Vrabel could have downplayed everything. Instead, he said Diggs needs to make better choices. It felt like a message. This is how Vrabel plans to lead, and this is the standard in New England now. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Do you need new appliances right now? Shopping for kitchen and laundry appliances at Dawn's Appliances has never been easier. Dawn's has the Tri-State's largest in-stock inventory. Refrigerators, cooking and laundry appliances, and dishwashers from top brands like Cathay and GE Profile. Order today, have it tomorrow. With a huge selection and guaranteed lowest prices, why shop anywhere else? Plus, nobody can beat their free next-day delivery. Shop DonsAppliances.com, where Pittsburgh shops for appliances.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Pittsburgh, it's time to fill the boot and fire up some good vibes for our local volunteer firefighters. Thursday, May 30th at 2 p.m., join Pony and Muller live from Piata Italian Street Food at the North Fayette location. Come grab a fresh chopped salad or toss pasta like their carbonara. Toss a few bucks in the boot and show love for the heroes who've got our backs 24/7. It's good food, great cause, and your favorite sports voices only on 93.7 The Fan. Be there, be loud, and fill the boot, Pittsburgh.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 72.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Absolutely incredible lunch today, Limits, from Tim's Corner Market. Are you enjoying it? What did you get?
Loving it. I got an Italian.
What did Emma get?
I have no idea. It's spicy.
I got
Spicy,
turkey.
but good.
Yeah.
You
I
got
got
turkey.
turkey, ham, bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato.
All the above.
Yeah, the place is it's owned by Slice on Broadway.
Right.
And it's phenomenal. You want spicy, you get spicy. You want plain, you get plain, and everything in between. So thank you to Tim's Corner Market.
Thank you, Tim's Corner Market. There is nothing better than a good sub on a Thursday afternoon. Well, technically morning into afternoon.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with a couple of things. One, in sports, is an NFL team or a college team having the guts to play two full-time quarterbacks and inventing an offense around that. And the other is Paul Skenes hitting. And I'm not going to stop banging the drum on either. I want to see Skenes hit. Both his college coaches said that he had Air Force and LSU, said he would have been drafted as a hitter in the first round, as a hitting catcher. Jay Johnson, I think his name is, from LSU, said that, I can tell you this, he wouldn't be the worst hitter in anybody's lineup. He said if the National League still had pitchers hitting, he'd be the best hitting pitcher in baseball and wouldn't be batting last in anybody's lineup. Apparently, and I got a text from somebody the other day, this topic came up with Greg Brown and the PM guys. Am I right about that? I haven't heard this yet. I'm very eager.
Here it is.
Well, I don't know what their appetite is, Andrew, but I dismissed the idea when he was first drafted. I thought it was ludicrous. But the more I watch this offense and thinking back to what his coaches said, I've not asked him that. I think Walkie asked him that maybe last year about, do you think you could hit? And he kind of said, well, I used to, something like that. And I don't know if he'd have the appetite for it or not, but the more this goes along, I've started to wonder. And I really thought about it the other day when I saw Ohtani starting to throw live BP a couple days ago. I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. Yeah, I know he's a unicorn, but maybe Skenes might be a unicorn. Yeah, I don't know if you do it this year. I don't know if you do it. It's maybe kind kind of crazy to introduce it this summer, but I don't know. Do you approach him in the off season and talk to him about the possibility? I think the Pirates are one of those teams that needs to find ways to win in the margins, as they say. It was a crazy idea when he was drafted for me, but now maybe it's not as crazy. I think that's the way I'd say it.
I think that's very well said, and I would absolutely approach him this winter. And just from observation, from being on the outside observing, doesn't Skenes strike you as the type of guy who would embrace a challenge like that? A couple times a week? And again, I don't know what this lineup's going to look like next year, but Limits, he strikes me as the type of guy who would love this, who would embrace this, right?
Well, I mean, Skenes obviously somebody who never backs down from a challenge. And I also think that what his coach Kaz said at Air Force when he joined us, like right after he was drafted, that he is somebody who, regardless of the situation, is able to rise to the occasion. And that he would be able to hit, like if given an opportunity. Would they bat him, like realistically, like 6 in the order? I don't know.
Well, in this order, yes, although it's starting to get better. Again, I don't know what it's going to look like next year, but I would bet there would be room. Jay Johnson, again, he was on. Were you doing the show when those guys came on with us?
Maybe that was when Skenes debuted. But I did that show with when both the guys came on. I remember booking both of them.
Yeah. Boy, we've been working together longer than I thought, my friend.
Yes.
Time flies. How long has Ron been gone? Since February of 24.
February 20. Yeah, 24 last year. So he's been gone for a year and 3 months. Almost.
That's very sad, isn't it?
Yeah. I miss him every day. Do you?
No, but I'm jealous of him.
Great for talk radio, my man.
I am jealous of that. I think some people need to work. I don't feel like I need to. I feel like if my life was waking up in Florida every day, going for walks, going to the beach, I don't know, volunteering at some places, going to games, finding pickleball, finding golf. See, golf is a thing. Limits. You wake up, at 6:30, maybe 7 o'clock in Florida. You have a nice breakfast with your wife. You're out on the golf course at 10. You go to the 19th hole. You're not home till 3:30. Then you have the ingredients to make a nice dinner at home, a home-cooked dinner. And then you have cocktails, you eat dinner, and then I don't know, you go for a walk, get ice cream, watch a movie, and go to bed. The sad thing is, or the bad thing for me, is you have to have money to do this.
And you don't?
And I don't know where Ron got the money, other than never paying a bill.
Well, I think that's probably how Ron has the money, because he kept it.
Now, rumor has it that Ron was in town. Is that true?
I was told that, yes.
He's in town right now?
He's in town right now.
Is he listening to the show and insulted right now? How do you know?
Maybe. If he is, Ron, text me and Joe, Ron, in a group chat, and we'll see.
Should Ron be obligated to text us when he's in town? Or no?
He's been in town a couple of times, I've been told.
I know he has.
So I think once, yes, he should. He should let us know. We want to see him. Do you want to see him? Kind of.
Sort of, yeah.
I'd see him.
Would you live that life in Florida? And do you need to work? See, you're still young. You're still very, very ambitious to the point where you're willing to maybe step over people on your way to get to where you want to go.
Maybe your point on that, maybe your perspective on that. But no, I mean, what I value in everything makes me want to be here. So I think it would be hard. Now, Ron does, I think, have his daughter in Florida, right? Or at least she visits him a lot and travels a lot. I really value and really enjoy what is here. So that would be hard for me to basically uproot everything, go to Florida, and be mostly
You're not
by
ready
myself.
yet.
No.
I am, or I'm getting there. And I could do the show from Florida.
You think so?
Yes. I think I could.
You and Ron should do the show from a bar stool.
Can you? Oh, my God. That's a great idea.
We should take it on the road one day.
To have a show like that, just call it Cranky Old Men. And have
that
two
would be
guys
reuniting.
Two guys in a bar doing a 2-hour show would be phenomenal. I'm not there yet, though, Limits.
You make it sound like you are.
No, I'm not there yet because I'm not old yet. Now, people want to make me old. I'm the same age as Mike Sullivan. Do you think of him as some, cranky old guy who's, ready to go off to... I don't know where. Bob Evans for the early bird special. I'm not ready for that.
Everyone now looking up how old Mike Sullivan is.
He's 57, 58, somewhere in there.
He is 57 years old. He turned 57 this year.
There you go. So I'm not old yet. In fact, I'm in the prime of my career. His career as a coach, and that's your coaching prime. My career is a talk show host and a columnist. I'm in the prime of my career limits. I ain't going anywhere fast, so you're not getting my job yet.
And I didn't ask for it. Maybe one day I'll be sitting right across from you, Joe. Who knows? But
what if Ron came back and you and him did a show? Speaking of which, there have been some leaks. This is like the NFL schedule.
Yes.
We have the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon coming up next week, as a matter of fact. Next Thursday. Am I right about that? Limits is the first day?
Yeah, it bleeds, Wednesday into Thursday, I believe, right? 4th to 5th? Or 5th to 6th, Thursday into Friday.
Thursday into Friday.
Yeah.
You just told everybody the wrong day.
Well, then I corrected myself when I found out I was wrong.
And very quickly you did, which I commend you for.
You need to.
So Thursday, there have been some leaks on which people are going to be matched up here for shows. Do we reveal any of them, or do we keep this to ourselves, Limits?
I only know one leak. I don't know many. Did Craig tell you to give away a couple of leaks?
He didn't say not to.
Because he said that leaks will be coming out throughout the shows, and you just have to listen.
I'll tell you a rumor, and I haven't confirmed it yet, that Crowley and I will be paired up at some point.
I did hear that rumor.
Which I'm deathly afraid of, because as I mentioned yesterday, one of the only other times that we were paired up, he told the story of being on vacation and pooping in the ocean. And I won't tell you which ocean, because nobody would want to visit there, would they?
No, they would avoid it entirely. The beaches would be empty. Businesses would go out of business. It would be a horrific sight.
I don't know where it was. I don't. But I'm afraid of where Crowley and I may go, metaphorically speaking, if we do a show together. Which I guess is the interesting part of it, right?
Yes, very interesting.
If you could choose somebody to do a show with, or an hour with, I think it's going to be everybody does an hour.
Yeah.
Who would it be? You and Harry Callis, you and Pony, you and Crowley, you and Mulsey, you and Dickerson?
I heard that Pony and I will be a pairing at the 5-Alarm. That is what I heard. And Craig got very suspicious. Who told you that? Where'd you hear that? And I was like, Craig, there have been some leaks that have been out there.
Well, I think that would be great, first of all. And secondly, I'm expecting, although haven't confirmed, that myself and Mulsey will have a reunion like last year's Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. I think the people want that, do they not?
Oh, the people are craving it, Joe. They are asking, they are sending letters hoping for it.
Now you're being sarcastic and you're insulting me.
Not at all. I'm trying to add more emphasis.
Add more emphasis. Will you conduct the quiz show?
I think that has to be Craig. But I will if Craig doesn't want to.
Yeah, that should be Craig.
If Craig doesn't want to, then I'll come up with a quiz show.
Right.
I think Crowley and I would be a good pairing for an hour. I hope I get paired with Crowley.
I think we should have an imitation contest on the air for different people.
Sound like it was fun.
What?
Crowley and I.
I said it would be great. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. You downplayed it a little bit.
No, I didn't.
Like when I called Bob's haircut good, and you called it great, and you said that I didn't call it great, so it wasn't great.
That was true. I think you and Crowley would be great together. I think we should have imitation contests where 3 or 4 people try to imitate Ron, for example, and we pick a winner. My voice seems to be popular to imitate. I know Mueller has done it. A lot of people have done it on the air because I guess it's very annoying.
Come on, Limits. We have a radio show to run here. Hurry up now. Come on, Limits. Limits, are we ever going to get back on the air? Limits, come on now. Limits, did you make that phone call? Do we have this audio, Limits?
Perhaps you should bat lead off there.
I think I might have to.
In the savvy old news hound imitation category. I think we should do that.
You like that one, Horse?
Maybe somebody will imitate you.
I'm sure there will be. There have been people that have.
Your voice doesn't really lend itself to that, though. Harry Callis's sure does.
Hello, everyone. This is Harry Callis.
There you go. You're going to be good at this. I think we can have fun little things like that. Hope to see people out there. Do we have a call or two here?
We do. Let's start with Tim. Tim is in the North Hills, and he would like to chime in on the Pirates.
Yeah, one of the topics with the Pirates was, are you embittered to the point where you can't even enjoy the good moments? And I happen to believe there are more good moments maybe than bad the rest of the way. I think the Pirates from here on out pick up where they were last year for the first 3 months. But that's just me. How are you, sir?
Joe, I'm great. And let me tell you, I even took it a step further, and I was telling City Limits that I actually bet money that they would win the division right before they started to go on this little bit of a streak. So, you know, I'm in the same direction you are, but probably a
Wait
little
a second.
too far in that direction.
Surely you're not saying you still think they'll win the division, are you?
Joe, I have a hope.
They're 14 and a half games out.
I think they could go on quite a streak. The only thing that I think will actually stop them is honestly their bullpen scares me more than their lineup. I think they have ways to address it, but I don't understand why they won't try guys like Majinski in the bullpen.
Well, he's gone back down to AAA, and he's still a starter and actually had a great start. I'm not quite. I do appreciate the call. I'm certainly not where that man is, although I appreciate his optimism. I just think that that they're watchable again. Things have turned around a little bit, and that there are going to be, like I said, more good moments than bad, I think, the rest of the way. This has been as bad as it could possibly ever be. And I sense Reynolds turning it around. I sense Cruz being a different player. I sense Davis and Canario being contributors. Cruz being a star. And Bubba Chandler's coming. And I don't think, and we started yesterday in with this, I don't think we've talked about that enough. I think in a lot of other years, that'd be all we were talking about. We'd probably be mad that he wasn't here, by the way. But things have been so utterly and historically disastrous this year that we've barely noticed anything but the meltdown, the constant meltdown. And now under Don Kelly, 6-3 in the last 9-10 overall. They've stabilized a little bit, Limits, and they have the ability to entertain. I think the ability is there.
I was entertained yesterday. I was entertained the day before, no doubt. And when they're scoring runs for Skenes, they're obviously not going to score 10 in a game, but if you can get Skenes 4 runs, you should be able to win 80% of the time.
If you can get him 2 runs, you should be able to win 60, 70, maybe 80% of the time.
No doubt, and that's entertaining, even if they're just scoring 2.
I want to see Chandler. I want to see Cruz hit moonshot home runs. I want to see Henry Davis continue to play well. What, news? What are you looking at?
Craig has just sent out the schedule. I don't know if we're allowed to formally announce it, but the 5-alarm schedule has been internally sent out.
Ooh.
How about that?
All right. Coming up next, we have the Limitless Express. First, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Cloudy today with a high of 73. Wonderful weather for Mulsey to golf in, I think, and me. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. What do we got coming up on the Express?
Well, Joe, we have a couple of clips that I want us to get to. What Pete Prisco had to say about Mason Rudolph, and Kyle Long thinks that we might have an answer in the Aaron Rodgers saga. Next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the NHL playoffs, it continues to roll along with Dallas and Edmonton tonight at 8 o'clock. Oilers have a chance to eliminate Dallas in Game 5, just like how Florida did in Carolina, winning 5-3. Panthers are back in the Stanley Cup final. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Make this Father's Day one to remember with a David Yurman bracelet from Louis Anthony Jewelers.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy or rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CPEACH.
We have a lot of different ties to the EMS community, personally. And then, of course, professionally, we insure over 200 fire departments in the state of Pennsylvania and several ambulance services and various EMS organizations. So there's a big tie there as well. And I got to tell you, there isn't anybody out there probably that I appreciate as much as our volunteers. Growing up, my parents were actually very involved in the volunteer ambulance service in New Bethlehem. My father was a fireman. There were plenty of times where my parents were running out at Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving and birthdays because when the call comes in, you just go. The next time you see a fireman or a police officer, just say thank you.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CPEACH.
Hey Kenny Chesney fans, Verizon is giving you and a guest a chance to win a trip to see Kenny Chesney play at the Sphere in Las Vegas on June 21st. That's you and a guest under the spectacular dome of the Sphere watching Kenny Chesney perform live. Plus, there's never been a better time to visit Verizon. Come check out their huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Kick off summer the right way with Verizon and Kenny Chesney. One winner and a guest will win airfare, hotel, and tickets to see this unforgettable concert experience. Hurry to select Pittsburgh Verizon locations before June 11th for your chance to enter. Plus, learn more about our great deals on our best phones and plans for the entire family.
No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. Must be a legal U.S. resident of Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, or Pennsylvania, age 21 years or older to enter. Enter now through June 11th. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Verizon. For official rules and full details or to enter, visit Odyssey.com/sphere.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins still do not have a head coach, but the search is narrowing as Dave Pagnotta of Sirius XM and the NHL Network is reporting that the Penguins are going through their final rounds of interviews this week, and that DJ Smith and Mitch Love remain the front runners in Pittsburgh, with the Penguins meeting with Smith either tomorrow or being today or Friday. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, back to Pomp and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I said bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
You
here?
can call me Ron.
Joe is right now outside talking to Malsey, practicing his golf swing as Malsey gets his food. You know, I really wonder if Joe has a concept of time sometimes. Oh, there he is. There's Joe. Joe, do you have a concept of time sometimes when it comes to when you talk to Malsey? It seems like when you and Malsey get into conversation, you can fall into a trance.
Well, how appropriate, because you have the pairings for the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon,
yes.
don't you?
Drum roll, please.
Do we want to be selfish and announce them all limits on this show? Yeah, we do, actually.
Well, yeah, I asked Craig if we can have some leaks put out there, so let's put out 95% of the schedule, maybe, and then we won't get in trouble because it's not 100%.
How will it open? Tell me who's opening the thing. And this is at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department, which is next Thursday. By the way, the Fan 2025 5-Alarm T-shirts are available online. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. Portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. So next Thursday at 8 a.m., why don't you tell me what's happening, Oh Dear Limits?
Well, Joe, you need to know because you, my friend, will be one of the first voices heard during the 5-Alarm Marathon. It is Starkey and Crowley, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. to start off the marathon.
Wow.
How about that?
I love that guy. This is going to be incredible.
I know. It's going to be a lot of fun for you working with Crowley.
Yeah. I'm
My
gonna rip
radio
him.
mentor.
He's your radio mentor? Radio mentor?
I told Crowley one day.
Your radio mento. Do you like Mentos Limits?
No, I don't. Do you?
Either. Not really.
I was like 3 months in working with the morning show for a little bit, bouncing around, working a couple days.
Yeah.
And I once said, Crowley, you've really become like a radio mentor to me. And he like laughed at it. So I just have run with that ever since, that Crowley is my radio mentor, and he hates hearing it every time that I say it.
Any other treats with us from 8 to 10?
Dan Zangrilli will join you from 8 to 9. Look at the whole Zangrilli experience.
I love you.
Zangrilli's batting leadoff.
He is, yes.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
And the second hour, you will be joined by the Paddy Wagon, Pat Boston.
Wow.
What a start.
That comes out of nowhere. Zangrilli and the Paddy Wagon with Crowley and I.
That's right. But if you thought that was good, just wait until 10 o'clock hits when our show is supposed to be on.
Yeah.
One of the members of this show will be on it. The one and only Bob Pompiani, part-time pump.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
We'll be on with Andrew Filipponi from 10 to noon.
Well, their long dead podcast is still featured on our website, so why not have those two together?
And they will be joined by Tyler Kennedy from 10 to 11.
Oh, my God.
Tyler Kennedy will be with them.
Then Bob can do his Tyler Kennedy thing. Give me two other ones that stand out to you. Who are you?
Limits, baby.
Who are you working with?
And this was well rumored, this was thought of and put out there a little bit, but now it's finalized. From 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., Pony and Bechtold on the air.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I got to make sure that I have some things ready, because I know Pony will for me.
Oh, he will.
And I already know that there's a bet that Pony has already placed on the table that I'm supposed to do, so...
You're in a lot of trouble.
I'm aware. So I'm trying to make sure that I can have some ammunition. Because I remember last year, they paired Pony up with Callis to basically, I think, make Pony embarrass Callis as much as possible. So I'm trying to make sure that that does not happen with me and that I can also throw some jabs back at Pony.
Any other shows for you or me?
I'm excited to hear Starkey and Muller from 2 to 4.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
I love that reunion. I just talked to Malsey in the hallway.
And what did he say about the reunion? Is he excited for it?
He didn't know yet.
He's probably dreading it.
Probably.
From 2 to 4 p.m.
Yep.
I will be with Callis on 2 separate occasions, from 8 to 9 p.m. and from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. I don't think that's a misprint.
Wow.
But
the old 2 a.m. shift.
Yeah,
That's something.
Callis and I did that last year. Donnie has a couple of late shifts as well. He's on midnight to 2 a.m. and at 6 a.m. to 8.
Is that when it ends, 8?
No, it ends at 10:30 when Crowley and Pony will close the day.
Oh, my God. What? Who's on with Donnie from 6 to 8 a.m.? That's a rough one.
Donnie, Jeff, and Doran.
Wow.
How about that?
What a trio. I just texted Harry Callis to bring his video games, and he is.
Nice.
I was told by Craig there's a gigantic television at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department.
There is, and we will be utilizing that to the best of our abilities.
Did you beat me in Madden last year?
I can't remember if we played a full game against each other, but I do remember playing a game against Harry because you were playing Harry.
Yeah.
And you were losing, and you were like, Limits, take the controller. I'm losing. So I took the controller, scored a touchdown with like 30 seconds left, and then Harry took the took the kickoff back.
I remember watching that game. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. Well, the game
Wild.
before, I was in a cover 4, and he was still beating me with deep throws. I'm like, what's happening here? Why aren't these guys playing for me?
Yeah, that does not make much sense.
So I quit. All right, let's get to the Limitless Express. Hopefully people will come out and join us and donate. You can get there via 937thefan.com to help support numerous local volunteer fire departments around the area. Fan Twitter, by the way, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits, it's all aboard, isn't it?
All right, Joe, let's do it. Let's start with...
I didn't hear the intro. Why don't we get the intro?
Because you weren't in the studio when the intro played.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Would you like me to play it again?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I would love to do that for you, Joe. Because how can you properly start the Limitless Express without hearing this?
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Thank you, Limits.
He was the limitless wonder.
Why, thank you, Limits. Your endless compassion for your fellow Earthlings is deeply moving.
That might be my favorite one.
City Limits, baby.
I like to think I have a lot of fight.
Clip that,
145.
Very nice. It gets better and better.
It truly does.
I'm ready.
All right. One thing that Pete Prisco had to say is Mason Rudolph is awful on CBS Sports HQ.
I think Aaron Rodgers will play, and I think he's going to play for the Steelers. Because if he doesn't, Mike Tomlin's not having a winning record this year.
And that's
you're not
the thing.
playing. You're not playing with Mason Rudolph and winning games. And that division. Look at the division. I mean, you got the Bengals will be really good again when they stay healthy, if Joe Burrow stays on the field, which he did, and the Ravens are really good. Cleveland, who knows? But it's a tough division, and you're not a very good football team if you don't have a quarterback. Mason Rudolph, not very good. I'll be honest with you.
That's what I said, and you killed me for it.
He's a backup quarterback.
I agree with every syllable and quarter syllable that Pete Prisco just said. Nothing against Mason Rudolph. I suppose he's a high-end backup and a low-end starter. Would you agree with that, Limits?
Yeah, I would, and that's kind of why my opinion is shifted on what the record would be with Mason compared to with Aaron Rodgers. Like, I like Mason. I like the mustache that he has. I think he's a good dude. I just don't think he's a quarterback that can be a difference maker.
In his career, he has 28 touchdowns and 20 interceptions, an 84.7 rating. I think his record is right around 500. You know, he's made a nice little career for himself. But he's not taking anybody anywhere. I'm sorry. He's just not, which might be the best thing for the Steelers, although I do think he's capable of going 9-8.
See, my thing with Mason is, and I've made this comparison a lot, to like the backup goalie, where you bring in the backup goalie, and he has a couple of good games like Mason did, the 3 games that take him to the playoffs, and everyone starts to believe, all right, but maybe this guy can actually be like our starter. Maybe he could be somebody that plays for a while and could be a difference maker.
Right.
And it turns out that just the small sample size and the little extended stretch is all that he was. And then you play longer and you get a little bit exposed for what you are as just a backup quarterback, which Mason's made a good career for himself as a third-round pick, but I don't think that means he's going to have a career renaissance like Geno Smith did.
Next.
Kyle Long, also on CBS Sports HQ, thinks that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign any day now.
I think Mason Rudolph is not a terrible quarterback, but he is not Aaron Rodgers. I think you're going to do whatever you can do to get there.
You're being kind.
I think you got to do whatever you can to get Aaron Rodgers in the building, because the way that they constructed this team in the draft, the way that they signed guys this offseason, they did it as if they already had a quarterback under contract for their starting position. They don't, which leads me to believe the shoe's going to drop here any day. Aaron Rodgers will be in black and gold.
It seems there's a lot of people expecting this to go really well. I am not one of them. Like, my feelings on Rudolph I just expressed. I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is a high-end starter or maybe even a mid-level starter anymore either.
What would you call very well?
What?
What would you call going very well? That a lot of national
11
analysts...
wins, like way better than Mason Rudolph. Like,
so
this
winning
is
a playoff
be...
game.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win a playoff game with Aaron Rodgers. I think this whole thing will implode well before then.
See, I think they can win a playoff game with him. If I had to make a prediction, I would say no, that they would not. But I do think that he gives them a significantly better chance.
I know, and I don't care anymore. I'm bored with Aaron Rodgers.
Would you like to hear what Paul Skenes had to say?
Yes.
So Paul Skenes was talking to the media earlier this week. There are 3 different things that Skenes said. First, on him and his desire to win a World Series in Pittsburgh.
Basically, I'm here. I might as well give it everything I have. I mean, when I got drafted, I came in with the intention World Series here, and that hasn't changed. So I don't think my days are here numbered by any means. So I'm not looking, that far in advance. I'm looking, a year, 2 years, that kind of thing in advance about the organization, just how to make it better, how to win here. So it doesn't make any difference with the talks. I'm not going to go anywhere, I don't think, and got to figure out how to continue to improve this place.
Well, it depends on how one defines days being numbered. His days are absolutely numbered in terms of he's very, very likely not to sign a second or a big contract here. You know what I mean? That takes him into free agency. So his days are numbered for sure, but that doesn't mean he's going to be gone tomorrow.
No, I give it like a 1% chance that that'll ever happen. I know you'll probably say 0.000000001, but...
Did you see some of the trade packages that Jim Bowden put together in The Athletic for Skenes?
Yeah, and I heard Pony riffing off of it yesterday, and it didn't seem like there were any really good appealing deals at all. Like Boston, one of the deals that was included was Roman Anthony, and then a couple of other guys that I've never heard of, like not Marcelo Meyer, not any of their top guys. I saw a deal that included Brian Bayo. They're one of their young starting pitchers that they paid a lot of money to. If you're not trading Skenes unless you're getting legitimately like 3 top 50 prospects and 2 that are in like
the
top
Red
15.
Sox have this Roman Anthony, who's the top position player prospect in all of baseball.
Yeah,
limits.
he's number 1.
Okay, they could also improve their longer-term future by acquiring a middle infielder in Arias, a power bat in this Justin Gonzalez, and a power arm in Perales. So, I don't know. Some of these sound kind of enticing to me, and I'm not doing them. I don't think I ever said I would do them, but I would be enticed by some. Or actually, maybe I did say with the Red Sox that I actually would do that. But then Skenes pitched a couple more times, and now I've changed my mind again.
Anthony is the number 1 prospect, the number 1 in baseball. Arias is their number 3 prospect, and Perales is their number 4 prospect. No deal could happen for me unless Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer are involved. They're both in double. They're both. Meyer, I think, just got called up, and Anthony's a guy in AAA who has just killed the ball in the minor leagues. He's hitting .318 right now, 8 homers.
Man, I keep thinking about that Juan Soto trade and the Nationals, who still aren't good, by the way. And I think, do they have the number 1 pick this year? I think they do.
I think they do, yeah.
Out of that deal, they got 2 guys who are all-star caliber players. And is it Mackenzie Gore? Is that the pitcher? Leads all of baseball in strikeout rate. 13 some strikeouts per 9. They just and San Diego had the guy for 1 year.
Yeah, before they traded him to the Yankees and got a couple of guys.
Wow. Well, that's an all-time trade right now.
That's why you would need to go out there and get the top 2 guys from the Red Sox that are top 20 guys. You could not expect anything less. Like if Meyer is not included in that deal and they say, no, thanks, we don't want to do it, then if you're Ben Cherington, you hang up the phone.
Next.
Skenes was also discussing on how he handles losing.
It's not the first time I've encountered losing. When I was at Air Force, it was a tough freshman year, and then we came back and won the conference my sophomore year. This kind of reminds me of that. So we just have to figure it out, basically. I have ideas and talking to people and all that, but at the end of the day, our job is to win. And so I've learned a lot this year because if we're losing, we're not making the playoffs, and I'm not learning, then it's a wasted year, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Not going to let that happen. And these last 3 starts, he's upgraded from very good to nearly unhittable. He's been unbelievable. And I'll say it again, what I've said 8,000 times, I think, in the last, all season, even when the Pirates were at their worst, is they're not that far away because they have what everybody wants, which is pitching, starting pitching. They've got a couple guys who I think are going to hit, and then you need to add a little bit of hitting and cobble together a bullpen of which they already have some pieces. They're not that far away. I truly believe that. They have the franchise quarterback, and any team that does in the NFL, by definition, all right, we got that. Now it's a matter of building in, and it really shouldn't be that hard to at least give ourselves a shot if we have that. Why don't we take a look at the NFL limits? Let's say who truly are franchise quarterbacks. Not, let's just do that exercise. Would you engage in that with me?
I would, yes. Just like I would engage in a game of free association.
I know you would. Join Pony and Muller this Friday at Piata at the Point in North Fayette. PM team will broadcast live and collect donations for the Fan 5 Alarm. Stop by and help them fill the boot. You can also get a 2025 Fan 5 Alarm Marathon t-shirt for a $20 donation. All proceeds go directly to the fund to help volunteer firefighters. So my point is, if you have that guy, and in this case, they have that guy plus a pitching staff, right? So if you have starting pitching, like elite starting pitching, led by a complete stud, to me, that's the equivalent of having a franchise quarterback in the NFL. And if you have that, it doesn't take much to at least give yourselves a shot. Let's start at the top of the AFC in this listing here. Buffalo, Josh Allen, they have shots every year. Nobody else has a true franchise quarterback there. Baltimore Ravens have Lamar Jackson. They have a chance every single year. Joe Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. C.J. Stroud, if you want to call him that, they won a playoff game. They've won a couple playoff games with him. They're not that far away. Patrick Mahomes speaks for himself. His record speaks for itself, I should say. And then who else is a true franchise quarterback in the AFC? Herbert, would you say, or is he getting there?
No, I think Justin Herbert is. I know he has not had a lot of postseason success, if any, but I am a Justin Herbert believer.
But they're there.
Yes.
And they're competitive.
They have Harbaugh.
And they need to fill in. They're a team that needs to fill in a little bit, but not a ton. I think Bo Nix will get there, but he's not there. Jalen Hurts, they win. Jaden Daniels is a great example. He walked into a complete tire fire. That was the Washington Commanders and one guy, kind of like Burrow did in Cincinnati. Just one guy transforms you. They need to build a little bit more, but they're right there. I think Jordan Love's going to be that guy. They've had chances. They've won a playoff game with him. They were 10-6 last year. And then maybe Matthew Stafford's the only other guy, unless somebody considers Brock Purdy that guy. I don't.
The 49ers clearly do. They gave him, what, $53 million?
But the point stands. I guess my point is, how many teams who have a true franchise quarterback haven't been sniffing around getting to a Super Bowl? They're hard to find, right?
Right. Yeah, a lot have.
All of them have. At least been there with a real shot. You know what I mean?
Chargers, I don't think they've really had a real shot, but everyone else, yeah, I'd say so. I mean, Purdy went to a Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford has gone there.
Matthew Stafford's won, yeah, for sure.
How many AFC Championship games has Lamar been to now? 2 that he's fallen short in? Josh Allen's been there, but has not been able to knock down that final
What
barrier.
happened to the Chargers last year? Refresh my memory limits. Where did they went to the playoffs, and what happened? Did they get to the playoffs?
Yeah, they lost in, I think, the first round of the playoffs last year.
No, they didn't get there.
They didn't even get there?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
they lost to Houston 32-12.
Yes, first round. And they were
there's some they actually took a giant leap though last year.
They did. And typically the year 2 leap under Harbaugh is where, if you look at San Francisco, if you look at Michigan, the teams that Harbaugh's coached in year 2, there's like a substantial leap up.
Yeah.
So that I think that really could happen with the Chargers this year. And their schedule is not that bad. I mean, they play the Giants, Miami, Indianapolis. They got Tennessee on the road, Jacksonville, obviously the Raiders in their division. Like, there's a lot of wins that are out there this year for the Chargers.
Yeah, I think they're going to be knocking at the door this year. Overall point being that I think the same is true in baseball. If you build that kind of elite starting pitching, and I think Chandler's going to come in and move it up a notch, maybe a couple notches, it's almost hard not to compete. It's hard not to. Now, believe me, the Pirates, if anybody can pull it off, will and have so far this season. But that doesn't take away the fact for me, or the opinion, that they simply aren't that far away. You see what happens when Reynolds does what he's supposed to do for making $100 million, and when your number 1 overall pick starts to hit. Things change when your center fielder starts to realize his potential. And his potential is not good player. His potential is MVP candidate. That's O'Neal Cruz's potential. And as I mentioned earlier, he is right there with a chance to become the 7th player in the history of the game to go 40-40. If he plays 145 games, which I think is a reasonable projection, he's on pace for 35 homers and 53 steals, I believe. So 40-40 is right there for him. One more, Limits.
All right, Joe. Here's a more funner one for you.
Is funner a word or
no,
just more
but I just
fun?
like to
Yeah.
say like to say funner.
It's okay.
Tyreek Hill still plans to race Noah Lyles, the Olympic sprinter, which is supposedly news to Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel apparently not aware of this, but I'm curious because you think that Noah Lyles should be on the Olympic flag football team in LA in 2028.
Yes.
What you make of this potential for Tyreek Hill and Noah Lyles to race, and if the winner should be on that team?
I think they should race in football pads and in just plain clothes, and then you get a real winner.
You understand the difference? Yeah, I think that's a really good point because Tyreek Hill's speed with a helmet on, with pads on, and I mean, there's a difference there. Some pounds added on compared to Noah Lyles just running freely.
I'm depressed. I can't figure out why. I think it's the caffeine withdrawal.
Still.
I'd like
Day
to
3
see
of
that.
Withdrawal.
Yeah, day 3 withdrawal. I don't think you understand the ramifications here.
I don't.
Because you're not an addict. You don't have an addictive personality. I do. Not proud of it, but it's there.
I do have an addictive personality when it comes to new music that just came out. If there's a song that I like to listen to, I'll play it over and over and over again, and it'll get stuck in my head.
Yeah, that's obsessive. But
yeah.
I don't know if it's addictive.
Probably not addictive, no.
All right, Limits.
All right,
Where
Joe.
do we go from here?
Well,
Didn't, who was it, Damian Woody, who said they should trade Tomlin?
he did. And his opinion as to why was kind of interesting to me.
Also, there's a very notable absence from Cleveland Browns OTAs. Let's talk a little football next, shall we?
And we could also get back to what one Kenneth Shane Pickett said about the Steelers yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Indirectly.
Yeah.
but-
That's where I wanted to go. That got a lot of national news. I was
Yes.
listening on one of our Odyssey national shows today.
Also,
and
I have
that
one
came
for
up.
you.
Yes.
Did Darius Slay take a shot at Aaron Rodgers?
No.
At
Let's talk
OTAs
about
yesterday.
that. Let's talk about that coming up next on Part-Time Pomp and Joe.
Part-time pop, baby. You know me. Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates are off today. They'll play in San Diego starting tomorrow for the first of a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin at 8:45 with a 9:40 first pitch. Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Pirates. Nick Pivetta goes for San Diego. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Everyone agrees the college football playoff needs a new format. No one agrees on what that actually looks like. Coaches want fairness, TV networks want ratings, commissioners want power, and fans, they just want clarity. Instead, we get chaos. We all know where this is headed. Come 2026, whatever model they land on will spark outrage, confusion, and calls for change. Because in college football, controversy isn't the bug, it's the feature. I'm Maggie Gray.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Welcome to Bid It to Win It. Now, contestants, where can you save up to 80% off retail prices? Olivia?
Max.bid.
That's right. Question 2. Where do all auctions start at $1? Gary?
On Mac.bid?
Correct. Question 3. Where did I just win a washer and dryer? Olivia?
Max.bid.
That's right. Gary?
Is the answer always Mac.bid?
Yes, the answer is always to Bid It to Win It on Mac.bid and on the free app.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Tee off for a good cause at the 4th annual Soon I Will Run golf outing presented by James Bear State Farm Agency, happening June 21st at 9 a.m. at Meadowink Golf Club in Murraysville. It's an 18-hole, 4-person scramble with skill prizes, a lunch banquet, and amazing auction items, all to benefit children fighting cancer. Whether you're swinging clubs or bidding on prizes, every shot helps a family in need. Spots are filling fast, so don't wait. Sign up or donate today at sooniwillrun.com. That's sooniwillrun.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Although there's been a lot of changes lately in the automotive market, this May be the best time to buy a new vehicle from Number One Cochran. Why? All their in-stock and in-transit vehicles are price protected through May 31st. That means you can avoid tariff price increases on more than 3,600 vehicles across number one Cochrane's 20 new car brands. You can also take advantage of special offers that save you even more, including an extra $1,000 over KBB for your trade. Or if you prefer to buy pre-owned, choose from more than 1,500 models available. So yes, May is the best time to buy at number one Cochrane. Shop now at Cochrane.com. In-transit vehicles are defined as vehicles currently en route and appearing on number one Cochrane websites. Some restrictions may apply. Extra trade allowance is over the Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Ends 5/31/25.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
We're Dennis here from the Gateway Clipper. Your destination for live music starts aboard the all-new Clipper Concert Series. Sailing select Sundays this summer. Reggae, rock, jazz, and more. For full concert lineup, visit gatewayclipper.com. Must be over 21.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen Report.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Limits, I have the greatest Paul Skenes stat there ever was, and I'm going to present it to you at the top of the hour. Jeff Hathorn, is he joining us? What's happening here?
Here we go. Oh, Jeff said that he is sorry. I just called him. He was doing interviews.
Oh, so live from OTAs, Jeff Hathorn.
Yes, so Jeff Hathorn will be joining us soon. He said that he's currently feeding sound into us.
Sure, that's great. I wonder if there was anything interesting said today. Anything incendiary said today? Anything incrinculant said today? Do you think?
I think so.
50-minute mark coming up on that, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township, hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, these are two very interesting quotes. One from Kenny Pickett. I think we heard this yesterday, but it felt rushed. It felt at the end of the show. I heard on a national program this morning, this making the rounds, as him absolutely and indisputably taking a shot at the Steelers. I'm not sure he was wrong. I'm not sure he's the right messenger. But let's hear it. This was Kenny Pickett with Browns reporters.
I'm extremely grateful for my time in Philly. I think I just, was shown how it's supposed to be done, really, from the top down. So when you get a chance to see what it's supposed to look like and how it should look on a day-to-day basis, not just on Sundays, I think it'll pay dividends for me, in the future.
Listen, sometimes in sports talk radio, people will blow up a quote or make it more than it is, or a topic more than it is. That was Kenny Pickett indisputably taking a shot at the Steelers. Wait a second. Ooh, I just got handed a news item, A Limitless Wonder, by Andrew Lindbergh.
He's coming in here now. Andrew.
Washington Capitals say 25-26 will be Ovechkin's last year in the NHL.
Really?
Is that via Yahoo Sports or via the Capitals? I don't know.
Yahoo Sports and the Capitals. Wow.
How about that?
1 year left for Ovi. So those ticket prices are going to be expensive.
So Sid's going to outlast Ovi, it looks like.
Yeah, he will.
I wonder what the ramifications are there with goals and points. I know he's not going to catch them in goals or even come close, but I wonder when it comes to running totals at the end of their careers, what this means for the Sid Ovi comparison.
That conversation that Sid and Ovi want to have sitting on the porch or wherever, reminiscing about their careers, is coming a lot faster than maybe we all thought was going to.
I have a canker sore limits. Do you know what those are?
No.
Are they still called canker sores?
I don't know. Could you describe it further to me?
A little sore on my inside of my lip up here.
Oh, like a cold sore.
Cold sore, yeah. My mom used to call them canker sores.
Does it hurt?
Yes.
How bad?
Enough that it's affecting whenever I open my mouth to talk. It's rubbing against my teeth. Yeah, I hate that.
It just like slowly irritates you and then gets worse and worse.
Yes.
It's like the itch that you can't scratch.
I'll tell you, salt water is magical on those things.
Salt water?
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Where are you getting salt water, or are you just pouring table salt into the water?
Where am I getting salt water? There's salt in the kitchen. I'm pouring it in a cup of water.
Okay. I didn't know if you were going to the ocean. And
no.
Just
you don't need magical salt water. You just need salt in a thing of warm water.
Is that salt water magical in the ocean?
I don't know. Let's get back to Ovi, because that's a big story. But first, Pickett. I mean, he went to lengths there to say the Eagles, that's where they showed me what it's about in the NFL. From the top of the organization down on a daily basis, how it's supposed to be done. I mean, come on. Do you agree that's not even indirect? That's a direct shot at the Steelers.
Oh, it's 100% a shot. 100% a shot at the Steelers. Now, what I'm wondering is this a shot at Mike Tomlin, or is this a shot at Matt Canada and the organization?
Oh, please.
It's got to be Tomlin, right?
If you're taking a shot at the Steelers organization, you're taking a shot at Tomlin. I don't think it ended well, Limits. I think it was, as we recall, we're bringing in Russell Wilson, and he's going to be in pole position. Oh, really? Then I'd like to be traded. And by the next morning, I think he was traded, correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Is that how it went?
That is how it went down.
Let me hear that quote again, and somebody try to tell me this isn't Kenny. What?
We have a correction from Capitals PR. The Capitals, just so we get this right for everybody, have just tweeted, no decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future following the 2025-26 season. An email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Ovechkin's final year.
Okay, great.
How about that? An email from an individual with corporate sales department is putting something out there about Ovechkin? What?
This is like, Paul Nussbaum sending out a tweet that I'm retiring after the show. What is happening here?
I don't know, but it seemed, well, here's the thing. Andy Lindbergh was not wrong in what he saw at the time because it came from a Capitals
I'm not saying Andy
source.
Lindbergh was wrong. I'm marveling at the fact that somehow an email from a sales executive. This is like Marty Tuffer breaking news on the Steelers.
This is like Marty sending out an email. Hey, everybody, this might be Alex Ovechkin's final year, so you definitely want to get on board. Call 412-928-9370 and send in all your business.
Right. This is like, who's the other guy back there? Who's the big Pitt fan back there in the sales department? You know the guy.
Brent?
No, the other guy. I forget
Mark
his name.
Berger?
Yeah, okay. This is like Mark Berger sending out that Mulsey's retiring after the show today, and it getting all across the wires. Okay, so Ovechkin, we don't know if it'll be his final season.
That has been refuted now by the Capitals.
Now, for anybody who was driving in their car and pulled over is now in the office spreading that rumor all across Pittsburgh because of you.
Well, here's the thing. The paper that you read, that you were handed, that's why I wanted to make sure for the listeners that we corrected it so that
Very
gossip was not spread. Gossip.
Let me hear Pickett again, and then we'll talk about whether this is who you want to hear that from and whether we agree. I think we all agree. And if you don't, 412-928-9370. if I told you, I'm trying to think of an analogy. If I went to a different radio station and you called me a year later, Limits, and I told you, yeah, we had a public conversation about it, like on the air, like you called me from your news show and had me as a guest, and I said, man, this new station, I've really learned how it goes here, how you get to the top, to the top of the ratings,
yes.
From top to bottom. They really know what they're doing here. I don't think you have to stretch far to see the implication is the last place you were at didn't know, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And you could say it's an indirect shot, not naming any names. This is definitely a shot that is being delivered by Kenneth Shane.
I'm extremely grateful for my time in Philly. I think I just, was shown how it's supposed to be done, really, from the top down. So when you get a chance to see what it's supposed to look like and how it should look on a day-to-day basis, not just on Sundays, I think it'll pay dividends for me, in the future.
And he said from the top down. So is he taking a shot at Omar Khan, Andy Whitehall? This sounds like a shot at everybody.
Maybe everybody.
Yeah.
So here's where I land on this, that it isn't the right messenger, and that two things can be true. That the Steelers organization is floundering. They haven't come close to winning a playoff game since 2016. They're running in place as they look for Ben's replacement. Nobody thinks of them anymore, ever, as a legit Super Bowl contender. Something is severely wrong. So Pickett is accurate there. The Eagles are doing it right. A lot of other teams are doing it pretty right. The Steelers aren't among them.
No.
So he's right. That's true. And Kenny Pickett's not very good. That's also true. I think he'll get a chance to disprove that this year. Your thoughts, Limits? And do you think Kenny Pickett will disprove people?
No, I don't. And I think part of the reason why is I wonder how good that offense really is in Cleveland. Like, I know Kevin Stefanski's won Coach of the Year twice. I think he's a good offensive coach. But I just flat out don't think that Kenny Pickett is an NFL starting quarterback. He's more of a backup. There's no big trait there. You know what's going to happen, though, Joe. This is going to be Austin, the Penn State guy, is hating on the Pitt guy again. And
I actually think that's true. You are hating on the Pitt guy. Yeah, you want Drew Aller. Emma's laughing.
Yeah, I mean,
you want Drew Aller to be the Steelers quarterback, and no matter what Kenny Pickett did, you were going to rip him.
Not at all. That does not affect my opinion on Kenny Pickett. I went to about 5 or 6 games in the student section with friends of mine from Pitt with buddy passes and watched Kenny Pickett.
Did you wear a Penn State regalia when you were?
No, I was wearing Penn State shirts there.
You should have worn Penn State stuff there.
I do like Pitt. I don't dislike Pitt at all. I like Pitt. I support them.
But you love Penn State. So if you're in the Pitt student section, grow a pair and wear your Penn State stuff.
Again, I like both, and that's a cardinal sin for some people, but that's just how I feel. If they played against each other in a football game, I would root for Penn State to win.
Yep.
But I do hope that Pitt has success. I'm not this huge anti-Pitt fan that, roots on their downfall and is hoping that every single Pitt player that ever comes out is a failure. No, a lot of people like to misconstrue
But you understand
the
suspicions when you wear Penn State stuff.
I do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's why I try to make the point that, there's no big bias there. I wish Kenny Pickett succeeded. But
here's the third thing.
And I'm just saying it the way I saw it.
I hear you. Here's the third thing. Kenny Pickett's right. Kenny Pickett's the wrong messenger. And I'm glad he said it.
Yeah.
How do you like that as a trifecta?
I agree with every syllable and half syllable that you just said.
Fan weather. High of 73 today. Great weather for Mulsey to hit the links. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. You had one more clip, I believe, to play, Limits.
See, there it is, the text line. Austin, you don't get an opinion on Pickett. Next texter, Limits, you're not wrong. Pickett isn't good. Next texter, get him, Joe.
Percent chance that Kenny Pickett is a good player for the Browns this season. Let's put it this way, Limits. If Mason Rudolph winds up with the job here and Kenny Pickett gets the job in Cleveland, who has the better year? That's a great question, isn't it?
That is a good question.
Do you want to throw anyone else? How about Justin Fields? Why don't we throw him in that pile?
I think ultimately...
Those three this year, who has the best year if they all play a lot?
Justin Fields.
I agree. Who has the second best year?
Mason.
Wrong. Pickett.
You think it's Pickett?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think they'll all be mediocre.
Greg M. texts in, I'm a Pitt fan, and I don't believe Kenny is a starting NFL QB. Matt from Apollo, I side with limits. I cheer for both, but love Penn State.
I side with limits. I love that.
Texter, Joe is 57?
No, slightly older than that.
Yeah.
And
Texter says, limits, excellent segment with TK. Joe did great. Very informative and interesting.
That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Compliments, like the guy yesterday insulting me, and then Tony a while ago insulting me. And Pony was right. You didn't defend me on the guy who called in yesterday.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
You, Joey.
Tony. I said that
Not him.
I said that he was out of line and completely.
Yeah, after first of all, you didn't vet him properly. You brought him on the air without vetting him
properly. He didn't say anything that he was going to come on here and try to rip you to shreds and call you what he did.
He didn't call me anything.
He did. He called it your opinions.
Yeah, my opinions he insulted.
Yeah.
He didn't insult my integrity. He insulted my intelligence. Do you have that clip?
I think you might be insulting my integrity right now, Joe. Are you insulting my integrity or are you insulting my intelligence? I truly wonder. Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That was a great moment in show history.
It's one of the best ones.
What were we just talking? Oh, the idiot who called yesterday and how you didn't protect me. You didn't have my back and you weren't a good teammate. First of all, you didn't vet him. Secondly, you let him go through and say everything he said without dumping him.
Well,
thirdly, it took you like 3 minutes before you said anything in defense of me.
No.
And I think that led to back to pre-show anger and resentment that you had toward me, and you actually enjoyed when he was insulting
Joe,
me.
you give me a signal whenever it's time to get rid of, whenever it's time to move on from a caller. And
yes.
I previously, before that, had potted down our caller.
Sometimes you have to make your own decisions.
And you kept saying, is he still there? Is he still there?
Right.
When I had his audio off, but you kept bringing him back.
Don't focus on that. Let's focus on you not defending me. You're supposed to put me on a pedestal.
You brought up multiple, so we're addressing one at a time here, Joe. One at a time. I potted him down, and you
Even
asked,
Pony pointed that out. They replayed it on the PM show, and he said, listen, Austin doesn't jump to Joe's defense, and your silence meant complicitness.
And, of course, the PM team did not include the part where I said that the guy was out of line and he shouldn't have said that.
Because you said it an hour later. That's why.
An hour later.
I always defend you when people insult you.
The previous time. Are you sure about that, Malsey? Are you sure about that? That might be a little bit of early onset Malsey disease creeping in for you, Joe. I don't know.
All right, top of the hour. Is Hathorn coming in?
You pulled a pony in.
What are
when
we
Malsey
doing?
says something, you just move on and give a read or something and don't even address it.
What are we doing here?
So Jeff is going to be able to join us. He is able to join in about 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes from
Good.
OTAs.
He talked to people at OTAs. He's going to have the hot quotes. And in the meantime, at the top of the hour, I'm going to give you an unbelievable Paul Skenes stat. I mean, they fly around because of everything he's done in his first 35 starts. This one takes the blanking cake limits. This one is unbelievable. I mean, we may have the greatest young pitcher in history, and this is going to prove it.
I can't wait to hear it.
Or at least you can put this in the pot of trying to prove it. We'll talk about that next on Rarely Pump and Joe.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Part-time Pomp will be back next week to join us, returning in studio. Pirates will rejoin us on Friday because they're off today in San Diego. It's the first of a 3-game series against the Padres. Pirates, they took 2 out of 3 from Arizona this week. Mitch Keller, he's actually been pretty good. Despite a 1-6 record. Mitch Keller.
No, I wasn't talking about him.
I just heard a story about him.
I was yelling at Bob.
He has a 3.66 ERA.
He's actually been very good.
Yeah.
He deserves more than he has been. His record has been sullied more by bad offense than even Skenes's.
He has not won a game, Joe, since the first series of the season in Miami. Despite Keller in his last start giving up just 1 earned run. He gave up 1 earned run against Cincinnati, 2 against the Mets, and he's lost all of those games, except the last one, I believe, might have been a no decision. More headlines are at 937thefan.com. It was a no decision. Had to check myself, Malsey. More headlines at 937thefan.com. And the headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For the longest headline you might have ever heard.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, T.J. McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Looking for the perfect place to enjoy outdoor dining and drinks? Shooters Golf in Wexford has you covered. Our outdoor bar and patio officially open May 12th, offering the perfect spot to relax, grab a bite, and sip your favorite drink. In Pittsburgh, great outdoor spaces are hard to find, and Shooters delivers. Open Monday through Friday from 5 to 11, Saturdays noon to 11, and Sundays noon to 8. Reserve a private cabana by emailing info@shootersgolf.com. Shooters Golf, outdoor dining done right.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single-line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Oklahoma City Thunder have clinched a spot in the NBA Finals. They will represent the Western Conference. 124-94, the win against Minnesota, as the Timberwolves just completely fell flat. They scored the first 3 points of the game, but then were down by 20 or 30 a majority of the way as OKC wins it in 5. Indiana has a chance to win it in 5 tonight against the Knicks. In New York at the Garden, 8 o'clock, Pacers up 3-1. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn going to join us momentarily. He was over at OTAs today and has all the good stuff from over there. But first, I promise this Skenes stat that just blew me away, really. It comes via 3 different avenues here. A man named Brett, who is at the Blizness of Baseball.
Yes, he's a very frequent listener of the show.
Wonderful man.
I know the Blizness of Baseball.
And then Sports Kita, I think, had the stat, and then our old friend, the Nugget Chef, which sounds mildly disturbing, but is that his Twitter handle?
I'm not familiar with his game, no.
Yeah, the Nugget Chef, but this is it from Sports Kita. Earned runs through their first 35 starts of a career. Are you ready for this, Limits?
I'm sitting down.
I'll go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 guys behind Paul Skenes. Number 6, okay, this is earned runs through 35 starts. And anytime you tell somebody, man, Paul Skenes might be the greatest young pitcher in baseball history, and they laugh at you, recite this stat because nobody's catching up soon. Greg Maddux, 115 earned runs through 35 starts.
Hall of Famer.
Randy Johnson, 102.
Hall of Famer.
Roger Clemens, 100.
Could be in the Hall of Fame.
Should be. Justin might be the greatest right-handed pitcher of all time. Justin Verlander, 87. Clayton Kershaw, 83.
Both will be.
And Pedro Martinez, 81.
He is.
You want to put a number next to Paul Skenes, my friend?
I'm going to say
wrong.
54.
47.
Oh, boy.
47 in 35 starts.
That's truly unbelievable. Like, it really is. I know that's an overused word. That is truly unbelievable of a number.
Is it true?
It is, yeah.
I hope so.
If Sportskeeda and all these other places are putting it out there, I would imagine it is.
There's one person I trust. It's Nugget Chef. I'll tell you that.
I trust the business of baseball. He's probably going to text me momentarily listening right now.
I mean, that's truly incredible. It's an overused word, but my goodness. 47 earned runs compared to Pedro, Kershaw, Verlander, Clemens, Randy Johnson, and Maddux, and none of them are even on the same planet. Or at least they weren't through 35 starts.
No, and I mean, some of those guys did struggle a little bit in the early portion of their career, but it just says how dominant from the first pitch that he's thrown.
I mean, they didn't struggle that much, Limits. Even Greg Maddux, he's 35 starts, 115 earned runs. Ain't bad.
No, not bad, but I mean,
it's in
talking
the threes.
About the elite level that they were for the majority of their career. Like, usually when you come up as a rookie, the league will punch back at you at some point. Outside of the Dodgers start last year when he gave up, 5 runs and maybe one other start, Paul Skenes has just lit up everyone with his fastball, and the breaking pitches continue to get better.
He used 6 different pitches on strikeouts yesterday. Jeff Hathorn on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. How about that little nugget, pun intended, Jeff, huh?
Well, that's amazing. I mean, I think there's a part of us that every time Skenes' name comes up, you think about the future. Enjoy the present.
Yes.
And the Pirates have never had a pitcher like him, ever.
Right.
Ever.
It's starting to look like neither has anyone else.
Facts.
What?
As my daughter would say, facts.
You said facts.
Facts, yes.
That's like Kabbalah using no cap yesterday.
Right, I didn't quite catch that. All right, Jeff, you're at OTAs. What's the big story today? Any quotes we should know about?
Yeah, I mean, last day of OTAs for the week. I mean, nothing that's barn burning, but Kenneth Gainwell said about their group, sit back and enjoy the show. He thinks the running back group is going to be really good here. That was one that kind of stood out. Robert Woods, kind of saying he's got a little Hines to his game. Like, he likes to initiate contact. That he's anxious to show that to the other guys here. And that's the one guy we were waiting for. Part of the reason we're all late today is he was out there for massive extra reps, and he has been every day so far. So I think having a receiver like that is a good thing for the Steelers. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, TJ wasn't there. So from an attendance standpoint, neither was Metcalf. But I think that's the main – those are a couple of the quotes that kind of jumped out at me.
What do you think of Mason's mustache, and what do you make of the quarterback quandary around here? How does Will Howard look?
I mean, it looked even wilder yesterday in the rain. With the hair really slicked back and the mustache going like that. And today he had the backward baseball cap. So it was an interesting look for Mason. But I'll say this, Joe. He looks like the starting quarterback. Now, maybe that's easy to say because it's, Skylar Thompson and Will Howard are the other quarterbacks. But he's very talkative. He's very confident. They had a play today that, we're in these damn rules that I can't tell you plays. But after the play, like, the entire team came over and a couple were headbutting him. And, we're so excited. Like, that I think was cool for him, and that's kind of been the reaction. I'm not saying they don't want Aaron or don't think Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback, but there is a fondness / appreciation for everything that he went through and how he's handled all of it.
I asked Kabali this yesterday. We're talking to Jeff Hathorn. Fan text line, if you want to weigh in with limits, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline, again, presented by Sullivan Super Service. I asked Kabali about sort of the vibe he got from guys about the Rodgers situation. Nobody's going to come out and take shots at him or probably say what they really think. Right. But what's the vibe? What kind of vibe are you getting?
I think there's if that happens, then we'll deal with it then. None of them, whether it's just that they're trained well or it's what they're really feeling, have much to say publicly about him. Like even Broderick Jones yesterday was like, well, I never work with him, but if he's here, we'll figure it out. So I don't think there's angst or animosity that he's not at camp, but I do think the guys right now, because he's there, are getting behind Mason Rudolph. I'm sure that if Aaron came in, they would get behind him as well, but I think it's more of the bonding behind Mason than it is worrying or talking about, what may be going on with Aaron Rodgers.
So are you convinced, Jeff, that he'll be here by mandatory minicamp? Are you 100% convinced?
I'm not 100%, but I still believe that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And for schedule purposes, that would mean he would be here the week of the U.S. Open.
Maybe he'll play in it.
Next week is still voluntary. Maybe he comes out on Tuesday and goes through OTAs and tees it up on Thursday.
He could. Make sure you ask him about frog embryos on his first interview here. I know that was a big topic when he spoke with Joe Rogan.
Aaron, Terry Bradshaw, your thoughts?
Yeah, that would be good. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director.
I consulted with a now good friend of mine, Joe Rogan.
Our sports director. So you're not allowed to say what you saw of Will Howard, or I don't know how to navigate these things. What are the early impressions of Will Howard? I don't care if they're on the field, the field. What have you seen and heard that you can say?
Fine. They like him. He's likable. He is out there, much like I was saying with Robert Woods, as most rookie quarterbacks would be, out there for all the reps and then some at the end of a practice. There hasn't been, I think I could say generally enough, there hasn't been anything where you look at him and went, wow, this guy should be the starter. Nor has there been one like, wow, this guy shouldn't be in the NFL. Like Paxton Lynch, you looked at and went, oh, my God, this guy shouldn't be in the NFL. And, when Ben was a rookie, I remember like, oh, wow, this guy is something special. So he's kind of in that mix, and he's learning and trying to figure things out. He's been fine, just nothing on one side or the other, which, take that as you will. That's kind of been the impression of Howard. But I will say he's been easy, I think, for the guys to take in just because of the way he approaches everything, and he seems to get along well with his new teammates.
You mentioned Broderick Jones, and, we hear all the time, every year in every sport for decades and decades, that this guy is in the best shape of his life, blah, blah, blah. But, man, I saw a photo of him, and his face just looked chiseled. He looked like a different human being. Is that what you saw? And do you sense maybe a renewed dedication to his craft? What's going on with him?
It's kind of an interesting concept, and I'm surprised we really haven't heard something like this before, but he wanted to lose a bunch of weight. He's down to 305. He wants to play at about 320, which was where he was at last year, but his mindset is to lose that weight now. So instead of having to worry about losing weight right before camp starts, he can eat a little bit going into camp. So he feels more energy. So he goes into camp like, I'm okay to gain a few pounds. Like but I don't have to worry about, man, I've got to get down to a weight. And that's what he said is kind of motivated. It's not that he wants to play at 305, But that's where he's at now. So that way, when he goes in, he's got some extra pounds. But I'll say this, Joe. He just looks different on the left side. No pads, no one's really hitting, but he just looks comfortable. And when guys have a comfortability at where they're playing, normally it tends for them to be more aggressive and more assertive. And man, that would be nice to see out of Broderick, because there were times on that right side it was borderline scary.
Yeah, I mean, that would be just a gigantic development, very literally a gigantic development. Limits, in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't think of leaving you out of this conversation.
And I thank you very kindly. Jeff, Troy Faltanu, how has he looked in his, well, I mean, at least what you can tell us, what has he said about how he's been able to work his way back from the injury?
Yeah, he's been fine. They've limited some of his reps, his words. So he's not out there every rep, but he looks like he did last year. I mean, he's an exceptional athlete on the right side. I mean, he can get out into space and move people. Now, again, we're not dealing with pads, but you wouldn't have known. I guess the best way to say it is you wouldn't know he was injured coming into this year. And I like that his mindset isn't like, well, I lost a year, I'm still kind of a rookie. He's like, no, I'm a second-year player. I need to know this stuff. Like, I need to be on top of my game. He has an attitude that you want to hear from a guy that you're really counting on that offensive line. And I think, and he says the coaches tell them all the time, like, he realizes they made an investment in that offensive line. They have to be good. And he has to come in playing at an NFL level, and that's how he's approaching it, and he'll have no restrictions going into training camp.
Limits, did you want to follow that up? I'm sensing that you did.
I do. I actually saw a text from a texter that I thought was a really good question. The texter says, please ask Jeff if the locker room feels different without George Pickens being there.
So during OTAs, we're not allowed in the room like we normally are during the season. But I will tell you, the group is loose. They seem to be building a bond. Now, Metcalf isn't there, so it's not fully together. But I think Woods has this little attitude, and I've always liked Zach Azzani, the receiver coach. Like, he brings a lot of edge to his coaching. It seems to be a lot more of an understated room. Now, that's not to say they're better. George Pickens is an amazing athlete and made some amazing plays when he was with the Steelers. But you hear a group talking about, like Woods was saying, hard work, being physical, making sure they do everything a receiver has to do, and that includes blocking.
Jeff, if Rodgers were there, do you think DK would be there?
That's a great question.
Thank
they
you.
could be together right now, for all we know. I don't sense that. He was here the last couple of weeks before OTAs started. I don't know. We don't know exactly what his reasoning is for not being there. It's a great question. Probably, I would say, because he would want to get some more time and be around Aaron. And I think Aaron being there might be kind of the final call to the troops of like, okay, we all need to be there.
Once he does show up, is there going to be confusion between DK and DK Pittsburgh Sports? Is something going to have to give there, Jeff?
Only athletically.
Okay. I just wanted to check on that. I can imagine if somebody makes a reference, we won't know what they're talking about.
Or Don Kelly.
Yeah, that too. How about the running back situation? How do you expect that to shake out at the beginning of the year?
I think Jalen gets every opportunity to be the one.
How about that, Limits, huh?
There will be competition in training camp. And I feel confident in saying they don't look at Jalen like Najee in terms of divvying up the carries. And I know they got it down over the last year or two to where it was more even than it was, but you're not going to see Jalen Warren carrying at the same type of numbers that Najee Harris was. That's why they have this running back by committee. That's why they drafted a Caleb Johnson along with those two guys and brought in a Trey Sermon as insurance. And that is, we've seen it work for a lot of teams. They have gone with the philosophy right now, and Caleb Johnson could change that with a great rookie year because the other two are on one-year deals. But as of now, they're going to go with a committee, and Jalen Warren's ahead of that committee right now.
Jeff, coming up, I want to ask you about how you think the T.J. Watt situation is going to play out. And I'm also watching right now a very famous sporting event in Pittsburgh sports history, and I think we were both there. So we're going to share some memories.
Ooh.
Most water escapes, water rescues, I should say, in our area are serviced by local volunteer fire departments. A rescue boat can cost over $50,000. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Elysian Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteers who serve our community. Donate now at 937thefan.com, presented by Living Treasures Animal Park, Southside Plumbing and Heating, and Piata. So coming up next, Jeff Hathorn with more from the Steelers on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates yesterday, they get a win for Paul Skenes for his birthday, which is today. He got it one day early with a 10-1 victory. A lot of run support for Skenes, who went strong for the Buccos. 6 2/3, 4 hits, no runs allowed. No walks either. He did strike out 7. Skenes, with his ERA now on the season, continues to dip. It's at 2.15 in 75 innings. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Also, the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Chenapin Country Club, Otter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, MHI Roofing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your team in action for a youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets, parents and coaches. Send us an email at yousports@937thefan.com. That's yousports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details, 937thefan.com. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Give Bears quarterback Caleb Williams credit for addressing a recent book that described his hesitance to go to Chicago before the draft. Williams said that he did have some reservations until his first visit. The franchise still hasn't had a 4,000-yard passer. It is where quarterbacks go to die. But after his first visit, he was all in. We have to be careful not to judge Williams' rookie year because the team's coaching situation was in flux. Now he has a top-tier offensive mind in Ben Johnson as head coach. If things go according to plan, he'll quickly be able to put everything in the book behind him. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Celebrate 20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space, until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, it's Dorn Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. You know what they say, look good, play good. Keystone Custom Apparel is the premier uniform and apparel company for our area's sports teams. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and quality basic apparel options, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered for any budget. Looking for uniforms or a way to raise money for your sports teams? Use Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
When the call comes in, firefighters must be ready to respond. Same is true for their equipment. Glick Fire Equipment Company is a proud family-owned company based here in Pennsylvania. They provide fire trucks, ambulances, and emergency response vehicles in your town. With facilities across Pennsylvania, Glick Fire Equipment Company keeps your area's trucks serviced and ready for the next call. Glick Fire Equipment salutes all first responders across our great Commonwealth. Visit glickfire.com to learn more. That's glickfire.com. Your property is your investment. Secure your property now in the event of a disaster. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh provides emergency services 24/7. Whether there's a fire, vehicle impact, break-in, etc., they secure your property, protect your investment, and provide peace of mind. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh provides comprehensive victim services, board-up and roof cover, temporary fencing, and more. Staffed by emergency responders, they work with your insurance to get the cost covered. Easy to remember. Dial 1-800-BOARD-UP.
May is Stroke Awareness Month, and Independence Health System urges every
everyone to learn the signs because a stroke can happen to anyone at any time. Acting fast saves lives. Remember, be fast. Balance loss, eyesight changes, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty. Time to call 911. Know the signs. Save a life. Learn more about Independence Health System's stroke care services at independence.health/stroke. Expert care here.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Jeff and I are watching Super Bowl 40. We were both there in Detroit. I'll never forget that week, will you? Did you stay at the Marriott? They had an unbelievable brunch in the morning, Jeff.
I had to stay at my aunt's house 45 minutes away.
Really?
And I had to be on the air at 5 in the morning. So,
why? What was going on then?
I was doing hits on the AM back then. So for KDK, we had sportscasts at 5:15.
Were you in this building then?
No, we were downtown.
How long have you worked for KDKA?
A few years.
Give me a number. Are we having a 50th anniversary? 25?
Overall, not in this role, but in different roles.
Why haven't we had a party for you for your 25th anniversary? We should.
I'm good.
We should.
Yeah, let's make it a surprise party.
We're still.
We'll bring back Vinny and Seibel.
We're still in need of that steak dinner that we never got. Remember that? Maybe we can combine the steak dinner with Jeff's 25th anniversary.
How many steak dinners do you want from me, Limits?
It's not from you.
Oh.
We're all supposed to go to one, I thought.
Oh, that one,
yeah.
You know what was crazy about that? One of the things that really impressed me, the Detroit Welcome Committee was so great.
Yeah.
Like, they couldn't have been friendlier than any of the other places we were at.
I had a great time that week. And then the game was just, it wasn't a great game, but it was unforgettable because it was a Steeler home game. And I'll never forget, we sat in the auxiliary, or I did anyway, the auxiliary press seating. So did Dan Rooney, was right there. I'll just never forget them running onto the field. They made Jerome run out. He thought the whole team was behind him, and he wound up running out there by himself, and it was all terrible towels. It was a Steeler home game.
So it was interesting. Linda Cohn was in front of me, and next to me was, who was the big? There was a big former offensive lineman. So we're sitting in the stands, and I was like this. Oh, it's Edmund Nelson.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was just like crunched in my seat because you couldn't move. But it was, the halftime was great. Didn't Aretha do the national anthem, I think?
Was it the Rolling Stones at halftime?
Yes.
Wow.
If only
you talk about a double feature there.
If only someone that week would have spent a week with Jerome Bettis to find out what that would have been like.
Ron, that was. He said that was the best part of his whole career. Following Bettis around.
It was so much fun.
I'll tell you this much, Jeff. The food that week was unbelievable everywhere we went.
And
I couldn't believe it.
And I'm at the older end of the generation, but like that's the one to me is like, holy cow, the Steelers are Super Bowl champs. Like, I was a kid, I was alive, but I don't remember.
Limits was only 4. Is that right, Limits?
Yeah, because I turned 5 in March of 06.
He was
and remember,
he was bigger then.
And that was the time where Detroit was like Pittsburgh West.
Yeah.
the two Stanley Cup finals.
Yep.
In the NCAA tournament, Pitt played up there at Auburn Hills.
Yeah.
And then you had the Super Bowl. So it was like you made so many drives to Detroit. It was just a weird time. And the fact that the Super Bowl happened to be there with the Steelers, the closest you could get, was awesome.
Where does the time go, Jeff? Look at this. It's John Madden and Al Michaels on the call, Susie Colbert and Michelle Tafoya on the sidelines.
Hasselbeck's the quarterback.
Right. It doesn't seem that long ago to me. And man, did Ben have a rough day, but he got him there. He got him there with one of the great 3-game runs in playoff history.
And Randall L. had one of the best throws in Super Bowl history.
Of all time. People say, oh, it was a college quarterback. Yeah, I know. It wasn't like he was practicing every week as a quarterback, and in the Super Bowl, you get one shot, and he was on a full run, and he threw it on the run to Hines in stride, 50 yards in the air maybe, as a spiral. Come on.
And Hines was open, but it's not like he was so open that if it was underthrown, it would have been complete.
It's one of the great throws in Super Bowl history.
And one of the great poses when he leaps over the goal line.
Love it.
With the arm out.
Yeah, I think that was on Sports Illustrated. This was just a fun team. Fun team to cover, a bunch of personalities. Look at Kimo von Oelhoffen in there. Little Chris Hoke is in there somewhere, I think, Jeff.
There's Joey Sr.
There's Casey Hampton. There's Troy flying around in that game. Man, those were the days. Little Travis Kershke, Ike Taylor dropping an interception, but he made a big one later in the day, didn't he?
How about that?
One of the biggest interceptions in Steelers history, I might add.
I remember, and they're showing, is that Bill's wife? With Bill and the girls down on the field after the game.
Yes.
Because people forget, like, Cowher got ripped because they had home AFC playoff games that they either didn't win, or if they got there against Dallas, even though it was a good showing against a really good Dallas team. He hadn't won the big game either.
No. That was the storyline, him and Bettis, really. There's Brett Kiesel making a play. Look at him flying across the line of scrimmage, Jeff.
James Ferrier.
Him and Lawrence Foote just crushed somebody. Or maybe he crushed them. They didn't give the ball to Sean Alexander enough, I don't think, in that game. And I think wasn't he ticked off about that? Even recently he said something. Look at him. He's on the sidelines right now on 3rd and 2. Even as I said that, why isn't he in there, Jeff? Hasselbeck back to throw. Oh, my God, what a hit.
That was the tight end that ran his mouth.
Yeah, he just got hit by Chris Hope.
What was his name?
He dropped the ball.
He ran his mouth.
Jeremy
the whole
Stevens.
Week. Yes.
Yeah, he helped lose them the game. Anyway, instead of talking about the Super Bowl from 20 years ago, but it was great, wasn't it?
It was awesome.
Let's talk about current-day Steelers. And how unreal is it, Jeff? Like, we talk about this all the time. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, Limits here just said he was 4 years old and has no memory of it. The Pittsburgh Steelers haven't been competitive, haven't really come close to winning a playoff game in almost a decade. Wow.
And the closest they were was with number 2 at quarterback.
That's a good point. I mean, the last time this happened was before Chuck Noll got here. Is it going to end this year? Do you think it'll end this year?
Here's my take on this year. I don't know that they're a better team this year from last, but I think they're better positioned to get into a championship discussion in 2026 because of what they did this year. They fortified their lines. They added some key positions. Metcalf is on a 4-year contract, and they have a ton of draft picks next year. I mean, I think they've, instead of just being another year where you sneak into the playoffs, I think if they've taken a step back, they've done so in preparing to be better in the future.
They got to get that guy. They have to get a guy at the most important position. That's sort of the beginning and end of the story, isn't it? And it ain't Aaron Rodgers, I can tell you that.
Well, I'll put it this way. What coach wins a Super Bowl without that guy?
Very few.
Very few. Billick did.
And he had an all-time great Here's a better question. What coach without an all-time great defense won a Super Bowl without that guy? Not many.
Maybe Dungy, but even that.
Joe Gibbs, maybe?
That defense was really good in Tampa.
That defense was borderline legendary in Tampa.
So
late stage Peyton Manning won, but his defense was also a top 10 defense of all time. They had the secondary, and then they had Ware and Von Miller. They were unbelievable. So maybe a little bit of Joe Gibbs here, a little bit of Nick Foles there, but it's very, very rare. And Aaron Rodgers is not the guy.
No,
do you even want? How should I phrase?
Great question.
Do you want him here? Do they want him here? Who wants him here? If you gave Truth Serum to Art, Mike, Omar, Andy Weidel, and Artie Smith, how many of those 5 really want the guy here? I guess really only 2 matter, Mike and Art.
I think Mike.
And I'm talking Art Rooney, not Art Smith.
Right. I think Mike for sure. I think the others can be talked into it. Like, hey, we can still, if we have Rodgers, we've got, while we may not be in the best position, we're going to be so much better. I think those guys could be talked into.
I don't know.
I can't believe, I wouldn't believe that Omar and Andy are sitting back going, yeah, we really want. I think they're.
What about Artie Smith in his private moments? There's no way if you injected him with Truth Serum.
Yeah,
he'd be saying
so either.
He'd be like Jim Carrey in Liar Liar. Remember, he couldn't help but tell the truth. He'd be saying things like, "How am I going to utilize Cordero Patterson with this guy?" Right, Limits?
Remember when Cordero was out there shoveling snow? He posted about it. What are we going to see, Jeff, this OTA? Is Cordero going to be cutting the grass?
That's the most carries he had in one game.
That's really although Artie featured him more than he should have.
Oof.
I'll never forget him putting him in there in the Cincy game.
The frozen cadaver.
The frozen cadaver.
He had
Cadaver
a
Patterson
series against the Colts before he got hurt.
Where he was great.
Where he was prime vintage Cordero Patterson. And he was running guys over, and then he got hurt, and then it just,
How does the TJ Watt saga end here? It's not really a saga yet, but I think it might be. Because I don't think they're going to want to pay him that ridiculous Myles Garrett money. And I think he wants that money. I don't know that, but if I know.
The longer they wait, then what if Dallas's pretty decent linebacker signs for an even higher number?
Right.
Now you've got to look at that number too.
Right.
Remember it wasn't as contentious. He was 4 years younger last time this happened, and it went till the Thursday before the first game.
Right. I'm thinking this one might get a little uglier, and it's precipitated by that, or sparked by that little Instagram post with the peace sign. That was very odd. And the Watt brothers are quick to shoot down, bad speculation and things on social media that they don't think are true or they don't like. There's been a lot of speculation since that, and they haven't shot down one thing. That was very odd, I thought.
It was. Now, it's not uncommon for TJ to miss some OTAs.
Sure.
So that should be pointed out. I think he'll be here for minicamp.
Yeah.
But I think you'll see the same hold-in thing where he'll work on the side and not as much with team. It's an intriguing question. I think they will sign him, but to give $40 million to a guy.
Wow. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Social Media's Biggest Loser, brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Limits, you have a candidate today. Usually you don't.
Usually I don't. I'm going to say that the biggest winner is actually something different. Am I allowed to flip it over to winner again, or should I call it a loser?
You did that yesterday.
Actually,
yes.
I'll call Big Noon. Fox Big Noon is a loser, Jeff. They announced that the Penn State-Oregon game will be on NBC prime time for the whiteout. There's actually a good whiteout game for once, Jeff.
I like that. I like to hear that.
How about that?
That'll be great TV.
Incredible. Well, it might not be great TV if your friend Limits gets into the stands. It'll be great attendance viewing for your friend Limits.
Will we notice you in the stands? Are you going to be that into the games, as it were?
He's also very tiny, you might have noticed, so he could be in the shot, but nobody
notices. He could be the one they're
him.
kind of bouncing around the stands like a ball.
Yeah, you know how they lift people up after the time you score a touchdown. You think I should be lifted up?
They could use him as the ball in the game.
Line, it'll be It'll be limits.
Don't drop the lion, Jeff. Don't drop the lion.
A game of limits ball. You'll be the actual football on the field. Wouldn't that be something?
If they could
Apparently,
throw me
the
around.
Penguins' new coach looks like limits, or who they think might be their new coach.
According to Mackey, it says that the coach kind of looks like me.
We have to go. Clouds today with a high of 73. Perfect for Mulsey's golf game. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Thank you, Jeff, very kindly for making the effort to come in. That was great. Limits, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Jeff. See you tomorrow, Joe.
Bye, Emma. Thank you for participating
Bye,
in
Emma.
the show.
Happy birthday, Emma.
Happy birthday, Emma.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates off today. They'll play San Diego tomorrow. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan as Mitch Keller will take the mound for the Buccos. It's a 9:40 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show. We'll begin right here on The Fan beginning at 8:45. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with a Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's go to the Eastern Conference Finals, and once again, pick the Pacers. Indiana is getting 4.5 points tonight against the Knicks, and we've seen this story before. The Pacers have won outright in each of the last 4 games as underdogs and 6 of their last 7 games in this position. So let's bank on another close game from Tyrese Halliburton and company. Take the Pacers plus 4.5. Bet smarter and beat the book. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Shopping for a Ram truck? Think south at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. This month only a 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit southhillsauto.com for more details.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057. 9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip through their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from Underground Utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join Pony and Muller at Piata in North Fayette on Friday, May 31st from 2 to 6. The PM team will be trying to fill the boot with money to go to volunteer fire departments. The guys will also have Fan 5-alarm t-shirts for sale. Make a donation of $20 or more, and you'll get a commemorative 2025 t-shirt. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Be a part of something new, exciting, and totally Pittsburgh. It's the inaugural Rockin' Regatta at Pittsburgh Brewing Company, June 7th and 8th. A brand new summer celebration packed with music, river racing, food, family fun, and more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers wrapped up the first week of OTAs today. For more on that, go to our website, 937thefan.com. Right now, it is amazing Thursday edition as I log into my computer and don't have things ready.
It's a great Thursday edition. We got it together, baby.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's going to do it, Paul Skenes. Terrific outing for him.
6 2/3 scoreless innings. On the road, Skenes gets applause.
On the road against a very, very good Arizona Diamondbacks offense.
I mean, you hear that? I mean, you think about the Diamondbacks getting their cans kicked in tonight, and they cheer Skenes as he leaves them out. He's such a phenomenon.
All right, Joe Block. He's in a groove here. He's having a generational run.
Getting their cans kicked in.
Yep. Yesterday was trouble brewing in the desert. Now it's cans kicked in. And today is Paul Skenes' birthday. What do you think he's doing? He's got a day off. You think Livy's in town? I'm going to say yes.
Stupid question here. I was under the impression that they maintained a place here together of some kind. Maybe just like a condo.
She's done with school now. Permanently, right?
So
she doesn't have any more
that GQ shoot was Baton
time
Rouge.
Left.
So I assume they had a house in Baton Rouge. She's making a lot more money than he is.
But I would think she also has residences in New York or LA for her modeling stuff as a hub place to be for that.
But couldn't she also just fly out like at a moment's notice?
I'm saying I think it's possible that all these places of residence exist. There's the one in Louisiana in the off season. There's somewhere in LA
right
when she's working.
What did you say was the reason I wasn't on the air yesterday? Timeout.
What do you mean? I said that you had a big golf thing.
No, you didn't. You said I had explosive diarrhea because here's Steve on the YouTube comment saying versus Mulsey, who was having his can kicked out yesterday. You said explosive diarrhea again.
Yeah, and it really got Florio going, didn't it, Don? Florio.
Oh, yeah, he got a real kick out of it.
Florio had all kinds of questions and wanted answers.
Well, he remembered that you had brought it up before, or maybe Mulsey brought it up about you. So he loved the
fan of it.
Bit of explosive diarrhea.
Well, I heard it wasn't a bit. I heard that you battled some stuff yesterday.
The elements, not explosive diarrhea.
Okay.
Well, I like that you apparently told everyone that all the other times I've said it's fake, but this time he's really battling it. No, we were battling the rain at Laurel Valley, but it's still great.
Skenes turned 23 today.
Yep.
He set not a modern-day record. His ERA was 2.03 before turning 23. The only pitcher in the history of baseball better than that is a guy named Dutch Leonard, who pitched back in 1913 and 1914. And, yes, Cook was there on the beat that year.
Cook was there to cover it, son. I'm not even going to say it.
Babe Ruth was third at 2.10. Skenes, 2.03.
Doesn't he also have another kind of – it's an arcane record. It's kind of a silly one, but no more than 6 hits given up in any of his first 35 starts.
Yep.
Also a big league record.
So I actually came in here today with my mind already made up on what I wanted to say. And then because I was doing copious work before the show, I went into my lair and I was really thinking about things. I've actually already changed my mind on what I want to say. I wanted to come on here and say I think Paul Skenes is already the best athlete in Pittsburgh because I'm ready to, for now, remove T.J. Watt from that discussion. I don't think T.J. Watt, when we thought about this last summer, when Skenes was on this meteoric rise, and it was Skenes, and it was Watt, and it was Sid, it was, I think, just about even. We would put poll questions up, and it would be remarkable how close they were between all three guys. I have to remove Watt because of how badly he finished last year. What was his stat line in the playoff game? He didn't show up on the stat sheet.
No.
He had 0 tackles. He didn't even have an assisted tackle. He didn't touch a quarterback.
Somebody made a comp that I thought was pretty good about him in the playoffs. He reminds them of Pirates' Barry Bonds, great in the regular season, playoffs.
He had that touchdown against the Chiefs, but he just picked up a football. He didn't do anything to really cause it to happen.
No, he did not.
So I don't feel right now, even though he was 4th in Defensive Player of the Year voting, and for most of last year it looked like he was going to win that award, I don't think Watt is on the same level as Skenes. So that leaves Sid. And I was going to say I think Skenes is already better than Sid, but as I thought about it in the back before the show, I don't want to say that yet. Why? What are you making that face for?
Sometimes you have shown a kind of an unsettling ability to guess what I'm thinking without me ever tipping my hand with pre-show comments. You just guess, you correctly ascertain. And I knew we were going to talk about this, and so I started thinking, well, how do I feel about it? And Skenes is spectacular, but then I said...
So we both thought too much today. We both should have one of us should have come in here with no prep and just willy-nillied it and said Skenes is the best, F Sid, 412-928-9370.
I only thought about it for a second because I immediately switched over to Sid for this reason. Skenes has been incredible, record-setting, as we already pointed out, in terms of his history in the game through 35 starts and at his age and everything else. But we always give a nod whenever we're trying to compare great players across sports to the guy who does it for longer. And we give a nod to championships, and the championships part of it is not really Skenes' fault, but the longevity part is absolutely relevant. And Sid has just been that dude in hockey for 20 years.
That's not what
so we came about it in different ways.
I did not measure what their career was.
Okay.
I'm talking about what they are right now, because based on career, Watt is ahead of Skenes. He has to be. He's won Defensive Player of the Year. He has led the league in sacks. He was first team All-Pro 4 times in a row. So if you go about it that way, then you still have to put Watt ahead of Skenes.
Okay.
You have to put Hayward ahead of Skenes if you do it that way. You have to put Malkin ahead of Skenes. You have to put Letang ahead of Skenes. But just for what they are right now, I actually think a 37-year-old hockey player is still slightly better than him, and his peers agreed. He was voted the most complete player in hockey this year. He was 9th in points, which is just mind-boggling that Sid had more points this year than he did when he was 27 years old, when he played a full year.
His game has shown no real signs of suffering. I think in the last couple of years, there have been 1 or 2 small stretches where the Josh Yoes of the world who cover the team have said, ooh, Sid looks like he's going through a little funk, and then boom, snaps out of it.
But here's where the season body of work hurt Skenes for me. If he had pitched in April like he has in May, I think I would say he's the best athlete we have in this town right now. And I'm guessing by the time we get to the end of the year, I'll feel that way because I think he's going to end up winning the Cy Young Award, even with his 4-5 record and pitching on a team that looks like it's going to lose at least 90 to 95 games, maybe even 100. He's the favorite right now on FanDuel at plus 165. He doesn't have all the stats yet. His strikeout rate is still down a little bit, but that's starting to tick back up.
Didn't you officially proclaim him back after his last start, not the most recent one, but the one before that?
Oh, he's all the way back. Not just back.
And the fact that he went out and had another really good start after that means he's pony jinx proof.
Not back, all the way back. Even better.
Well, the strikeout numbers we want to see go up, though.
Well, they were good again yesterday.
I know, but we still want to see the full number tick back up. I mean, I think the greatest compliment to him, I would still give Crosby the nod just because maybe I'm marveling at what he's doing at his age, but I think even on a pound-for-pound basis, if you take the age out of it, it's still hugely impressive.
Do you think he's more impressive at 23 than Sid was at 23? What if I ask it that way?
No, I don't.
Still no?
No, because Sidney Crosby at 21 was the captain of a team that had won a Stanley Cup with all that entails.
Yeah, pretty good rebuttal there. That's a tough one. Man, it's crazy. He was in his 6th NHL season at 23.
I know, dude.
That is wild.
I know.
He'd already won a Stanley Cup, and he'd already been a Hart Trophy winner.
I hate bringing this up. He was on the way to having
Art
the best
Ross
season
winner.
of his career at that point. He was on pace for 132 points when the Steckel and Hedman hits happened.
Yep.
It was disgusting. Anyway, no, Sid on a pound-for-pound basis is still, like, I think you can compare him favorably to Skenes. Now I completely lost my Skenes train of thought. Oh, no. You know this is what it is that's kind of, like, wild
now
about
getting
him.
texts in that are saying we're being unfair to Watt.
We're not.
Come on
now. He's coming off of another disappearing act in the playoffs. You could have put his face on the side of a milk carton. He's one of the best pure pass rushers that's ever played defense for this franchise. So there, I'm giving him his flowers. He's probably gotten jobbed at least once for a Defensive Player of the Year award. He is not coming off of a great season. Cam Hayward, if we were really doing this for Steelers defenders, has a better case to be mentioned right this second as the best Pittsburgh athlete in this town. If the Steelers get a nominee, I'd actually put Cam there instead of Watt right this second. Another 36 or 37.
So would you put Hayward ahead of Skenes?
I
would not do that.
I wouldn't, but man, it's closer than it probably should be because Hayward was a first-team All-Pro again, which is a hell of an honor. Like, puts him in rarefied air. But no, I do think the measure of Skenes' greatness for me that's become apparent is we did have conversations in April because he was mortal and he was human. Oh boy, like, are we getting like a fall back to earth? We had people who sometimes I think follow our lead on this stuff hysterically saying he's just another solid pitcher. He's not going to be great. You look up.
Well, there was a lot of tinkering going on.
You look up, and I'm talking about things like arm tunneling.
Oh yeah, we talked about arm angle where he was throwing the ball.
That was because it was pitch tunneling. They one beget the other, and look where he is. Like, look what the numbers are. Look what he did.
His ERA's under 2 this month.
Joe Block was in his bag last night, but he ain't like. Look what he did to a really good offense. Didn't they lead the NL in runs last year?
They led all of baseball in runs last year. I think.
They weren't like maybe your like team full of Bronx Bullies or Bronx Bombers or Blake Street Bombers or whatever. That's the Colorado Rockies of way back when. But they were a team that would just constantly put runs on you with like this relentless approach. And he just went out there and silenced them. He shushed them. That's big boy baseball. You'd like it to be happening, by the way, for a team that maybe was 7 games under and is clawing its way back into the race instead of still almost 20 games under, but he's definitely here and still doing it.
Donnie, how would you answer that question? Do you think Skenes on his 23rd birthday is the best athlete in Pittsburgh?
I'm not going to put him ahead of Sidney Crosby, but I do think he's second. I think it's pretty clear Crosby and Skenes 1-2.
Is Skenes closer to Sid or is Skenes closer to Watt? Is it Sid Gap Skenes or is it Sid Skenes Gap Watt?
Oh, I've got a definitive answer for
I
this.
think I would actually say that Skenes is closer to Crosby, but Crosby's still definitively number 1.
How about this? How about this? Crosby, small gap, Skenes, bigger gap, Hayward for me.
Man, this is an anti-Watt show.
No. Hayward had a better year. Fact.
Alex texts in, why no love for Chris Boswell? I don't know, man. He's a kicker. He's awesome.
How long till we can put O'Neal Cruz in this conversation and start talking about him as like like a guy performing at that kind of peak level?
That's probably one of my favorite like funny things about sports talk, what you just did there. I love when people say in the conversation, because everyone when they say in the conversation doesn't mean to say that the person should be number 1. They just want them to be included in the discussion. Just put him in the conversation.
Just a little nudge for the work he's doing.
Can we just get him in the conversation? No one actually thinks he is the best.
3 weeks from now, and Henry Davis might be making his claim here, boys. How about that Bucko auction house, baby?
In 3 weeks, Ben Cherington might have an extension at this rate if he keeps hitting.
Every rose has its thorn.
No, you can't put Boswell in there. I'm sorry. I know he's probably better at his job than the other guys are at theirs, but I can't put a specialist in with.
I wouldn't. How far, if you were making
a hockey player who plays 200 feet and a guy that goes out there and throws 108 pitches every day?
How far down the list of players, if you were making who are the best, 10 athletes in Pittsburgh list, how far down that list is Cruz right this second? I am curious where you guys would answer that part of it. Like, obviously, he doesn't belong in this discussion, but if I just said where on the top 10 athletes going in Pittsburgh.
Well, I would put Watt, Hayward, and no, I'm not going to do Boswell.
Can't put Minka ahead of him on this list either.
I'm not going to. frankly, another Penguin doesn't deserve it. I'm not doing Carlson. I'm not doing Malkin.
Malkin came off. Malkin
not doing
after
Letang.
Previous season, not this past one.
You know what? I mean, you could put
top 5.
I think Brian Rust would be ahead of him, and I think Raquel would be close, but I would want to lean Cruz.
Is somebody like Metcalf not eligible because he hasn't played here yet?
I don't. He's got to play here.
He does?
I think. Dude, Zach Frazier probably has a better case than some of these guys.
That's a good call, Malsey.
Well, he's an up-and-comer. He's on my up-and-coming list.
He's on a completely different list, Donnie.
He's not in the conversation. Yeah. He's in the up-and-comer category.
Yeah, we have a separate category. There aren't too many up-and-comers, unfortunately. It's a very bare category.
All right. Happy birthday, Paul Skenes. Is he the best athlete in Pittsburgh, yes or no? 412-928-9370. Are we being disrespectful towards TJ Watt? 412-928-9370. What do you want to say about Paul Skenes? 412-928-9370. You'll hear Donnie Kelly make a comparison when we come back. But we want to hear from you on Skenes' birthday. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
10-1 win for the Pirates yesterday. They take the series against the Diamondbacks. Paul Skenes, he pitched into the 7th inning. 4 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. O'Neal Cruz with home run number 12 on the year. Pirates with a night off. They are in San Diego this weekend. First pitch tomorrow night against the Padres at 9:40. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 8:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now, it is a big Thursday on the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. You can live bet the pro basketball playoffs tonight. There's the pro hockey playoffs as well. 2 teams in those respective sports trying to finish off gentlemen's sweeps, so you can be very tuned into those happening tonight. Then tomorrow, of course, you've got Bucks baseball. You can bet that all season long on the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. For baseball, you can bet the pitcher's number of strikeouts. You could also bet hits, home runs, RBI, and more. Live betting, it's just better on the BetParx app. But whether your favorite team wins or not, there is always another way to win on the BetParx app. You can play your favorite casino games with live dealers right in the palm of your hand. Games like poker, blackjack, and more, plus hot online slots. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to BetParx.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParx. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have a 120-night sleep trial, so you can get your money back if a bed's not right. That way, anyone, even someone like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. More work to do, but the newest NBA mini dynasty appears to have arrived in Oklahoma City. The Thunder give off a 2015 Warriors vibe. Golden State shocked the league because of their unique style. The Thunder seem to be onto something with their incredible defensive pressure. They easily overwhelmed the T-Wolves in the Western Conference Finals. Long way to go. They haven't won anything yet, but someday OKC could end up being the first repeat champion in nearly a decade. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
Hi, my name is Lisa Goth. I'm with Charles P. Leach Agency, located in New Bethlehem, and a secondary location in Slippery Rock, Cassidy Insurance Group. We are super excited, particularly in Slippery Rock, that when we purchased this agency, it was primarily for health insurance. And so now we've taken all the products that we offer in New Bethlehem to Slippery Rock, which includes home, auto, all the toys that you buy. We have a full array of companies that we work with for your home and auto. What's important about that? We do all the shopping for you. We also review our customers as they come up for renewal, and we take a look at what's going on in the marketplace. And all you have to do is call one number, 888-CP-LEACH, L-E-A-C-H.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Do you view this as he's the guy that you're going to build this team around long term?
No doubt. Paul Skenes, they don't come around ever. Like there's few pitchers like that. When I was younger, I had to play with Verlander and Scherzer, and really that's what you see in Paul is that type of guy. If he can continue that, continue to develop, continue to grow. He's a pitcher. He's not a thrower. Just the way he works, everything. Yeah, he's definitely a guy you want to build around.
Donnie Kelly on Paul Skenes, one of a kind. Throughout names like Verlander and Scherzer, Hall of Fame pitchers that he played with in Detroit. On Skenes' 23rd birthday, that's it. He's only 23 years old. You've got tons of college basketball and football players who are much older than that because of the rule changes now. And this guy is already the best of the best when it comes to pitching in baseball. At 2:22, now is the time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Our Twitter poll question today, best athlete in Pittsburgh right now. Paul Skenes getting 53% of the vote. Sid, 34%. Watt coming up the rear at 13%. So I think our listeners agree with us with Watt, that Watt is clearly...
I think Watt's like a third-party candidate.
Third amigo
he's
here.
like Ross Perot siphoning votes from one of the two major parties, though.
He
is
the
Pat
Bull
Buchanan
Moose
would run.
candidate.
Oh, wow. When was the Bull Moose a thing?
The early 1900s.
Was that Teddy Roosevelt's band?
I believe so. What did Teddy Roosevelt like to do, Donnie?
I don't know. What did he like?
Well, he had the group. He had the Rough Riders who would like.
Well,
take
I thought it was carry a big stick. Wasn't that his move?
Yeah. It was what? Walk softly or talk softly and carry a big stick. He and the Rough Riders, DMX, and the rest of those
guys.
Him
and the Big Boss Man had something in common with that big stick.
Somebody should make like Bull Buchanan. Somebody should make
Buchanan. Yeah.
Somebody should make like a highlight video of the Rough Riders with DMX.
Can you imagine
blasting.
if you just clipped in DMX like his music videos with like Teddy Roosevelt archival footage? You'd have a banger right there.
Steven wants to know what we were doing on our 23rd birthdays. Where were we and what we were up to?
So that would have been March of 2008 for me.
Yeah.
I was weeks away from breaking up with my girlfriend. I know that.
Okay, was there still time for hanky-panky at that point?
I think there was, yeah. It might have been, on her part, it might have even been desperation hanky-panky. She was throwing up Hail Marys.
Oh, so you think you might have pulled Nerdy Banks that day?
Possibly.
Wow.
I think I was also
what
close
a birthday
to
remember for you.
I was close to going, I was about to go on a golf trip. I knew, my work life was collapsing at that point, too.
Were you happy?
You know what I had going in my brain at that point? I was relieved that I knew that I was probably just going to, throw everything that was going on professionally and personally in the trash and start over. There's a liberating feeling, right? Donnie, I'm pointing at you like you somehow would know this, but Pony, you probably have more life experience.
A liberating feeling when your life is falling apart?
Well, no, it was a first job out of
tremendous feeling.
Hold on, it was a first job out of college.
I get where you're coming from.
So I was like, you know what?
Screw it.
Scrapping this, not a whole lot put on the table here risk-wise. Let's scrap it, go back home. And then within mere months, you know what happened? I won a little contest, Pony. And the trajectory of my life, thanks to the late Beano Cook, former Mayor Luke Ravenstall, and a cast of other judges, changed forever.
And now they're trying to run it back, thinking they'll find Malsey 2.0.
Including Jim Gracie, who I saw at another casino last week.
I was with you. We both saw him.
No, I saw him at the Meadows, too.
Wow.
Apparently he's just turned into a degenerate gambler ever since he left our station.
Wow.
Yep. True story. How about you at 23? That'll be easier for you to remember.
Yeah, so that was
not that long ago.
October of 2018. I think that was just like a night out on the North Shore, I want to say. A night that ended with me face down in my buddy's living room.
So you were on the prowl at that point. You were out there with the nasty boys ripping it up.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, most of us were 21, so a lot of the guys.
Was there a serious girlfriend at the time?
No. 2018, no.
What about you at 23? That's the main event here.
That would have been January 2nd, 2009. I was watching the Sugar Bowl between Utah and Alabama.
By yourself?
No, I was with mixed company.
Was one of that mixed company your girlfriend at the time?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Wait, I think I know that girl.
I subjected her to that for sure. Maybe that's why things didn't work out. But
was
we were
she the
watching
girlfriend that you had when you moved here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We were watching that. Utah, Alabama. That Utah won that game.
Yes, they did.
Remember that? That was before Utah was in the – that was when they were the Mountain West Utah team. So they had another great team post
was that
the team that beat Pitt in the Fiesta Bowl.
So who were some of their big hitters on that team? Because obviously Alex Smith was the group before that.
Johnson, the guy who was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles 2 years ago. Isn't his name Brett Johnson? Or am I making that up?
No, I don't think it's Brett.
Who's Brett Johnson?
I think you just literally made up You made up a random person.
Did I make up a guy?
I don't think it was Brett Johnson. It was the dude that got fired when Hurts had a bad year.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And he was his personal quarterback's coach.
I thought it was David Johnson.
David Johnson was the running back that played at Arizona.
Or the anchor from WPXI.
Who retired recently. Congratulations on all his success.
Very nice.
Brian Johnson.
The lead singer. Isn't that the lead singer who replaced Bon Scott with AC/DC?
I think they also had the running back, Asiata. Matt Asiata.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Pony. Were you a Heisman voter at that point?
No.
Okay, I just thought you might have been very precocious. Was that so? Alabama in 2008 had a squad, did they not? Wasn't that the team that beat Tebow's team?
That
2008 Bama team.
That was the team that lost to them in the SEC championship game.
Okay, that makes more sense. So
and then they showed up and they didn't really care and they got beat.
Right, Saban was on the rise at that point, and
big time.
But yeah, that was kind of a surprising.
They were
result.
undefeated and they lost to Florida.
And then they
versus two.
Came in there. Who gives a rat's ass about this game and lost again?
Yep.
See, Saban wouldn't let that happen in his later years.
Is it weird that I remember watching that on my birthday?
No, because your birthday always falls on what I would imagine is a very fun day for you, where there's college football.
We went to
my birthday. You know what? My only sports birthday memories are sometimes it would be Big East tournament. In fact, often it would be March 12th.
That's pretty sweet.
Oh yeah, I've watched a lot of good Pitt games.
We went to Bravo
birthday.
Italian Restaurant. You ever been to one of those?
Big fan.
Bravo with an exclamation point.
I've been there.
I'll be honest.
It's been a while.
I'll be honest. You had the tears when you were a kid. It was TOG, the Olive Garden.
Yeah.
And then when the family wanted to turn things up a slight notch, graduation maybe for something, confirmation.
Going to Bravo.
Go with Bravo with the exclamation point. I watched the final game of Jamie Dixon's Pitt tenure at Bravo. Me and Alex were there. buddy of mine, you know him well, formerly Hurricane Carl on Twitter, our buddy Jason, texting me in disbelief that the game wasn't going to get out of the 40s, a fitting end to Jamie's time at Pitt.
Oh, that was ugly.
Yes, it was.
Man, I think it speaks to...
Anyway, Paul Skenes.
I think it speaks to a young generation that he is running away with the Twitter vote. And Sid's
You think it's prisoner of the moment a little bit?
I do.
You get to watch him. You got to watch him last night pitch well. You haven't watched Sid.
What do you mean? You've watched Sid for 20 years.
I know, but you haven't, the last memory of Sid on the ice, if people were watching, is him and Fleury losing to Denmark, for God's sake.
Jason Mackey, Pirates Insider, on what the Pirates, I won't say winning ways, but what some of the things we've seen lately mean big picture, including a prospect. This was written up today. One of their prospects had a swing change that is, quote, ruining his career. Who is it, and can Jason confirm or deny that next? But first, the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Florida Panthers heading back to the Stanley Cup final, a 5-3 win against the Carolina Hurricanes last night. Florida wins the series in 5. Edmonton will try to do the same thing tonight in Dallas. Puck drop set for just after 8 p.m. The Oilers holding a 3-1 series lead. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, right field. Carroll back to the wall, running out of room. It's gone. A high, towering Stargelian home run. And O'Neill Cruz with a two-run shot, his 12th. It's 10-0 Pirates.
Telling you, Joe Block's in his bag lately with these calls.
I have an easy explanation for it, though, Pony. He's been subjected to so much bad losing baseball, they finally get 2 out of 3 from a pretty good team, do it in pretty impressive fashion in the final game. Of course he's going to be feeling himself.
He's like an Eskimo that sees a 75-degree day right now. He's just living life. All right.
How about a Pittsburgher that sees a 75-degree day? My
Fair.
God.
Good point. Check out Starkey and Pop on Wednesdays for the Starkey Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Donnie, we're still working on that idea that one of our people had in the back about maybe opening up some boxes, right? On the air or at the 5 alarm or something.
Yeah, our guy Joey Bova, who is like Ben Tenuta's right-hand man.
Yeah.
He gave us that good suggestion yesterday.
Bova's a kid who's on the rise. He wants to be in the mix. Good quality to have.
Jason Mackey with us here from the Post-Gazette and 937thefan.com on evenings and weekends. Jason, this is kind of a little bit out of left field, but I saw this today and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. We have Keith Law updating his prospect list. He has Bubba Chandler as the 7th best prospect in all of baseball. The guy who has dropped the most on his prospect list this season is Nick York, who he said had a swing change this year that is basically ruining his career. Have you heard anything along those lines?
I have not. I know he's not had a great year, and I'm sorry, Andrew, I can't confirm nor deny it. I mean, he's somebody that's come along after I left the beat. I'm around him, I see him, but it wasn't the same as when I was reporting on the team. I haven't gotten to know him all that well.
How much as a habit are you aware that like the Charrington regime, when they acquire players, Jason, tries to sort of put them on the Pirates plan more so than, okay, we acquired this product. We're pretty happy with how he is. We're going to let him just play in our system versus what I just described previously.
They like to tinker, Chris. And I can't say that's what they're doing with York. But I know in general, and that was one of the criticisms of the former group, and I think it's continued into this one a little bit. That was one of the things that guys like Henry Davis, Jack Sawinski, they liked more about this current group is that they didn't tinker as much. They weren't screwing with mechanics of swings. And again, this is just speaking generally. I can't speak for Nick York, but that's one of the things that people have. You can't do it, right? Like, you need to trust guys.
Well, they're tinkering to what, Jason? Are they're tinkering, but like to what? Is it like to one consistent end with hitters? They want all of their hitters to embody certain traits, like, or is it just tinkering all over the map here?
I think it's tinkering all over the map, and I think it's not riding things out. I think it's not immediately getting results, and you're starting to mess with things. I think they had too quick of a hook in the past. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying like they screw with everybody's hands or they tell everybody to widen their base or whatever. You know, it's just generally, if you're not getting results immediately, we're not going to ride this out. We're going to start to try to fix you. We want to get our hands on you, and we want to try to correct the problem. When sometimes it's just reps. Look at Canario right now. Like, he's playing and getting comfortable. There's not one, cookie cutter solution for everybody.
Did they tinker with Skenes, or the changes that were made, he made them on his own?
No, they let him go, man. And I'll give the Pirates credit for that. They don't mess with him. He warms up how he wants. He works out. He designs his own plan. He has his own people, and they support that. So no, that's not been Pirates.
Did you get the sense when you talked to him Friday about the big picture stuff that he still believes that this is the place that's best for him and that it can be righted and fixed and all those things?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll go with all of that. I mean, Paul knows reality. He's not a stupid guy. He knows what the rules say. Does he think he can win here? Yes, I do think he genuinely believes that. And people might think he's nuts, whatever. I don't know Paul Skenes to think outside of where his feet are. And if I look at other teams and the way they do things, like, I do think it's relatively possible to win here. You have to make some different decisions. You have to get themselves out of a mess right now. But no, I've never gotten the feeling from Paul or people surrounding him, Andrew, that he feels like defeated or frustrated here. He likes it here. He also gets the business. I don't think he's going to sign long-term here, but I don't think he's going to be miserable while he's a Pirate.
Jason, are we seeing any kind of a real breakthrough, in your opinion, from Paul Skenes' personal catcher, Henry Davis? Is he going to become the personal catcher for the rest of the staff pretty soon?
I don't know. I have some doubts. And Chris, I heard you on the nightly sports call last night after my evening show, and I mostly agree with what you said on, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong on him being a bona fide, consistent major league hitter. There's more evidence to the contrary than there is that this is going to be some sort of breakout. Where I'm at with Henry right now is I need to see more. I need to see him play. He should be playing. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think he's going to get a lot of reps. Until Bart gets back, and even when Bart gets back, he needs to stay in there. So I think there's a possibility. I just don't think it's a strong one.
Are you aware of the announcements that were made a little while ago on the station regarding our marathon show? And you have a 4 a.m. Start time with Jack Hillgrove on Friday morning. Have you worked with Jack before? Do you feel slighted that you're getting stuck doing a graveyard shift that begins at 4 a.m.? How does your wife and kids feel about that decision by our bosses here?
Man, we'll make it work. I'm grateful to be involved.
Here comes the cliches. Here comes the athletes saying,
Dude, what am I going to do? Start complaining
he's
about
gonna do
it?
Athlete speak here.
Yep, that's what he's doing.
I'm not. No.
Happy
I'm
to
not
be here.
Start complaining about my time slot, Andrew. Would I like to be more in prime time? Sure. Do I deserve it to be above you and Chris and Joe and everybody else? No, I don't. So I'm going to work my butt off and do the best job I can.
Have you worked with Hillgrove before?
Support me. What's that?
Have you worked with Hillgrove before?
I've been on. Yes, I have. He's had me on when he hosted, both as a beat writer and.
Now
he brings you on as a guest. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Question, Jason. Who of the two of you, like, I used to drive the show when it was me and Starkey. Andrew is more comfortable in that posture now, which I sit in this chair. Not everybody can do that. Props to me. I'm great, wonderful, special. If it's you and Jack, who's driving the show? Who's taking the wheel and steering for those 2 hours at 4 a.m.?
I'm probably going to steer.
You're going to steer.
I'll probably take the wheel. Yeah. Or maybe we'll split
You got
it
a
up.
lot. Listen,
I
you
want
got a
some
lot of
steering.
truckers. You got loyal listeners there, so you can't just shirk your responsibilities. You got to make that chop here because that's a big 2-hour stretch. Normally, Harry Callis would be taking over on the early morning show at 5 a.m.
Donnie, do we think that Hillgrove's going to be taking amphetamines or he's going to be half drunk when he does that shift at 4 a.m.? How do you think Jack gets himself wired to do a 4 a.m. shift?
I think Jack will be good. Now
He'll be
coming
plotting himself up.
He is coming from his other job, I believe. Like
no rest.
So you're going to have to do heavy lifting there, Jason.
I'm
going to have to drive.
Jason, can I give you a suggestion?
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Jason, suggestion.
Cocaine.
No.
Lots of it.
I think you got to put a pit trivia quiz together for Jack. I think you got to put him through his pit paces. We all know the last name. We all know who Jack's grandfather is. I think you have to put a pit trivia quiz together for Jack.
I didn't want to go there, but now that you mentioned it, Bostic put out one of the worst pit lists I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, my God. Should he be ashamed of himself?
What did he do?
I like coming out hot, though, Chris. Let me just finish that. I like 4 a.m., start just firing trivia questions off of them, make it really awkward.
Jason, as the only person who ever manned the 2 to 6 a.m. show as a full-time host on this station's 15-year history, I can tell you can get away with almost anything.
Let me give you a taste of what I'm talking about. Bostic last weekend.
Okay.
Top 25 players of the first quarter century. Of this quarter century. Yes, Pitt players.
Pitt football, okay.
17, Andy Lee.
Great punter.
18, Tyler Boyd.
What?
How do you have a punter?
Andy Lee above Tyler Boyd?
Ahead of the guy who left the program as their leading all-time receiver. If I did that, I would expect to get nothing but, this Syracuse idiot doesn't know Pitt football. This is the color analyst who said an effing punter is ahead of... obviously, Larry Fitzgerald's
if
one.
If he put Dave Brightus ahead of him, I wouldn't have said anything because Brightus could kick all of our asses
by
like 10
counting
ways to
stats,
Sunday.
he was the best receiver. He put up more numbers than any Pitt receiver ever.
And they've had
he's
multiple
behind a
Biletnikoff
punter.
guys.
A punter.
Give me more. Is there more?
Well, that's the one big one that I like to rag him about.
Where did he have Doran on the list?
What's his top 5, top 10, something?
Wait, where did he have Doran on the list?
He had Doran 11th. Here's his top 5. What are you making that face for?
I mean, shouldn't.
Go ahead, say it. Get
Doran's
yourself in
kick
trouble.
My ass, but whatever. I'd put Tyler Boyd ahead of Doran.
You've got Shady McCoy 5, Darrelle Revis 4, Kenny Pickett 3, Aaron Donald 2, and Larry Fitzgerald 1.
What, did he let you make one pick out of the top 5?
I'm okay with for college Pickett being ahead of Revis. I think Pickett versus McCoy is a debate. I would put Shady ahead of Revis for sure.
My top 3 in any order are Shady, Fitz, Aaron Donald. Fitz should be number 1 in my opinion. Probably Donald 2 and Shady 3. And then I put Revis 4 ahead of Pickett.
All right, Jason.
All right, guys.
We'll talk again next week. Thank you.
Yep.
It's going to be electrifying. Hillgrove, Mackey, 4 a.m. Electrifying.
I got to do 2 hours with Bechtold, which I'm actually excited about.
I got to do 2 hours with Callis.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I had to do that last year. He wanted to interrogate me about my takes. I'm like, dude, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Can't we just have a good time here? And he's like, I remember on May 17th, you said, I'm like, dude, what is this now?
That's impressive that he remembers that. You wouldn't see it reflected you wouldn't see it reflected in the show notes.
He had a folder that he pulled out with things that I had said on the air that
did
he
he
went
have
to.
a Tony dossier?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, he put glasses on to make sure he could see it in the dark, and he went over.
What are you going to tell me next? He had a monocle on?
Be careful.
He looked like Mr. Peanut or whatever.
He's going to try to trap you with things that you said a month ago and say that it contradicts things that you said today. That was his style.
I'll hit him back with Harry. At least people remember things I said a month ago.
Yeah. How was that early morning show 2 weeks ago, Harry? Oh, wait, you weren't allowed to talk. Boom, roasted. How'd that election go, Harry?
Should I lead him in with, like, clips from the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
I think you should invite the person who beat him in the election on.
What if I taped an interview with that person and said, Harry, we have a special
you
guest?
You absolutely should. And say, well, equal airtime. I mean, we gave you a shot.
But that might run afoul of it then, because if I put that person on, they're running in the general election.
That's right.
Can't do it.
That's right. That's right.
All good ideas ruined by the FCC as usual.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'll have some special plans cooked up for Harry. What is his big area of expertise? The New York Yankees of 1937.
This Bostic list is just absurd. My God.
Doran was an All-America, and I'm not trying to give Doran a real undercut here. Tyler Boyd had a better Pitt career than Doran. I don't think
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
So do you think Doran would say I was a better Pitt football football player than Tyler.
I don't know what he's going to say, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
He was an All-America for 1 year. Doran, I think, would admit like they had trouble figuring out where they wanted to play him. When he settled at a position, he was great at it. He was a great college tight end.
Bostic put Rashad Weaver and Patrick Jones ahead of Dion Lewis.
Where did Dion Lewis fall?
16th. He had one spot ahead of a punter. But the Boyd thing, he must have something's going on there. Boyd, 18th.
What was the rest of the top 10? So Doran was 11, just out.
Oh, here's another one. He has Scott McKillop 10th.
McKillop was.
He was a badass, but
he
10th?
was award. He was who called him award? Who was the person who came on and said so and so was award daddy?
10?
Who was the guest who we had? Was it Scott Kaplan?
No, that's what our boy in Cleveland said about Jack Sawyer.
He's award daddy. Oh, Dustin Fox.
Dustin Fox, yeah.
McKillop was kind of a war daddy for those teams.
Yeah, he also put McKillop ahead of Jabal Sheard at Pitt.
I don't
agree with that
either. I would not want to be near Jabal Sheard when he found that out.
There's be some broken glass like Amy Lennox all over the place. Annie Lennox, or hell her name is. Who's Amy Lennox?
You just made that one up?
All right.
Ooh.
Coming up next, speaking of Pitt, we've got Kenny Pickett. We've got the audio of what he said about his time in Philly versus his time in Pittsburgh. That's fired people up. We'll give Mulsey a chance to react, and you too. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We're here until 6. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
O'Reilly. You need parts? We got parts. Product availability? Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for $10 more, or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The Tacos and Tequila Festival hits Pittsburgh for the first time June 28th at EQT Park, featuring Lil Jon, Chingy, Trick Daddy, Petey Pablo, and more. Craft margaritas, tacos, lucha libre wrestling, exotic cars, and so much more. Get your tickets now at tacosandtequilafestival.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
John Party. She's a Friday night heartbreaker. Honky Tonk Hollywood Tour. Friday, June 6th, Peterson Events Center. With special guests Corey Kent and Cassie Ashton. Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown. John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss John Party Live.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at NJM.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers wrapped up their first week of OTA. Still no TJ Watt. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
Let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really thinking about it too much. If it's more of a role for me, great. I'm fully capable of picking up that role. But if we add another guy, great. I mean, obviously it's a long way from camp, a long way for the season. We'll see if, people end up coming or whatever, but I'm excited about the guys we have right now.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Pirates head to San Diego now, where things aren't as warm as people think this time of year. I learned that the hard way last year. This is actually a shirt I bought in San Diego because I thought it would be in May, beautiful, but it actually wasn't that warm. And tomorrow it'll be a high of 72 and 64 at night for Pirates and Padres. So
that's good weather, though.
Cooler than it is here, though.
But I thought the whole bit was about San Francisco, the coldest winter
I
ever
thought so
spent
too,
was
but
a
I think it's
summer
the
in
marine
San
layer.
Francisco.
You get that marine layer effect.
You know what there is in L.A.? They call it June gloom.
Mm.
So that's about to start, where like June weather is notoriously crappy there.
That was Pat Fryermuth. We're calling an audible here because Adam Schefter has breaking Steelers story. The Steelers and Dolphins have engaged in trade talks over Dolphins tight end Jonnu Smith. Per Adam Schefter, these talks come after Smith expressed an interest in reworking his deal, scheduled to make $4.8 million this year. Smith last season had 8 touchdown catches and 884 yards
on 88 catches. He had a career year in every way.
Yep.
And yet, I'll get to it.
This is an Arthur Smith favorite. Arthur had him in Tennessee for 4 years, and Arthur had him in Atlanta the year before he got to the Steelers. So this is his guy. You very rarely see Schefter do this. Schefter doesn't really traffic in trade talks. He traffics in
deals.
Yes. So I do think this is interesting. I think he's trying to get word out for somebody that Smith is available. And this makes sense that the Steelers would not, in my opinion, cater and kowtow to Arthur Smith in a way where they would make a trade where they give up a draft pick to acquire another tight end. I know they brought in Smith favorites from Atlanta like Cordero Patterson and Pruitt last year, the third tight end. And Scotty Miller was there with him too. So they brought in relics from his days in Atlanta and Tennessee. But I mean,
I'm bringing in a guy with a higher price tag.
I'm guessing Smith wants more money. That's why he's unhappy in Miami, and they don't want to give it to him.
He does
after that year.
The Schefter thing says he would rather stay there under a rework deal.
So you trade for another tight end who's going to be 30 years old. You give him more money, and you give up something? I'm not a huge fan of that. Like, this offensive coordinator wants to make the entire team out of tight ends.
Yes, we've already gotten a tweet. Arthur Smith's bold plan, 11 tight ends on offense.
Right. And we just heard Fryermuth talking about how he would assume wide receiver 2 duties. His numbers were that of a number 2 wide receiver last year. He pretty much functioned as their number 2 receiver with that big void in their offense. You just paid Pat. So I get why Arthur Smith would want Jonnu Smith, but I don't really understand why the Steelers would want to do this.
Why they'd indulge him. By the way, here's the important question for a player that's not currently on the roster. If you still think Aaron Rodgers is this team's quarterback, does Aaron Rodgers want Jonnu Smith? We have no idea.
Who is the most prolific tight end in Aaron Rodgers' career in Green Bay? Who's the guy that we think of as his go-to Heath Miller type?
Wasn't the guy at the end of his career who was having good numbers, what was his name? Tanyan?
Robert Tanyan.
The Tanyan death grip?
He did have Tanyan. I was thinking of
Richard
Mercedes
Rogers.
Lewis.
Oh, yeah. God, Mercedes
The
Lewis.
corpse of Mercedes Lewis. The guy's 40 years old.
Is he still playing?
He's trying to get back into the league for one more year.
Why?
Because he wants to go to 40, I guess.
No, I mean, his time
No,
in
he
Green...
is 40. He played last year at 40.
His
He
time
wants to
in
go to
Green Bay,
41.
he did very little. His entire career in Green Bay, he had fewer catches.
he was good in Jacksonville.
I don't think he's really ever utilized the tight end in a big way. Jermichael Finley.
Richard Rogers, I think, might have been the one guy who had some decent numbers. He had 8 touchdowns in 2015.
Our boy Jermike from next door at KDK AM is he's the guy I think of on the 2010 team. Who else is there?
He always utilized like multiple receivers, it was, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It was always he had Jordy Nelson. He had
James Jones.
James Jones wearing the hoodie. Your buddy James
He
Jones.
might come on the show tomorrow.
Yeah? That's
yeah,
what I said, your buddy. You guys
He was
have worked
supposed to
together.
come on last Friday, but our messages kind of got crossed up. But he wants to come on and talk about his former quarterback.
Donnie, you would love to have Jonnu Smith here, though, because you'd just be hitting us with "You Can Dance If You Jonnu." What, 50
One of
times
Berman's
a week?
best. One of his newest.
Again, I think Arthur Smith, we do know he loves to utilize that position, but, man, you're just really loading up. And as Pony said it pretty well, Donnie, you're paying a guy more money, you're giving up something to get him, and you already just paid the guy who presumably is your principal tight end. And is Jonnu Smith an inline blocker at all? He doesn't look it.
No, the blocker's Washington.
Okay.
But then he's going to lose his playing time.
So is Connor Hayward, he's now an H-back or he's off the team?
I look at Connor Hayward. I love Meatball, but he's a spare part guy.
He's a special teams player if he's anything at this point. So is that how you're going to design an offense? Does Rodgers want to use an offense that prominently features two tight ends? I doubt it.
Warren Sharp. Arthur Smith was the tight ends coach in Tennessee when they drafted Jonnu Smith. Smith then signed Jonnu Smith in 2023, his final year with the Falcons. Each year under Arthur Smith, Jonnu Smith progressively saw more volume. So this is his guy. He loves this dude.
His best year when he was with Tennessee was 2020. He had better rate stats, i.e. caught basically for a better average for the same amount of touchdowns on way fewer targets. He was a much more efficient player with Tennessee than he ended up being with the sheer number of targets he got, at least for finding the end zone, Pony. They targeted him 65 times. He had 8 touchdowns that 2020 season. He had 111 targets for 8 touchdowns last year. So when he was catching passes for that Tennessee team, he was doing so very efficiently. They just used him a ton more in Miami. How much was Waddle hurt last year? They had guys that were their usual big targets that weren't always playing there in that offense.
He was electric in the second half of the season, and he put up a lot of those numbers, I think, even when Tua was out. Waddle played 15 games last year.
Did Hill miss time, or was he just dinged
up?
Hill
was banged up really the entire year last year.
So
but
maybe
he played
that's
all 17 games.
Thinking.
All their numbers were – it's interesting. The wide receivers' numbers were way down there because Tua was hurt for so much, and the tight end's the guy that took advantage of that. I don't know, man.
Shorter, safer throws.
Actually, I do know. He's 30. He's 30 years old. He wants presumably, I don't know, a $3 or $4 million raise, so closer to $10 million than $5 million. And even if you have to give up a draft pick, I'm going to assume it's not like a high-end draft pick. Maybe it's a late-round pick. I really don't want to do all that for a guy at a position that's redundant.
Do you trust that you would integrate him into an offense? I don't. Do you trust that your presumptive quarterback wants to throw him the ball?
I don't, but here's the thing. I don't really care about what Aaron Rodgers wants.
You might not, but they're going to have to. If they still think he's going to be their quarterback, they should be trying to figure out, does Rodgers like this guy? If he's somebody who's not currently on the roster, you've got to save room for the Aaron Rodgers super friends, for eventually acquiring Alan Lazard, for bringing Randall Cobb in as your wide receivers coach or something like that.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe we're missing the obvious here. Maybe the right answer is this is a sign, albeit a small one, that they're actually less convinced that Rodgers is coming here. How about that? And let's continue to build an offense that's more an Arthur Smith offense that's heavy on tight ends, heavy on the run game, and it's not all about the 41-year-old quarterback. I don't know. I'll throw that out there.
I thought that that was an initial little brain
Why would you pivot to Jonnu Smith if your plan is to get Aaron Rodgers in here and then a few days later just bring Alan Lazard in to be the number 2 wide receiver? Are they going to do both of those things?
You would think that they're.
I would think not.
Both.
I mean, you could do both, but I don't think they're going to make 3 trades for wide receivers and tight ends this offseason where they give up picks.
I mean, if you bring in Jonnu Smith, your top 3 pass catchers are very clearly DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, and Jonnu Smith by design. So Calvin Austin, you're fighting with Roman Wilson for playing time. Bobby Trees, have fun. We need you to be a veteran example setter. Apologies to Nick Farabaugh. Apparently that's his favorite wide receiver of all time. And you didn't see that, Donnie?
No,
Apparently,
we were in the back thinking about how Nick Farabaugh looked like the guy from Lost before the show.
He does. Nick, though, apparently it's like a self-deprecating joke. He's obsessed with Robert Woods. He thinks he's
And Donnie also said Nick looked like Van Halen's son.
What's Van Halen? Wolfie?
Wolfgang.
They call him Wolfie, though, don't they?
Yeah, well.
And who's his mom? Valerie Bertinelli? I think that's who Van Halen.
I don't know.
I think that's who he was married to.
He does have a resemblance when he lets the hair down a little bit.
All right, thumbs up or thumbs down on this?
Down.
Don?
Ultimately.
I mean, I'd say down because, that's not a position you need.
No.
Okay, maybe you don't love Pat Freiermuth, maybe you don't love Darnell Washington, but I mean, how many?
What do you mean? You have to love Freiermuth with the contract they gave him. And the guy was productive last year. He caught the balls that were thrown to him. Now, he didn't pick up some first downs on plays.
I'm not saying the team. I'm saying, like, you could be a fan that doesn't love either option.
I get you now.
I mean, how many tight ends are you going to have?
Well, like we just said, Arthur Smith ideally would want an entire team of tight ends.
What are the best two tight end offenses, like, build around them? The Patriots, when they had Hernandez and Gronk, was pretty lethal, but that's still Brady at the controls. It's the all-time best.
Yep.
Lethal, maybe not my best choice of words there.
No, because he was a murderer.
Well, they were definitely lethal.
On the field, Donnie.
Man.
I'm going to go with on the field here. Who else, though? Think of, like, offenses actually built, because that offense in the passing game was built around those two guys. There weren't receivers that they were complementary parts to.
Well, I mean, Baltimore did a lot of Likely and Andrews.
That's a pretty good one.
Mm-hmm.
Those two guys.
Although it never felt like both guys were catching a lot of passes at the same time. They had them on the field a lot, but it always felt like if one was healthy, the other was kind of whatever.
I mean, I get using two tight ends. They worked out of that formation a ton last year, not only because Arthur Smith prioritizes it, but because they didn't have good wide receivers. But see, it's interesting on this level. I think that Arthur Smith is going to be de-emphasized if Aaron Rodgers comes here. If they trade for Jonnu Smith and Aaron Rodgers doesn't come here, then I think it's all about Arthur Smith. It's one extreme or the other. It's either going to be Arthur Smith's offense, or they brought in these people to run Arthur Smith's offense, and then Aaron Rodgers is just going to hijack it. Which is absolutely going to happen.
If it is all about Arthur Smith and somehow Rodgers wasn't here, doesn't end up coming here, would you be at all encouraged by the fact that they seem to be catering to the coordinator and not really the head coach's
Yeah,
wishes?
well, here's what I like about it. That would mean they have an identity. They have a plan. It's not my favorite plan, but I get it.
They're trying to replicate or close to replicate something that might have worked.
Yeah, and if you're Arthur Smith, you might look at it like, would I rather have two good tight ends or reach for, a second wide receiver who's past his prime? Me personally, I would just sign Keenan Allen and be done with it. But they clearly don't see it that way. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Our Thursday conversation with Pomp is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
10-1 win for the Pirates yesterday. They take the series in Arizona. Paul Skenes, 6 2/3, 4 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, and no walks. O'Neal Cruz hit his 12th home run. IKF, 3 hits, 3 runs scored, 2 runs knocked in. Pirates and Padres this weekend. That series begins tomorrow night, 9:40 first pitch in San Diego. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts at 8:45, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. So we got golf on TV in here, and if you love to golf, but you're also looking to throw a big party, kind of the two are mutually exclusive, right? Can't really take everybody out to the golf course that easily for like a corporate event or a neighborhood party. It's kind of tough. Good news, you don't have to. Not with DriveBox. DriveBox is a mobile golf simulator, so you can do your closest to the pin, your long drive contests. At DriveBox, they deliver golf right to you, perfect for events big and small. You got to check this out. I've seen it in action. DriveBox is awesome. Once you see it, you're going to love it. At DriveBox Pittsburgh on social media. That's Drive with a Y, DriveBox Pittsburgh.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with an Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Certainly the Chiefs, maybe the Eagles, Dodgers, and Celtics. No matter what, few organizations are doing it better than the Florida Panthers right now, headed for their third straight Stanley Cup final with a very good chance to repeat because their players, head coach, and front office all at the top of their games. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC, used with permission.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting this rush hour with moderate traffic on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates and the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. Also backed up from the 40th Street Bridge on 28 inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy? Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Got tons of breaking news right now. Adam Schefter's Jonnu Smith report, the Steelers and Dolphins talking trade. We also have this out of the tabloid The Sun. Headline, no joke, I got a horrifying 7-year infection after my boyfriend farted in my face. Docs were stunned when they looked up my nose. Influencer Christine Connell was plagued by a stuffy nose and facial pain for years afterwards. She traced her symptoms back to a fateful night spent in a hotel room. Christine was lying in bed recovering from knee surgery when her boyfriend, bare ass, broke wind while he was changing in front of her. The content creator claims she's been battling sinus infections in the 7 years since.
The Sun, really, the Twitter feed here, pretty impressive stuff.
Christine on TikTok, I realized that my ex-boyfriend got the best possible breakup revenge that anyone could ever get. I've had persistent sinus infection ever since he and I stayed in a hotel one night after I had surgery and he farted terribly. I couldn't breathe, she said.
Love Island signs up inspirational influencer who nearly died in horrific fire-breathing accident.
Yeah, man. A lot going on here. And we got Jonnu Smith, too. And we got Bob Pompiani on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What do you want to start with, Bob, the Jonnu Smith rumor or this horrible story that we just told you about from the Sun in England?
No, I think I'll pass on that one just because, first of all, I'd be very guilty of that sort of stuff as well. As you get older, that sort of thing creeps more into your game, which I don't like.
Into your game?
Did you know that? Did you know that our boss Craig Riley is still not
never broken
farted
wind
in front of his wife?
Not once.
Not once?
No.
There should be a comfort period there. You don't do it for a while, but then after so many years, I mean, come on now.
I'm with you, man.
That goes both ways.
Bob, I'm to the point now where if I fart in front of Alex, she might say like "God bless you" as like a joke.
Chris, how long have they been together?
Craig and his lovely wife Rachel, who he's never farted in front of, have been together for something like 15 years almost.
You're telling me in a decade and a half there's never an upset stomach situation or just slips out?
I guarantee you there have been some silencers that she's not aware of.
I think you're right.
But what's he doing? Like furiously, like fanning a pillow
He's
away
blaming
from
the
him?
kids. He's blaming whatever
They do
pets
have a
they
dog.
have.
They have a dog.
Yep, he's
You can
going the
blame
dog route.
Oh.
Do you ever blame it on somebody else? I never do. I take full responsibility when I do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's me, unless it's like truly offensive to the nostrils, Bob.
I think it
just say
depends.
it's
Like
me.
if it happened in a busy elevator or something like that, I wouldn't want to take credit for it.
Oh yeah,
Bob.
if I was in an elevator with Pony and I knew I farted, I'd immediately blame
Well,
him.
if it was just you and me, yeah. Well, I guess in this situation,
No, if there's
okay,
other people
I get
in
it
there,
now.
I'm like,
I get
Pony,
it. I
for
get
the
it.
love of God.
I get it. Bob, what do you make of this Jonnu Smith story? Adam Schefter saying that the Steelers and Dolphins are working on a trade and it would bring another tight end to the Steelers.
Well, this is the first I've heard of it. I just got off the golf course, and Malsey knows this. He played yesterday where I did in a torrential rainfall all day long, and today we got up and played again, so I'm kind of out of it a little bit. But
did you get rained on today, or did you get good weather, unlike me?
No, it was mostly decent today, but yesterday, you know how that was. That's impossible to play like that. But
So what, you were out there yesterday? What were we? What were we? Ships passing in the night in the afternoon?
Well, I got out there late. I had a meeting in the morning, and I got
saw
out
your
there
brother out there, and I said we exchanged pleasantries in the pro shop.
Yep. So I got out late, but I got on there just in time to start, and it was just a fog of a day. Man, it was unbelievable. Anyway, as far as Jonnu Smith, that I know that Arthur Smith has history with him because it goes all the way back to when he was with Tennessee, I think. And he's been a productive guy. Now, I don't know the genesis of why this is going on here. Is he at the end of a deal or something? So you could fill me in because, again, I've been out of the loop a little bit.
He's got He's got a year left on his deal. He's making less than $5 million. He had a career year there with 8 touchdowns and almost 900 yards. So he wants a new contract. So the Dolphins are shopping him.
Well, they
now.
had to use him though. Didn't they use him because of all these other guys getting injured? He was a primary.
They used him
weapon for
because
them,
Tua got injured and their quarterbacks couldn't get the ball to a wide receiver, so they got it to him instead. Is what happened there.
Oh, I wonder what that means here then. I mean, why would you want? See, I thought Freiermuth at $12 million a year, whatever he got, he's the main man there. You have Darnell Washington. You have guys they've brought in before. I mean, that doesn't seem like something I would be thinking about. Unless there's an ulterior motive. I mean, I know Smith likes guys like that for sure, and that's part of his game plan. But is it part of the larger scheme here with you-know-who? Not sure what he's going to do.
So that's what we kind of brought up, Bob, is either you're building this offense for Arthur Smith and you're saying we don't care about Aaron Rodgers, or we think Aaron Rodgers isn't coming here, and so we're building it really in Smith's image and likeness if we try to trade for this guy, or you're just trying to make this move, and then Aaron Rodgers is going to come and blow it up anyway. And we looked it up. He's not a guy who throws to the tight end a lot. He never has been.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I don't know what he makes, but I know that he's been productive enough that I understand why people would be interested. But I just don't think it's the right fit for the Steelers. I still would be looking for a wide receiver number 2, and there's still plenty of guys out there, I think, who haven't signed who would kind of fit that role more so than another tight end.
Bob, think about this. Is the coach going to let the quarterback throw to the middle of the field this season? Because if he's not, what's the point of bringing in another tight end? They don't use that area of the field at all.
Well, that's why, going back to the Pickens, I felt after the draft and he wasn't traded that they would be utilizing both Metcalf and Pickens deep to create things for the middle of the field for whomever would be their quarterback, but that didn't happen. So I still think their number one priority in offense is coming up with another receiver who can be that guy. If not, it may be, and last year kind of went that way where Freiermuth absorbed some of those responsibilities, and maybe Jonnu Smith would be that as well. But I don't know if I endorse this or not at this point.
Bob, I have a couple of rapid-fire questions that have been submitted by some listeners. Are you game for it?
Sure, let's go. But first, let me ask Chris, what did you shoot yesterday? Because I found it ridiculous to try to score.
So I technically shot a 96, Bob, but you'll laugh at this. The Gin app, because I posted it. I hit cups. I finished out. Only let me post a 93. Do you want to know why? On the little temporary hole there, which is a very nice temporary, short, fun par 3.
70-some yards,
I took an 8.
Oh, no. They threw it out. That's good for you.
They tossed it out for the scoring, and then 2 holes later on the par 3 over water, I skipped it onto the green from the water and had a green in regulation and a 25-footer that I promptly three-putted. But I did hit the ball in the water only to watch it skip up and out and onto the green.
It takes a special talent to do that, I'll tell you that.
A lot of power, a lot of club head speed to do that, Bob.
Bob, what is your favorite meal that Lisa makes on a routine basis?
It's called Cheesy Quick Chick. It's like a chicken parmesan dish that she does. Oh, it's terrific. And I hope she has it more than we do because it's so good. And when we have people over, that normally is her go-to.
I think that's awesome that it's a dish that she has made completely kind of originally, and it's got its own nickname. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Last time Bob Pompiani was moved to tears in a good way.
I cry a lot. Last night I cried. I mean, I'll be honest, I cry at everything, you know.
Come on, Pony, you had to know this.
What had you moved to tears last night? Chris's performance on the sports call?
Well, just a conversation I was having with someone who's had a very difficult time of late, and it just, you know, I mean, it's enhanced with
I said it in a good way.
I said it in a good way.
Tears of happiness.
Yes, tears of joy.
Oh, happiness.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, not just moved to tears. Tears of happiness.
Tears of happiness. Well, I've at both of my daughter's weddings, I mean, you know, I had to give a father of the bride speech, and I started fine, and they were
Did they
good
both
speeches,
pick
I
different
thought,
songs for the father-daughter dance, or do they have the same one?
No, different songs, and Selena and I, we actually went through lessons. We had
I remember that.
She wanted to do something different, so we had a bunch of different. It was like a medley of things. I don't know what they call. It's not medley. It's not the right word today, but a mix of a whole bunch of different things, and it was good. We practiced for a good long time, and I think we pulled it off.
Bob, my 9th wedding anniversary was yesterday. That has me thinking.
Congratulations!
Thank you. I was going to ask you here for tips for the next 9, 35, 36, whatever years. But my mom and I, for the son and mother dance, I was like, I don't want to do anything sappy. We put on CCR's Down on the Corner and just cut it up.
Oh, I remember that.
That's a nice one. I like that. And yeah, you got to do whatever makes her happy, whatever, you know. I was game for anything. I like to dance, you know, so it doesn't matter.
What is your best tip for marital bliss for me as I get ready for, to go for year 10 and then well beyond?
Robust sex life.
Well, I can only speak for us. You know, we've been married for 38 years, and Lisa and I have, we're pretty independent people. I respect what she does. She respects what I do. So we never really had any kind of issues there. I made it clear at the beginning. I said, I don't do anything except talk. If you're okay with that, sign on the dotted line because and she's been great. She's become a very good handy person around the house, and I don't do any of it. It was very much on my mind at the very beginning of the relationship. So no surprises there.
Last movie Bob Pompiani watched?
Oh, my goodness. In a theater?
No.
Oh, just period. Can't be a repeat viewing, like first time you've seen it.
Well, I'm a big Godfather series. I did not see The Last Godfather, and I did recently. That would be probably the one, and that's been a while. I watch a lot of series. I'm not very much into movies these days.
What TV show are you watching right now?
Well, I've gone back. I didn't complete Breaking Bad, and I did recently, and I love that. That first few episodes I wasn't really involved in. I thought I was going to not watch the rest of it.
Yeah.
The deeper I got into it, the better it got, and now I finally finished it. I thought it was one of the best I ever see. Also, The Ozarks I thought was very good too.
I thought when Pony asked, like, what series are you watching, you were just going to deadpan hit him with, the Western Conference
Pacers
Finals,
and
the
Knicks.
Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, that too. I mean, I do that all the time. I love that stuff. But yeah.
Will Pompiani be at Jelly Roll / Post Malone tonight?
Unfortunately, no. We saw Jelly Roll when he was here in November, I think it was. My wife loves that stuff, and we just don't. We will be at the George Strait concert on Saturday night along with Chris Stapleton. I'm a big Chris Stapleton.
Oh, that sounds like a really good one. Where's that at?
That one.
Is that at the stadium?
That's at Acrisure Stadium.
Well,
yeah.
Send out some videos of that, Bob, if you want.
I will. There's no question. I can just sometimes I get lost in all the minutiae of how to edit it all, so I'll figure that out.
Man. Have fun, Bob. We'll talk again soon.
Gentlemen, it's always a pleasure. And Chris, we got to keep on plugging on this game. It's a tough game.
I know.
Tell Joe Starkey that.
I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk about what's going on with me and putting right now, Bob. You'll see it eventually, and you'll be scared.
See you, Bob.
All right, see you guys.
Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them southhillskia.net. PM Team Power Rankings are next. Top 5 non-sports video games of all time. cannot be sports. Top 5 non-sports video games.
I'm glad we have a whole 2 minutes for this,
But
Mulsey.
first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
OKC going to the NBA Finals. A blowout win last night against Minnesota, 124-194. The Thunder win the series in 5. The Knicks trail the Pacers 3-1 as Indiana tries to finish it off tonight in New York. Tip set for 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. The American Lung Association's annual air quality report was just released, and once again, Pittsburgh received a failing grade. Pittsburgh ranks 12th in the top 25 worst cities for year-round particle air pollution. Keep the air in your home clean and safe. Call the professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Our indoor air quality experts can install whole home air quality solutions that ensure the air you and your family breathe is safe and healthy. Call McVeigh today or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule online.
Every day, brave volunteers answer the call, risking it all to keep our families safe. They're our neighbors, our heroes, our volunteer firefighters. Rome Monument proudly honors the selfless men and women of our volunteer fire departments. Your courage, your sacrifice, your heart to answer the call 24 hours a day. The Diagardi family is grateful for all the support of their 4th-generation business. Thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for PM Team Power Rankings. We've all had time to think about this one. Top 5 non-sports video games of all time. The trailer for the new college football game is out, NCAA Football 2026. That is people stoked and fired up. But we've ranked sports video games before, so why the hell not branch out and look into the world of non-sports? You know, I'm going to...
God, you're such an ass. You gave us literally 2.5 minutes to figure this out.
You guys are going to love my first one.
Okay.
I really think you are.
Well, we're doing this our usual power rankings
Number
way.
5, Oregon Trail. You tell me you did not show up to school 3rd or 4th grade, whenever it was. You turned that
class,
computer on.
That Apple IIe. Donnie, today's kids will never know what the Apple IIe computer
I love
was.
that game because you're going to be in disbelief.
And you're going to have dysentery like crazy.
You're going to try to ford the river, and that thing, those oxen are going to drown.
Exactly. You're freaking hot.
You're going to go hunt for buffalo meat. You can only carry 200 pounds back.
You
never won?
I was so snake bitten, literally, on that
On
game.
that Snake River. Wait, did you ever even make it to the last part where you actually have to navigate?
Yeah, you have to
maneuver
down the river.
It's the only part of it
I
that's
just
like
remember
an action game. I've won, baby. I've gotten there.
I've won
I was always a banker from Boston. Screw those poor farmers from the Midwest starting way sooner.
I just
wanted all the
remember
money.
Back in my heyday.
God, this is so. It's already so stupid.
Just my eyes wide open in bed, like the night before computer class was the next day, and thinking to myself, I had a big game to play the next day. This is it. I'm getting to Oregon, damn it, by hook or by crook.
I can't believe you didn't go with Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego.
No, I liked Oregon Trail better. That's 5 for me. 4?
All right, so I got to go with my number 4, obviously. This is disappointingly real video games, Donnie. Super Metroid for Super Nintendo.
Never heard of it. Was it good?
You've never heard of Metroid? Samus? Spacesuit wearing.
I'm not familiar with his game.
Her game.
Her game.
That was the whole thing. If you beat the game fast enough, you would discover that underneath the power suit was a hot chick.
Well, I almost put Tomb Raider on the list because of that. Lara Croft was a real hottie.
No, that was like the featured ending was you'd find out Samus was a woman wearing a bikini apparently under the thing. It was just great, I don't know, it was just a great game, man. It was a shoot 'em up game. It was kind of not a suspense game, but it was on Super Nintendo, so you kind of know what the graphics were.
Yeah.
It was super immersive, a lot of like power-ups and fun. I had tons of fun playing it, and and this is the part you'll be embarrassed that you'll laugh at me for. It's also a great game for speedrunners, like the people who try to just break a game by beating it as fast as they can. It's got to be one of the 10 most popular in that realm, and so
I'll tell
love
you
it
what
for
was
that reason.
games I never got into. All that Final Fantasy nonsense.
Oh.
Those games took forever. Why, you put that on your list?
No, but I like to play those games.
Just way too.
I didn't put that game on there, though.
Time-consuming. 3 for Donnie.
So you mean RPGs, role-playing
Yes.
games? Okay.
Guitar Hero 2.
Oh, I've left Guitar Hero off. That's a great
How about
call.
that? You had all this time to think. You gave us 90 seconds.
That's a great call.
I think I'd go 2 because that's the first one I actually had. I kind of bought them out of order.
I would have picked 3 because, and God, did that shape some of my musical influences.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
you could have gone with multiple different ones. Like, I had the Aerosmith one. I had the Rock of 80s one.
I would never have known who the artist Buckethead was if it wasn't for Guitar Hero 2. I would have never heard of the song Through the Fire and Flames if it wasn't for Guitar Hero 3.
What a war that song was.
Oh, dude, in the early days of YouTube, there were people who would try to play that song at expert mode at 100%. I thought it was more impressive than watching real guitarists.
Question for the judges. Would you guys consider Pong a sports game?
Yes, because it's ping pong essentially. Pong is not a non-sports game. It is a sports game. Because I knew you'd have.
It's out of here, baby.
I didn't put
it's
it
out.
I'm putting Cowboy Joe West on here. Get it out of here.
I didn't put it on my list, but I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, sure you didn't.
That
this
fell
list
into the
that you
sports
literally just made.
domain.
Yeah. Number 3, Pony.
Number 3.
No, you're number. I'm sorry. You're
I'm
number
number 2.
Yeah, sorry. You're number 2.
Well, I deliberated, as you guys know, I deliberated about this for a very long time. I put Mortal Kombat 2.
That's a fighting. Fighting is a sport.
No, get the hell out of here. No, that's
so
not
wait,
true.
Is mixed martial arts a sport?
Yes, it is. But
so
no,
a fighting game
Chris,
is a sports game.
No, that's like EA Sports was not making Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. No one would classify games where people fought each other to the death as a sports game.
So you're saying that the fighting genre of games is somehow completely
So the
distinct.
movie Mortal Kombat is a sports movie? When we debate the greatest sports movies of all time, we throw Mortal Kombat in there?
Yes.
Come on.
Mortal Kombat!
All right, I'll take
Donnie,
it off the list if you
sports
guys want
movie
me
or
to.
not? Or sports game or not?
You do not think of Mortal Kombat as a sports game, do you?
I don't.
Thank you.
But I was having the fun of giving you a hard time.
Wait, you're picking the original Mortal Kombat? That game sucked compared to Mortal Kombat 2.
Well, okay, but
Mortal Kombat 2
Mortal
way
Kombat
better.
Mortal Kombat was one of my favorite games. Speaking of attractive video game characters, you had Sonya Blade.
Yeah.
And I just remember my dad bribing Anthony DeFazio when we were at Video to Roll because he had the last copy of Mortal Kombat, and he gave him $10 to put the game back so I could get it. It was a great father-son moment in my life.
So, like, he bought the game for you after the kid put it
The
back?
kid was on his way to get
Video
it.
to Roll.
Yes. The kid was on his way to rent it for himself.
Kid didn't it was a rental.
And it was the last one.
Now, if the
and
kid
my
was
dad
renting
said,
it,
hey,
yeah.
I'll give you 10, go rent something else. And he took the $10 and rented, I think, Kirby.
If it was, Kirby was a great game too. That pink little guy sucking up everything.
Little
and
Kirby
getting their
air
powers.
ride.
I didn't play that one. All right.
And then you could, like, find a way to get the blood version on. That was huge in my household.
I can't
Don,
remember what I had.
You're not aware of any of this.
Donnie, I cannot remember what I had for
I played
breakfast
some when I was
yesterday.
young.
Finish
But I
him.
can still remember going on Sega Genesis and typing in ABACABB, and that blood starts to appear. And on the Super Nintendo one, it was just sweat.
People of that nature.
Scorpion.
Some blade jobs happening.
Oh, yeah, they're blading. My number 1 is a game Pony's going to immediately trash. I think it's the greatest role-playing game of all time.
Oh, goodness.
It's a game called Chrono Trigger for Super Nintendo.
I've never heard of
played
that.
it for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Why do you pick a game that literally we have a text line, a YouTube page, and Twitter, and not a single person is going to say,
Would you like me to alter my
that
list?
was a great game.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to make it arbitrarily number 3 on my list. You know what's number 1? Grand Theft Auto 5. Changing my list for the purposes of this show.
Thank you.
Because my 3, 2, and 1 are pretty much interchangeable based on
Why
feeling.
did you pick the nerdiest video game that you could possibly
Kind
come
of so
up
I
with?
would elicit this response.
And what was the name of it again?
Chrono Trigger. And This
came out in 1995 is what the internet
this
tells
might
me.
bring Jeff and South Park out of hibernation. The real heads know what I'm talking about. It's an all-time great, but I will, for the
this
hoi
timeless
polloi.
RPG classic returns with upgrades.
Yeah.
I was ready to make Grand Theft Auto my whole list since we had 90 seconds to do this.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is still just unbelievably
5,
entertaining.
San Andreas.
I mean, 5 though.
Vice City.
When you play like an earlier one after playing 5, you realize like, oh my god, like how much better.
Did you guys have any of the Super Marios on your list?
I had Super Mario Brothers 3 at number 5.
I had Party and Kart. Now Kart could probably be.
I love Kart.
Kart's that's a racing game.
Yeah,
that's a racing game. That's sports.
I'll go Mario Party.
Do you have any rules integrity whatsoever? Oh, yeah, they're in go-karts. That's not a sport. No one's ever raced four-wheeled contraptions and called it a sport, ever. I'm surprised you didn't just put NBA Jam on your list because 2-on-2 basketball isn't recognized by the International Basketball Federation. My list was number 5, Super Mario Brothers 3. Number 4, Super Metroid. Number 3, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the one for Nintendo Switch.
Breath of the Wild.
Incredible game. My list is the best list. Number 2, Chrono Trigger, because I played against the nerd tendencies here, and number 1 is GTA 5.
How about Ms. Pac-Man? Anybody have any love for her? I did not.
No, if I were going to put any of the old games on, man, I think Tetris.
I also put GoldenEye.
That's a great pick.
I think I played that on my buddy's GameCube.
Hours.
Oh, yeah, multiplayer was just disgustingly fun. Because you could set it to like
hook up
proximity
the 4
mines,
controllers.
and you could just mine the places where people would appear when they respawned, and they just blow back up again.
The boys were buzzing.
Oh, my God. Kids today, again, won't know. They just jump on their headsets. It'd be you and 3 of your, like, nerdy friends eating Cheetos, drinking Mountain Dew, and other pop. The controllers are just grease covered by the end of it. Oh, yeah.
I probably could have gone with, like, a Call of Duty on here, but I sucked at all of those games.
I've never, as they like to say, picked up the sticks and played a game of Call of Duty in my entire life.
I'm horrible at those games. Horrible.
I missed that whole generation.
That's why I put
of gaming.
three different Grand Theft Autos on here: Mario Party and Guitar Hero 2.
Chrono Trigger is the best with all of the multiple endings. It is the correct answer. Thank you.
Who the frick said that?
Mike on Twitter. And then Drunken Pittsburgh said Mortal Kombat is listed as a martial arts movie, and that is a sport. Malsey is vindicated.
You guys suck.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next. Terry Bradshaw fired up the Steelers fan base. What do the Steelers think of his takes? Something we want to pass along on Bradshaw and the fallout of his comments regarding the Aaron Rodgers pursuit and Kenny Pickett. Quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly cloudy with temperatures in the mid-70s. Staying mostly cloudy overnight with lows in the upper 50s, but looking at patchy fog through early Friday morning. Rain showers arrive Friday afternoon and evening with highs near 70 degrees. Showers continue Friday night with lows in the upper 50s and the chance for rain early Saturday with afternoon highs in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
Your home office isn't cutting it, and your gym could use an upgrade too. Alloy 26 and Union Fitness at Nova Place has your fix. Office space, flexible co-working, a gym and restaurant. Nova Place has everything you need. Go to novaplace.com/everything-you-need to learn more.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
There's only one bullet left for the New York Knicks. I'm Stanley Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Knicks must win, Knicks must do this. Maybe the Knicks just aren't that good. The Pacers have been awesome, meanwhile, as a dog. 7-2 ATS the entire playoffs. Ride the hot hand, take the Pacers. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is Ryan Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials Security package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Look Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is backed up from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway West inbound is congested to Green Tree Hill. Also, congestion on 28 inbound is starting at the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Two Men and a Junk Truck are the big job specialists. We're happy to give you an estimate on that large cleanout and take care of it right away.
Wow!
Two Men. Look us online at junkTruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have wrapped up week 1 of OTAs. No TJ Watt, no Aaron Rodgers still unsigned. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Pirates head to San Diego, where will be in the high 60s tomorrow for that start of a new series with the Padres. That's your fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We are not at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook today because of the Jelly Roll Post Malone concert that's going on tonight. We saw tons of people from our promo team headed out there with giant Jelly Roll fatheads to hand out to
I'm worried about
country
Charlie
music
Gorgeous
enthusiasts.
Borges, by the way, who
Why
was
is
walking
that?
out with one. I don't know. He's always such a cheery guy, and I just feel like whatever it is, the world is beating him up today. I said, Borges,
Well, he
how are
suffers
you?
from resting bitch face just like you, so that might have been it.
But I looked at him as one RBF sufferer to another. I looked at him and something was off, and I
Did
said,
you see if
Borges,
any
you
New
good?
Jersey Devils bad news is out there?
I don't
that
know.
That would be my guess.
I just feel like maybe Borges is going to have to, fight through it today. That's all.
Jelly Roll is one of the potential topics for Total Request Thursday. What do you want us to talk about at 5:30? Also on the board, ESPN crushes Tomlin. Surprise Steelers QB move. Will Howard hype. So a lot of Steelers options with Jelly Roll sprinkled in. And right now, ESPN crushes Tomlin is the leader in the clubhouse. Still time to vote.
How many burner accounts did you create to vote for that one?
I don't have any burner accounts, actually. Do you?
No.
How about you, Don?
No, I do not.
You think anyone in this building has used a burner account?
Yeah, for sure. I think Craig probably has one now where he rips off takes on things, and it doesn't come with the Craig Riley program director for the fans, so he's allowed to put more incendiary things out there, more controversial things. But he can't get in trouble for it because nobody knows it's actually him.
Got to be risky, though. You switch off and forget to switch back onto your main account and all that stuff.
He gets a few too many Miller Lights in, and look out.
Kevin Durant got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and then I think to his enormous credit just said, yeah, screw it, it's me. Yeah, yes, I tweet like this all the time.
Terry Bradshaw, the talk of the town and the talk of the NFL for his comments on Aaron Rodgers and to a lesser extent Kenny Pickett. Jerry Dulac asked in his chat, if the Steelers, I once asked you if the Steelers would retire Bradshaw's number while he was still alive, and you, meaning Jerry, said, shame on them if they don't. I agree. His recent health makes me pray they do this year. Any inside info on that? To which Dulac replies, I don't think it's happening anytime soon. You know, I saw Mac on his podcast with Kabali make some comment about how when Bradshaw talks, Steelers fans tend to tune him out and ignore him. I'll speak for myself here. Why do so many? I get it. Like, we've got the stuff with not going to the Rooney's funerals, and he has said things about Chuck Noll and that relationship that anger people who lived through those two guys being the coach and quarterback of the Steelers. But I really don't understand how or why a 4-time Super Bowl champion who won 2 Super Bowl MVPs and a regular season MVP, why he is treated the way that he is by the team and its fans. I mean, I would think that actions speak louder than words, and the fact that he won big here and launched a dynasty as the team's quarterback trumps everything else. He's not getting arrested. He's not a criminal. They're not making Netflix documentaries about him like they are Brett Favre. He's not Aaron Rodgers talking about, 9/11 conspiracy theories. He's not Ben Roethlisberger, who was accused of things in Lake Tahoe and Milledgeville. He's a guy that didn't show up for the owner's funerals and didn't get along with the head coach. And he's a pariah, persona non grata for some people. More so, this is my anger with the organization than it is the way the fans treat him. His number he should have his moment in the sun. I get it, you have to find a date that doesn't conflict with Fox, so you'd have to do it on a Monday or Thursday or something, but...
You're the Steelers. You play a lot of those games.
Or it doesn't necessarily even have to be on a game day. That would be preferred. But I do think it's ridiculous that the man's 76 years old. He's the greatest quarterback in franchise history. And, other than putting him in their Hall of Honor the same time as every other Steelers Hall of Famer who's in Canton, so it wasn't like he had some kind of preferential or special treatment, he's never gotten that kind of remembrance or recognition by the team. And I think they should do that before. I agree with Greenwood's this guy name. Maybe it's Elsie. I don't know. I think that it is crazy that scars haven't healed over and they won't just sack up and give him that kind of accolade.
I think with the fans, the thing he did, criticize, not show up to funerals, criticize practically the deity that was his head coach, even though the head coach's record wouldn't be as good if Terry hadn't balled out in big games.
Yep.
I think that or those, I should say, are the kind of sins that resonate more with fans than anybody being accused of stuff off the field. I think that for them, it's the other stuff that other guys were accused of or maybe even did is bad. But this is the call is coming from inside the house. It's why don't you all want to get along with each other? You all won so big. You mean to tell me you had problems with Chuck Noll? How dare you? He took on the one guy from the two entities, really, the Rooney family and Chuck Noll, who were definitively bigger than him on, around those 70s teams. And so I think that's always going to rub people the wrong way because I think people want to believe that
you're saying people and you're not saying yourself because clearly it doesn't bother you that much is what I'm sensing here.
If I were young, and I think if I were younger, I'd say, why is Terry why is he so cranky? I think he loves.
I don't hear crank.
Well, I think people like him in one setting. When he's using his platform to take shots at Tomlin, I think people love it.
Oh, when he made the cheerleader coach comment, people went bananas with that.
I think sometimes he says stuff that I think is disrespectful a little bit. I think he knows Tomlin is. Well, maybe he doesn't. I mean, maybe if that's his real opinion, I guess I can't say it's disrespectful, I can say I think it was ridiculous at the time. But I think with him, it's a classic case of when he assails a Steelers figure that people already don't like or are frustrated with, great job, Terry, go get him. But when it was Chuck Noll or when it was the Rooneys, it's how dare you.
But he doesn't really assail the Rooneys. I mean, he loved Art. He loved the Chief.
When it's a perceived slight against...
Sure.
When it's a perceived slight against somebody that the fans have always loved, it's how dare you. When it's him going after Mike these days, it's... Because I thought the Aaron Rodgers stuff was a dig at Mike by him, by the way. I thought, like, why are they, like... screw this guy, and just like generally saying, why are the Steelers letting this happen? I felt like that was a subtle dig at Mike.
Well, it has to be because Mike, we know, is the person that's driving the bus for Aaron Rodgers.
Right, and Terry likes to occasionally still try to come off like, I'm just Terry Bradshaw, but I think he's very calculating when he says this stuff and puts this out there in interviews. I don't think he's just playing the Allman Brothers and rambling around.
Donnie, what's your take? This is a guy that played quarterback in your dad's heyday and decades before you were born. Do you think it's ridiculous that he hasn't had some kind of jersey retirement ceremony like they did with Franco a couple years ago?
Yeah, he should absolutely get the number retired. And I fear that maybe we never see it, or by the time we do, it'll unfortunately be after his passing, which I know nobody expected that to happen with Franco. I mean, it literally happened, 3 days before?
Yep.
And it turned, into more of a memorial service than anything, albeit it was a cool event in person. But I like to see the person that is getting the number retired or the person getting honored, I want to see them there to take that in. And we know the Steelers love to not officially retire numbers.
Yeah, but they've opened up Pandora's box on that, right? With Franco and Joe Green.
I mean, there's three. There's Stautner, there's Joe Green, and there's Franco.
Let me ask you guys
but
both
they have
a question.
so many unofficial retired numbers. We haven't seen another 12. We're not going to see another 7. We haven't seen another 43 or 86 or 36 or 52.
Let me ask you both a question. Donnie, based on something you said earlier, you fear that if they do officially retire it, it'll be too late. He'll have passed, maybe even. Do you think that they might be waiting for that? They'll do it posthumously, but they're not. It's just like the way baseball might be trying to stick it to Pete Rose's memory by, hey, yeah, we might open the door now for you after you're dead, but that's really vindictive. What I'm hypothesizing.
I know you hate to like put that on them, but when you see the way Dulac answered this question, I don't think it's happening anytime soon. He's insinuating that the team itself still harbors some kind of ill feelings towards the player, and they don't want to do it.
So you think that what I'm proposing here is like
maybe,
completely out of bounds?
Maybe, or like to Donnie's point, they just, all right, we retired the number of the guy who is responsible for the greatest play in football history, retired the number of the guy who was most responsible for us winning 4 Super Bowls, and we're going to stop there. But once you start, like, I think it now looks kind of ridiculous that the quarterback from those teams does not have his number retired. And I think it is personal. Call me crazy, but I think if he had a better relationship with the Steelers, his number would be retired by now. And I feel like that's what Dulac's alluding to when he writes it that way. And I think that's a shame. Like, one of the great things,
personal feelings dictate something that in theory should be about performance and how much you meant to the franchise.
One of the great things that's happened with the Penguins in the last couple of years since their playoff streak ended was when, now I know Mario's not owning the team anymore, so it's a different ownership group, but when cooler heads prevailed and they finally gave Yager his jersey retirement ceremony and said, let's let bygones be bygones. How sick was that? When he's out there,
it was cathartic for the fans more than it was anything else. Probably cathartic for the player and for the franchise, but the fans ate it up.
Everything about it was awesome.
And if you're a franchise to one extent or another, probably the greatest extent, you sort of have a duty to your fans, do you not? Like, you're in business theoretically to make money, yes, but also to be something that like people can have civic pride in.
Well, I think that those two things are interwoven and interconnected. Like,
they should be. The better you are, the more money you're going to make and the more your fans are going to respond to you.
Yeah, I just it was interesting, like, seeing a lot of the feedback and takes that came in on the Bradshaw thing yesterday, and there was just a ton of Steelers fans who are like, pretty much F this guy, I'm not going to pay attention to anything he says. And it's like a really, I don't like, unless, if you're somebody who's our age, you're 40 or under, I just think it's a weird take to have that you like have some kind of animosity or anger over a guy that's synonymous with 4 Super Bowls. What did he ever do to you? He went on Fox and like said something about Ben Roethlisberger that didn't sit right with you, and that's like now you're going to excommunicate the guy from the Steelers.
Well, if you're
because of that?
if you're a certain age and have like zero recollection or really appreciation for Bradshaw because you're so young, then yeah, you feel like he's assailing your guy.
412-928-9370. What's your take on the Steelers not retiring Terry Bradshaw's number after all of the shockwaves he sent through the Steelers fan base yesterday? 412-928-9370. Jerry Dulac says it's not happening anytime soon. They did Franco. He's saying they're not going to do Bradshaw anytime soon. Guy's 76 years old. Is that the right move or the wrong move? 412-928-9370. Can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Diamondbacks 10-1 yesterday. Paul Skenes, another excellent start. 6 2/3, 4 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, no walks. Home run number 12 for O'Neal Cruz in the win. Pirates with a night off. They are in San Diego this weekend. Bucks and Padres tomorrow, 9:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn begins at 8:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donald. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Well, we know one half of the finals. We've got Oklahoma City there. When you add up regular season wins and playoff wins, they've won 80 games. So from strictly that perspective, they're one of the dominant NBA teams ever. And we'll see who joins them in the finals. Knicks and Pacers, Game 5. New York looking to stay alive. Pacers have won the first 3 games in this series. They won both games in New York. They've been excellent on the road. And yet here they are as a 4.5-point underdog tonight. I love them in that spot. 8 o'clock tip. Everyone's saying, oh, the Knicks are going to show fight. I just think the Pacers are a bad matchup for them and the better team, and I think T.J. McConnell is going to get to the NBA Finals. Right now on FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. With the Oklahoma City Thunder's berth in the NBA Finals and their destruction in 5 games of the Minnesota Timberwolves, the most important question in these NBA playoffs has been answered. Yes, the Thunder are for real. They have the MVP, they have the depth, they have the defense, they have a stifling home court advantage, and this is a team that actually loves playing together. Watch out, either Pacers or Knicks in the finals. I'm Bill Ryder.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium in Station Square on Saturday, May 31st when they host Rhode Island FC. Get pregame $1 beers presented by Icy Light and enjoy postgame live karaoke. Tickets start at just $22. Get yours today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Cloudy with a shower tonight, the low 55.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is congested from the bend at Bates and backed up from the 40th Street Bridge on 28 inbound. Fort Duquesne Boulevard is brake lights all the way, and the Parkway West outbound is backed up from the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy? Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steelers drafted Kenny Pickett. I liked Kenny Pickett. I liked him at Pitt. I know him. I know what he's like. And when they got him to Pittsburgh, here's what they didn't do. They didn't get him on offensive line. They wanted to run the football, but they didn't have an offensive line that could protect, and they didn't have weapons. He had no wide receivers to speak of. Then you throw a kid in there for 2 years, and you got an offense that doesn't fit and doesn't work, and they can't run because their offensive line is not even good enough for a run-blocking team, and therefore they say Pickett was a failure. He wasn't a failure. The Steelers were a failure. Now Pickett goes to Philadelphia as a backup. He gets a Super Bowl ring. He's traded to Cleveland, who now has 4 quarterbacks, and Pittsburgh really has 1, I guess.
Terry Bradshaw. Jerry Dulac said in a chat that the Steelers will not retire his jersey number anytime soon. I think what you just heard is probably connected to that. I don't think it's a coincidence. Terry will take shots at the franchise. I think they're fair ones. But the team doesn't like that, so they won't give him the ultimate honor that they've bestowed on Franco Harris and Joe Green. Speaking of jerseys, how about you can get some fan paraphernalia for our Fan 5 Alarm event? Supports a great cause. These volunteer fire departments. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt for this year's show, which, by the way, the lineup for that 26-hour marathon broadcast came out. We'll be live at the Upper St. Clair Fire Department around the clock Thursday, June 5th into Friday, June 6th. So this is next week at this time we'll be there. And we are already opening up our website for donations, 937thefan.com. So you can kickstart things presented by Cintas, Southside Plumbing and Heating, Target Freight Management, and Glick Fire Equipment.
You're eating one of those chips, right?
Yeah, so is Bechtold. Between 4 and 6.
We got the donations to where we needed them to get to.
Yeah.
The shirts are nice shirts, man. They're the soft ones, the good T-shirts, you know?
Kabali wants to eat one of the chips. He texted me about it. He thinks he'll have no problem with it.
If his kid ate one of the chips, would it actually be like having one of those dragons in Game of Thrones situations in the Kabali family restrooms? His kid's already clogging toilets. If he eats one of those chips, I don't know what's going to happen.
Maybe it would be like it like clean things out. You know, it actually.
I don't think it would do that. I don't think it would function like a laxative. I think the poor kid would be in agony potentially.
So that was
his kid eating.
So really, bringing it up was just another way of reminding people that his kid takes giant craps. Was that
something you've done at least 100 times in your life? I
just wanted to make sure that was why you were doing it.
His kid eating one of those chips is one of those bits. What's the quote? They were so consumed with figuring out whether they could, they never paused to decide whether or not they should.
I went and looked at all the retired numbers in the NFL during the break. And all the Hall of Fame quarterbacks who played a significant amount of time with their teams have their jersey numbers retired. Jim Kelly in Buffalo, Otto Graham in Cleveland, John Elway in Denver, Brett Favre in Green Bay, Peyton Manning and Johnny Unitas in Indianapolis, Len Dawson in Kansas City, Dan Fouts in San Diego with the Chargers, Dan Marino in Miami, Fran Tarkenton in Minnesota.
Did you already say Brady?
Brady in New England.
Eli.
I mean, the Giants have gone crazy. Phil Simms, Y.A. Tittle.
How do the Giants even give away numbers anymore? They've got like 15 retired ones.
Joe Namath in New York.
McNabb's got his number retired.
Yep, by the Eagles. That's
They're going to retire Foles's before it's all said and done.
Steve Young in Montana, in San Francisco, obviously. Warren Moon with the Titans Oilers. So Sammy Baugh with Washington. I mean, if you're in the Hall of Fame,
Sonny Jurgensen.
You had your number retired by the team you played with, and Terry's like the lone exception. And the Steelers can't say anymore it's because they don't retire numbers, because they do. They've done it twice now. So I just don't think it's cool. That's my 2 cents.
I think it's obviously personal on the Steelers side, but they never have to kind of answer for that. They can just sit back, and I think, I'm not saying people will give them the benefit of the doubt, but they can just choose silence on this part. And at this point, it's an Art Rooney decision because, like, I wonder what kind of feelings he had towards Terry as a younger man while that was all happening.
Well, this is not one of those Tomlin things. This would be the owner's decision if that were to happen. Not, this would be one of the rare times where I don't think the head coach would get. Although I say that, and maybe Mike does take some of the things that Terry Bradshaw said personally, and that's why
if Art's
he
the
doesn't
one
want
making
it to
the
happen.
decision, it could be Art has never felt that warm about Terry because of some of the stuff in the past, but we know Art loves Mike. He's fortunate to have Mike as his head coach.
Tomlin said at a press conference he was always a Hollywood Henderson fan. I mean, he went right at Bradshaw. So I actually take back what I said. Maybe as long as Tomlin's the coach, they won't do something for Bradshaw.
What if it's just because Art says, I know he's trashed Mike, and I like Mike? And
could be that
it's
too.
Just another. I'm not putting this one on Tomlin because it's Art Rooney's decision, and Art might have a variety of reasons. I still think it makes the Steelers look like a small organization.
Here is the queen of the PM team, Carolyn Clinton, calling in. Hello, Carol.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Carol.
Well, I'm speaking from the older generation that was, I was young while Terry was winning everything.
Yes, you were.
And I can say that for a while there, I did resent some of the things that he did and said about Noel and how he seemed to treat the Pittsburgh fan base. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you what, with the way things are right now and with Art, I feel like he has really failed as a, inheritor of the ownership. And I feel like I have no resentments toward Terry, and I think his number should be retired. And it's all on Art II. He is a terrible owner.
All right, Carol, thank you.
I think Carol just struck. He
is a terrible owner.
She jogged something
Nothing lost in translation there.
She jogged something in my memory. If this was somehow happening, if this debate was happening while Dan Rooney was alive, because Dan was so venerated, people would put the onus more on Bradshaw. No one really likes Art II the way they liked his father or the way they liked the Chief. Art is the the third generation.
Donnie, do people still give you crap for saying Art was the worst owner in town, or do you feel like people have come around to that way of thinking? Do you still get sometimes residual people giving you crap for that, or have they moved on to other things like calling out your pop music tastes?
Yeah, I think they've gotten past that, even though the guy that does own the baseball team isn't helping my argument at all. But I do think each January we do get reminded that Art isn't quite as good as what Dan was.
When the Steelers lose in the wild card round by multiple scores?
Yes.
And then Art just
finish 9-8 or
says
10-7.
a bunch of nothing gibberish that doesn't really ever add up to any real changes. That kind of thing.
Somebody should ask Tomlin about that, by the way. Tomlin said at that last season-ending press conference that big changes were going to happen at every level of the organization. I'd like for someone to just bring that back up to him. Hey, Mike, those big changes that you said were
God,
on
I
the
would love to
horizon.
hear you in one of those pressers because I know you'd actually ask it. Because people always say, you guys always say so-and-so should ask this question. Well, would you? And you sometimes are there because you travel and are usually at one or two of these games, and I know you'd ask it.
Yep.
You very famously...
Oh, I have no shame.
Oh, you very famously, in one of my favorite press conference moments that I've ever witnessed, when Pat Chambers, his Penn State team beat Pitt, and he said, I feel like we've arrived. And you said, don't you think a team that had arrived would have beaten Bucknell? He looked like he was ready to come off the podium and kill you.
Here's my take on that. I put myself in the shoes of the fans and think, if I were a fan, which I am, what kind of things or questions would I want answered? And I think to myself, if this individual is not going to is going to get mad at me for this, what's the worst thing that can happen? He's not going to beat me up. He's not going to inflict physical pain on me. Is he really going to go to my bosses and get me fired? I guess that could happen. But as long as I didn't do anything where I cursed or did something inappropriate, that's not grounds for somebody getting terminated for asking a tough question. I don't even think that these questions are tough. You're making $20 million a year. You said that changes were coming. No one had you at gunpoint and said you needed to say that. Those words came out of your mouth. Mm-hmm. And people tend to like accountability. I do. You said it. It sounds like an empty promise now.
It sounds like a whole lot of nothing.
Yes.
We're getting way too much of that from the team that always wants to be very substance-oriented here.
Here's our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, I'd like to point out that I do think that one of the main reasons that the Penguins waited so long to retire Yager's numbers because he was technically still an active player over in Europe. Because back when Lemieux was still the owner, I do remember him basically saying, we will retire Yager's number someday, but he was basically alluding to the fact that he was still playing. So I do think that had a lot to do with it.
Fair point.
What the Steelers are doing is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that point that Chris brought up in the last segment about are they possibly waiting for him to pass away and then they'll do it, it's horrible to even entertain that thought, but it does make you think. I wasn't around back then. Like, I actually was born the same week that Bradshaw played his last game in '83. But from the vibe that I get from reading and watching all the old stuff that I do, one of the things that worked against Terry, not so much what he said about Noel. All of this is kind of included in one rich tapestry, if you will. But, I don't think he was just ever comfortable in Pittsburgh. He never acted like he really, even after they started winning, he was kind of like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar back when he was in Milwaukee. Kareem used to say that town was too blue-collar for him. Even though he was winning MVPs and he won a championship in Milwaukee, he wanted to get the heck out of there because he wanted to be in a different environment that was more bohemian for his tastes. And Terry, not that he would want to go to the LA Lakers, but Terry just kind of gave off the same vibe. And if he had that sort of control, I do think he would have forced his way out of Pittsburgh.
And so he's got to pay for that forever by not having his jersey retired by the team, though?
No, I'm not saying that's right.
I know.
I'm just saying that...
You're giving context to the situation.
I want to know what team you think Terry would have forced his way to. The Houston Oilers? Who do we think?
The New Orleans Saints.
The
Dallas Cowboys.
The Saints are the first one that comes to mind.
But there's hometown
they were
pressure
so wretched
there.
Back then.
Yeah. What were you doing on your 23rd birthday? Today is Paul Skenes' 23rd.
So this would have been
Jeff?
2006.
Yes, that is correct. December 8th, 2006. I was engaged to my first wife, so we were probably planning the wedding. Other than that, I couldn't tell you specifically what I was doing. I was probably watching football.
Man, you got married way too young, dude. Thank you.
My brother got married at 24, and they're 20 years on this coming October, doing just fine.
And Jeff's divorced from his first wife.
He is.
So
that's.
I think my
don't
advice.
They say that there's a 50% hit rate on marriages at this point? It's like first-round draft picks in baseball.
By that logic, at least one of the three of us is going to end up divorced.
Correct. 1.5 of the 3 of our marriages will end in divorce.
Who would you bet on?
You.
Why do you think that's so funny, Donnie?
How quick he answered.
The speed with which I said it is clearly it. And it wouldn't be you ending it. It would be Amanda just saying, I've had enough. Like, you've watched the AFC's divisional round from 1977 enough times. Like, we can't do this anymore.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We're 2 minutes away from a Donnie football debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Florida Panthers going back to the Stanley Cup final, a 5-3 win against the Carolina Hurricanes last night. So the Panthers win that series in 5 games. The Edmonton Oilers tried to do the same tonight in Dallas, leading the series 3-1. Puck drop set for just after 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Be at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It is time for the Donnie Football Debrief. Brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Our sponsors are lining up to get a piece of Donnie. Judge Donnie now sponsored. The Donnie Football Debrief sponsored. So if you want something to pop and something to sell, just enroll Donnie. And people will be lining up to want to get a piece of it. And here he is with his biggest football topic of the day, the debrief.
The debrief, May 29, 2025. We have the game times for Pitt's first 3 games. Very exciting reveal earlier today.
Well, this is very important for you because the Pitt-Duquesne game, that's a Sarah rivalry death match. She went to both schools. So I'm guessing
undergrad was Duquesne, so the allegiance holds to the
Dukes.
undergrad.
Put up your Dukes.
Put them up.
So I'm guessing that's Labor Day weekend that you guys might want to partake in some tailgating or some pregame festivities for that, maybe even go to that game.
Yeah, so that's a noon kick, which that will help with the Saturday schedule because that means Bucko Talk wiped off the board that morning since pregame coverage for Pitt football begins at 9 a.m. I believe she will be out of town for that game, but my brother-in-law, sister, and niece will be up here to go.
What do we think the spread's going to be in that game?
Pitt by 31.5.
I was going to say 27.5.
So if she can't go to that game, do I, with an allegiance to her, do I rep the Dukes? I didn't go to either school.
Oh, I think you're free to do as you please there.
I don't think you can. And it's not because you work for the fan, but I know you still sort of root for Pitt. I think Pitt is still one of your teams that you prefer to see win. If Pitt loses that game, it's a season ender. You're not going to keep up with Duquesne football the rest of the year, with apologies to the Dukes. So
That is true.
I wouldn't want Duke football to end Pitt's season on Labor Day weekend, and that's what would happen if they lost to them.
Oh, no question.
You're done. You're not coming back from a loss to Duquesne. That would be... When was the last time Pitt lost a football game to Duquesne? Okay, do we think it's before or after World War II?
Before. Back when Waynesburg was taking down Penn State.
I'm going to say before.
I'm going to say after. Wait. Yes, I'm going to say after. I'm going to say sometime in the late 40s or early 50s the Dukes got him. And by the way, on a Pitt note, E.J. Borghetti, this went national today. Pete Thamel announcing news that Pitt's longtime media relations director has been given a promotion within the university. We love E.J., so congratulations on all his success.
The best. The GOAT.
I remember early in my years here, I had some frank conversations with E.J. because he would have to deal with coaches at Pitt that weren't really keen on things I said about.
Do you feel like he was always fair in those conversations?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I have the results, by the way, of these 6 matchups in the Pitt-Duquesne football history.
They've only played 6 times?
Yes.
Damn, I would have
really
thought
can
like
throw
30.
out the record book when these two get together.
40 times. Okay.
October 21st, 1939, their last meeting.
Ugh.
And the Dukes won 21-13.
All right, they got to get payback, Pitt. Who has the lead in the all-time series?
Pitt, 4-2.
4-2.
Pitt won. Pitt shut them out 4 times. Shockingly, with football that was played nearly 100 years ago.
Jock Sutherland.
5 of the 6 games were shutouts. We had 3 games that were just one score, decided by one score, that were shutouts. 6-0, and then a pair of 7-0 games. 1 won by the Dukes, 1 won by Pitt.
And Cook's columns on those games are riveting. Stuff a legend. Grantland Rice-esque.
The first
In
matchup.
caps, the bluff.
The first matchup, October 8th, 1932. Pitt with a 33-0
spanking,
convincing win.
Oof.
In
Heads
the Great
rolled on the
Depression
bluff
era.
that day, Malsey.
That was after the forward pass, surprisingly, was brought into vogue.
When or what time is the backyard brawl?
That game will be played at 3:30 on September 13th.
Is that the best
in
time?
Morgantown.
Where do we rank that among the possible times? So noon kick obviously could have been possible, 3:30, and then what, 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock?
Used to be
that
my
range.
favorite time. Now it's my least favorite. And I
Why?
can tell you why. Because
3:30 is your least favorite?
now it is. It used to be my favorite. Now it's the worst time for me. Yeah. Smack dab in the middle of the day.
Fault.
Well, I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying it's the hardest for me to get away from those things.
What's the funnier hypothetical for his next several years as a dad? Ready? I'll give you 2 options, Don. 1, Stella has, I wouldn't say traditional girl interests, because tons of girls love to play sports, but she has dance recitals. She likes to do that kind of thing, maybe, that aren't necessarily super sporty in nature. And so Pony's going to end up going to all those and getting slapped on the hand when he tries to look at his phone and watch a game. Or Stella is hyper into sports, and because we already know she's super smart, just crushes all of his takes and is like, Dad, that's so dumb.
That would be more entertaining for us.
I think if I were getting a rapid-fire update from Amanda, you won't believe what Stella just said to Andrew about such and such, and he has no comeback. He doesn't know what to say. I would get a huge kick out of.
She's into sports. He screamed, "Let's go Bucks" at the Pirates game on Sunday.
What if she just became a huge Mike Tomlin fan? God, that would just...
She won't.
That would crush you. Well, no, kids love to rebel against what their parents
That's true.
say.
That's why
Lennox loves to say, like, the opposite. Dad, what do you like? Okay, I like this
Fantastic comeback. That's why I wasn't a Yankees fan growing up.
So how do you rank the game times now?
Now I go 8 o'clock 1, noon 2, and 3:30.
Is 8 o'clock 1 because Stella's in bed by then, so it's...
I've got
you're
kind of...
hunkered down.
It is. You're reading me like a book, brother.
It's funny that you're not even attempting to try to dodge this and, like, try to say, oh, no, it's another reason.
No, it's about what works best for me.
Take a wild guess what I have going on September 13th.
A wedding.
Yep.
So will that keep you away from that game then?
Well, yeah.
Now, is it one of your friends getting married or one of Sarah's friends getting married?
Fantastic question.
It's a friend of mine from high school.
I think you're in really good.
Well,
I
those
think
guys are going to want to have the game
You're in
on.
much better shape than you think,
They're going
brother.
to definitely want to have that game on.
Now, is he getting married somewhere like out in the sticks or out in the cut where the cell service isn't great?
Yeah, I forget where the venue is at, but I mean, this is a Greensburg guy we're talking about.
Because then cell service getting choppy means can we stream this thing easily? That's a problem.
We were at a wedding of a West Virginia fan, Amanda's friends from college, and it was the same Saturday. They just started playing Maryland again, and they beat them on a last-second field goal. And my friend Kyle, who looks just like Bob Huggins, went crazy. This was in the reception, though, so it wasn't during the ceremony itself. And I've never seen a better array as far as a buffet goes of like hors d'oeuvres and appetizers of like shellfish and shrimp in my entire life.
Really?
Like I saw this man probably eat 75 pieces of shrimp. It was like a Homer Simpson at an all-you-can-eat buffet like thing, and we still hadn't even sat down for the
75.
It was like he came to get his money's worth, basically.
Good for him. I can go to town on some shrimp. Like I don't even need.
Me too.
I don't even need the sauce.
I love shrimp cocktail. I actually have a quick one for you guys in the debrief here.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw this. Kenny Albert last night passed his dad for the most national broadcasts of 4 major sporting events: NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL. So Kenny Albert is 2, Marv Albert is 3. Who do you think is 1, and who do you think is 4 and 5 to round out the top 5?
So this is for what again? Sorry, this is
MLB,
for the most.
NBA, NHL, NFL, most national broadcasts of those games. So Kenny Albert is now second all-time in games called in the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and NHL combined. And Marv is 3.
Okay.
So who do you think 1 is, and who do you think 4 and 5 are?
Specifically national broadcasts.
Yes. Yep.
I feel like Kevin Harlan's got to be in here somewhere.
Where would you guess him?
4 or 5.
I don't think he's number
pick one,
1.
Chris.
4.
You're right. He's 4.
Oh, good guess.
How about Ian Eagle?
No. Because Ian doesn't do baseball or hockey.
Good point.
All right, so there are people out there who I don't think, like, I know Costas doesn't do hockey. You know who I'm going to say is number 1? McDonough.
No, he didn't even crack the top 5, but I think that's a good guess.
Good guess.
Dan Shulman?
Now, when you say...
Because college doesn't count.
Okay, college doesn't count.
I got 1. I guessed 1 correctly.
There's only one other one I can
5, I don't think you guys will ever get.
Tirico's the only other name that came to mind.
Another
Al
good
Michaels.
guess, though. No, good guess. He's in the top 10.
Not Joe Buck. He doesn't do hockey.
Nope.
Or basketball. That'd be funny to hear, though. A dunk by Antetokounmpo.
Wouldn't be our guy Musburger.
No. When I tell you who 1 is, you're going to be like, damn it, I should have got that.
Don't say it yet. We've got a minute here.
I'm going to tell you who 5 is because you're never going to get 5.
Okay. Chick Hearn.
Gary Thorne.
Oh, I love Gary Thorne.
All right,
love Gary Thorne.
The only other name that comes to mind, although he wouldn't have done NFL games. He's always in college. Oh, this is ticking me off.
I know. That's why I brought it up.
Is it somebody from, like, way back?
Yes, but also, like, not. He's been broadcasting games in our lifetime, for sure.
Mine, too?
Yeah.
Okay. Not Al Michaels.
It ain't Berman. I kind of wish it was. We're going back to the penalty box. The basketball and hockey part's throwing me because it's like it's got to be somebody that's pretty well-rounded that like you hear and you recognize, okay, this is so-and-so calling it, but they're not like an icon because usually the iconic guys get pigeonholed into one major sport.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be Nance.
No. Man, this is...
You guys give up?
Wouldn't be Greg Gumbel.
No.
I'm going to tap. I'm tapping out.
Who is it?
Dick Stockton.
Man.
He has been around for years.
Yes.
Look like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Second Simpsons reference this segment. Yeah. Because he did NBA, NFL, and Major League Baseball for 50 years.
I was distracted briefly there as I was trying to think hard about just people killing Donnie's buddy for getting married on Backyard Brawl weekend. Oh, is this guy catching strays?
I told
in
you
the
guys
YouTube comments.
this before.
And that was from our pal Jory Rand's
Taint.
Yeah.
Saturdays in the fall aren't as controversial as Sundays. Sundays, you miss me.
Well, I think in certain parts of the country, Saturdays in the fall are very controversial.
Yeah.
You go down south and have a wedding in like mid-September on a Saturday, people are going to ask you what the hell's the matter with you.
Now, here's something worth adding for context. The guy getting married is not a sports fan.
And you're friends with him?
Donnie's friends with a well-rounded group of people.
He is? I've seen the Nasty Boys. They all have the same interests. Beer, wings, and boobs.
I meant well-rounded literally. The Nasty Boys are very round.
That's their holy trinity right there. Ain't the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's a pair of knockers, a dozen wings, and a half dozen beers. Yep. All right. Thank you, Donnie.
I'm just imagining Donnie's bookish friend who's like, inertia is a property of matter. And meanwhile, the Nasty Boys are just putting him through a table.
What J.J. Watt said about T.J. Watt's holdout, and what one big NFL insider just said about this Jonnu Smith report. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round health care benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
John Party. She's a Friday night heartbreaker. Honky Tonk Hollywood Tour. Friday, June 6th, Peterson Events Center. With special guests Corey Kent and Cassie Ashton. Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown. John Party. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss John Party Live.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions. Skenes, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking, efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why, for over 30 years, everyone's been asking,
Have we met? Yet? Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is backed up from the bend at Bates and the Parkway West outbound from the County Jail. 28 inbound is slow from the 40th Street Bridge, and the Parkway West inbound is backed up through Carnegie. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Staples.
How many times have we all said, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Plus, quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the U.S. Staples, that was easy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7. The fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers wrapped up week 1 of OTAs. No TJ Watt. And obviously no Aaron Rodgers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I've long been a big believer that ownership and front offices obviously treat this like a business, but they do not like it when the players flip the script on them and treat it like a business back. Taking care of your guys earlier does a few things for you. Number one, it gets them locked in at a lower price in the long run. I mean, you look at what prices are doing every single year, you get them locked in at a lower price. Number two, you're keeping them happy. Because even now, let's say, look at Trey Hendrickson's situation. Let's say they pay him now. Now there's all this resentment, there's all this animosity, and yeah,